in the field of creativity.
Did you go to school, like art school or anything like that, or was it just
No,
constantly
I graduated with an
self-taught?
econ degree.
With a what?
Yeah, I graduated with an econ degree. I have an econ degree.
An economics degree?
Yeah, yeah,
They wanted
yeah.
you to be a banker and a financer.
It's just
I,
it's
yeah.
just so that my mom doesn't worry about me. But then when
Okay.
I think about it, I'm like, why? Because I pay for my school anyway. It's
Yeah,
like I
that's
should
true.
just. But I'm okay. It taught me to be balanced. I'm
But you know
always
that's
thinking
that's
about.
actually not bad knowledge though. That's some good knowledge to have. I could
Yeah,
imagine
I
like the
always think
knowledge of
about like.
finance, investment.
Mhm,
You
yeah.
know,
So I'm always thinking about like transaction costs and opportunity costs,
yeah,
right? The two things.
that's just
If I chose to do this, this is what I don't get to do, right? So stuff like that.
mm, that's actually a good
What's up,
thing. That's
chat?
actually a good thing. There's certain things that now you look at things from a different lens. Definitely help you from
Yeah,
a business perspective as an artist.
mm,
I would imagine.
maybe. Yeah, I don't think you learn anything in economics. It's just all theories.
It's like I don't
That's why
know.
everybody gets MBAs
I mean,
afterwards.
yeah. So like, I mean, doctors say they practice medicine, so they still practice even when they're doctors. That's why they call it a
Practice.
practice.
Yeah,
Like when
yeah,
do
yeah.
when do you go from practice to actually work in medicine? Like when does that happen? They're like never.
When I start killing patients. Yeah.
Yeah, they're like never. That will never happen. Oh man. Okay, we're live. Hey everybody, welcome my friends, my family, my fellow gamers. You only friend these YouTube streets, Porter Rock 77. We are live with an impromptu 60 frames don't lag podcast. I think the rest of the crew should be joining us, give or take. I hope they didn't get confused with the time, because what you would call it? Because normally, the podcast is at 8:30 on Tuesdays, but the
Hmm.
Friday nights I do it at 7. Um, so I don't know. So let me send out the Thundercat signal once again to get everybody.
You're like,
Uh,
yeah. Hey,
let me see.
jerkwads, we're live.
They're like Thundercats. Oh,
Like sound the
let's do
alarm and
that.
wake everybody up from their bunk.
Yeah, do that here.
What's up, chat? How's it going? What's up, ASPR? What's up, Angel Courage? What's up, Holiday Style? What's up, Tricky Online Love? Jesus, I like that name. What's up, Nathan the Alien? What's up, Hero Down Under? What are
Oh
we gonna
man.
do about this video game thing, huh,
Well,
guys?
I think
It's
that
like video game
I think
apocalypse these
I
days.
do feel like we're on the Titanic and there's no lifeboats. Like we just
It's
like
sinking.
it's just like
Oh man.
if you
Yeah,
die, you die. Like I'm like,
yeah,
man, like this is
yeah,
just like a reek of just bad news. I it's just I don't know. It's interesting.
yeah.
It's interesting. Like it's just funny because like whatever. I mean, we'll get into it, but whatever Sony has planning, they implemented it quick because apparently the facility that does this,
Hmm.
they're already like doing whatever conversion for micro lenses or
Yeah,
something.
yeah,
So I don't even know what the
yeah.
micro lenses are for, but I guess they feel more they're gonna make more money with micro lenses than with physical. I mean, there's just a lot of
Mm,
weird things, man. There's just a
mm,
lot of like you know like a combination of stuff.
yeah.
It's like individually it doesn't sound so bad, but when you put it all together, you're like, wait a minute, like I think of it as like what's gonna happen next gen. I'm thinking like 2-3 years out because
Hmm.
this gen is
Hmm.
fine. The current gen is fine
Yeah.
only because things are already established. PlayStation's already at
Hmm.
90 million. Developers, or a lot of projects have already been greenlit, so games are being made this year. Tons of games are being released. September is stacked. 2027 games will be coming, so that's already stacked. You understand? So the stuff that's already in play is already in play. You know, 90 plus million consoles. All these developers have their games ready, so everything's in play. So a lot of the bad news ain't gonna impact the now because, to be honest, it doesn't. Some of the bad news don't impact most of us. For example, the price of
Hmm.
consoles doesn't impact us because we
Right.
already bought our consoles.
Hmm.
We bought it
Right.
before the price hikes, right? So 90 plus million people already have their consoles. This impacts like the remaining 20 million that hasn't gotten it yet, right? And usually those are like the
Hmm.
casuals, like the guys who wait last minute. They
Yeah.
usually wait for
They're
consoles
hoping
to
the
be
price
dirt
will
cheap.
drop, but
They
yeah.
got screwed, right? So
Hmm.
price hike doesn't impact most of us because we already bought our consoles, right, and stuff like that. Um, a good portion of the gaming community is digital. The purists for physical, they're the ones that's most impacted by this news. I'm partially impacted because I do buy physical when it's a better deal. Like the games I buy day one, I get it digital.
Hmm.
You know,
Hmm.
the
Yeah.
exception is gonna be Halo. Halo, I'm gonna buy physical because I want to do my
Okay.
video, right? But most
Yeah.
games I buy,
Yeah.
yeah,
Especially that logo.
yeah, and I gotta practice that video, but to be honest, I don't even know if that video's even worth it now. The way shit is
Mm.
going, But anyway, um, so physical, I bought it, when the deals come. I actually bought a lot more physical during the PS4 gen than I did this gen, because I don't know if you
Hmm.
remember, but you remember when Amazon had that period where every new game was like 10% cheaper for Prime members?
Yeah, yeah,
It
yeah.
was like
They were offering
every
discounts
game,
for Prime
yeah,
members.
discount.
Right.
The
Yeah.
day one games, they were like
Hmm.
$51. So while they
Hmm.
were having that deal, whatever, and it lasted like a good 2 years. They were doing it for a while. Every game that came out, I bought it physical because it was $51. Why would I pay an extra $10, $11 for the digital version? So I did all that. But then once they stopped it, then I went back to just buying digital because then at that point, what's the difference, right? But Amazon had that deal for a
Hmm.
while, and I was just buying it. Um, I'll give another example. This, there was a couple of games, but this I see PS5. This was physical.
Yeah.
I bought this physical. I still haven't played it yet. Would you believe that? But I bought this physical.
That's
Well, I
okay.
bought
I
this
have games like
physical,
that.
right? At launch.
Hmm.
This was one of the launch titles. The reason why I bought this physical because Target had a deal: buy two get one free. So I bought two physical games. I bought this. I think I
Hmm.
bought what was that? Temu version of 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 Anthem.
Uh.
What was it called?
Uh.
God hand,
Outriders.
God hand,
Oh, God Hand. Oh, that's
Godfall.
Godfall. Oh, the
Yeah,
from. Oh, it's
God.
actually from the Borderlands. The people that
Yeah,
made Borderlands, right?
yeah,
So
but it was.
that's
I
like,
call
what
it
the
the
hell?
Temu
What
version
happened?
of Anthem. I call it
Yeah.
Temu Anthem.
Okay.
Yeah, because they had no online to
Mm.
like community, whatever. It was really poorly
Mm.
implemented. I bought that. I bought this, and there was one more game, but it was buy two get one free. So I actually the
Yeah.
first couple of games I bought on my PS5 were physical, right? So I always take
Mm.
advantage of that, right? This one was the biggest. So this I bought for $8 at
Oh.
Best Buy, and
Okay.
then you get the free
Mm. Yeah.
PS5 upgrade. But you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
I got this for
You know, I
eight
beat you.
bucks.
I bought it for like 4.95. I
You are the
bought Best Buy.
man. That's 50% off too. That's you are
Yeah.
the man. You see what I'm saying? This is ridiculous. See,
Yeah.
so like I'm a supporter of physical because it's a great option.
Hmm.
Believe it or not, sometimes you get deals that you will never see on a
Hmm.
PSN store. Like
Right.
this
Right.
this will never be $4 to $8
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
PSN. You're just not gonna get that,
Right. Yeah.
or the two for
Yeah.
one deal like Target and stuff like that. Okay. I think they gave it away for PS Plus or it's on Extra, whatever. But
Yeah.
so I always took advantage of that. And then there's also like the rental services like GameFly. I haven't done GameFly in a while, but I used to do GameFly a lot too. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Especially when I was
Hmm.
just banging out games like all day, like just putting in like 9 hours a day in games. GameFly came in the clutch.
Damn.
So there was
Yeah.
like I was younger, whatever. But there was a lot of
Mm.
advantages with the disc. So I always thought like this was just like it's a great balance. You have your digital, you have your disc, no problem, right?
Yeah.
And then Sony dropped the bomb on us. And I'll just put a little recap. Let me just where we go? Where we at? I'll just put it here. It's on the screen. So this is from their blog. PlayStation blog, physical disc production ending in January 2028 for new games releasing on PlayStation consoles. In response to shifting trends and consumer preference, new games will be released on PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital formats only. Now that's that. I thought they stopped providing codes at retailers though. Didn't they stop that?
So the GameStop near me just closed, which is kind of sad.
No.
You know, I thought they lasted longer a lot than they should have. So, because people really don't go in there. But when
Yeah.
I walked in there, I was able to buy like codes for like say PS Plus or like or Fortnite, like you can stuff like that, but maybe not game
Games.
codes.
Yeah,
I
not
don't know
game
if you
codes.
could do
Yeah,
game
game
codes.
codes.
Yeah,
Like, yeah.
yeah.
So
So
like, I thought they stopped the actual game codes. Like, the only thing you could
mhm,
buy is like DLC for Fortnite or Roblox or
yeah,
PSN money, PSN cash cards or whatever. But actual
mhm,
games, I haven't seen an actual digital game like in a card for a long time. Um, but yeah, that's what they're saying. Okay. So to go in, it says this is from Sid Schumann, Senior Director of Sony Interactive Entertainment Content Communications. As consumer preferences and the broader entertainment industry continue to shift away from physical discs to digital, physical game disc production for all new games releasing on PlayStation consoles will be discontinued starting January 2028. Following this date, new games will be available on PlayStation Store and at retailers in digital formats only. This transition has no impact on games that already released or will be releasing prior to January 2028 in this format. This is a natural direction for Sony Interactive Entertainment to adapt to consumer trends as the general preference for digital media significantly outpaces physical disc. This transition will enable us to align more closely with how most of our community prefers to access and play games today. We will continue to workplace prefer to purchase new games, whether that's experience to our fans, so we thank you for your continued support. Um, so that's their statement. I think um, just me personally, reading that statement, I think some of their verbiage is
mhm,
bullshit. Right? This me.
mhm,
All right. Let me just cherry pick some stuff out. All right. This is a natural direction for Sony Interactive Entertainment to adapt to consumer trends as the general preference for digital media significantly outpaces physical disc. This transition will enable us to align more closely how most of our community prefers to access and play games. So I think that's bullshit word speak because the current system we have now doesn't impact the digital gamers.
mhm,
Like digital gamers are fine, right? It's not like removing physical disc will enhance the digital experience for digital games. It's not
mhm,
gonna do nothing. Like you're not doing this. This move doesn't do anything for physical gamers. You know what I'm saying? It does nothing. What it does
mhm,
is for the people who, whether they're fully committed to physical or they partake in physical every now and then, they're the ones that's being impacted. So I don't see anything about, oh, we're adapting to how consumers prefer. Like the consumers who prefer digital are fine. You don't need to do anything, right? I know some people are saying, well, if you look at the data, 85%, of game purchases have been physical. I mean digital, and only 15% have been, physical. Okay, 85 digital, 15 thing. But then I'm thinking, okay, if that was truly the raw answer, which at hindsight, or if you look at it up front, it makes sense, right? It makes sense. I can
mhm.
understand that, right? But then how come the movie and music industry didn't shift? Because their digital market share has been completely absorbed by digital. So currently, movie distribution for movies is 98.6% compared to physical. 98.6%. There's only 1.4% of physical people who buy movies in physical. And music is just that high. I think music's at, like 97.6, right? But they haven't. I mean, they still make cassettes. I just found out. Yes,
Really?
cassettes. Like Bad Bunny, like somebody put like,
Uh-huh.
don't let these guys fool you. Bad Bunny still released
Uh-huh.
his album on cassette. His new like his late the one he came out in last January. I'm like in January. I'm like
Mhm,
DTMF. I'm like DTMF is on cassette. I'm like yeah.
mhm,
And then I looked it up. Yeah, he has it on cassette and record. And that album
mhm,
came out in January. I'm like they still make music on regular like Sony Walkman type cassettes. And like yes. You can
my
still
goodness.
get music on cassettes, brand new music. You get brand
Mhm,
new music on records, right? And I'm thinking, okay, like something's confusing here, right?
yeah.
Movies and music, digital distribution. And in fact, if you look at movies and music, they actually easily adopted something that we still don't accept in gaming, and that's streaming. We don't accept game
Mhm,
streaming at all.
mhm,
It's not a common thing,
mhm,
but everyone has in movie music. Netflix is streaming. When you think about Netflix, Apple, Spotify, that's all streaming your content. Now, granted, you have the options on certain devices to download and play it off your device, right? Especially if you're like a premium member on Spotify, you could download your music so you can have it on your phone, whatever. But for the most part, people stream music, they stream movies, they stream TV shows. There's not an issue. In gaming, streaming is still an issue. Most people don't want to do that. So music and movies adopted something that gaming hasn't even done yet. So there's a
Do you
bigger,
think?
I'm saying there's a bigger concentration of or low. There's a bigger percentage of people who went digital with movies and music by far, and yet they are still physical.
Yeah.
They still provide the option, and they don't see it as a issue. You know, especially cassettes. That our CDs all right,
Yeah.
but cassettes.
Like, who's making? What happens when the player breaks? This is what I want to know. Who's making
They still sell cassette players, brand new.
Radio
I think
Shack?
Entity. What made me look at it is Entity. Entity's Twitter, right? He was talking to somebody, and somebody brought up a joke of cassette, and Entity posted a brand new cassette player that you could play, and that's what made me look into like, wait a minute. You could buy a brand new cassette player for what? So that made me so blame Entity for making me go down this rabbit hole. And then I found out you can get new music on cassette. Blew my mind. I don't know who's buying it.
In third world countries, that'd be like a big thing, especially like we can't get
It's true.
digital media over there.
I guess maybe, but like somebody's buying it. And here's the thing:
They still sell record players too,
Yeah.
new ones for people who have records. Yeah.
Vinyl sound, because people enjoy the purity of the analog experience. From
Yeah, and the mixers, like to mix properly on a DJ, the vinyl does it better than the mixers do. I mean, the mixers obviously do, but it's different. Yeah. Sound.
You know, and the main thing is like I had no idea cassette exists anymore. But you know what? That's okay.
Yeah,
I don't have to.
that
I don't.
surprised me.
That's. I think that was one of my main arguments on Twitter. Like, why are people who went all digital arguing? Like, why are you guys involved in this? Like, don't fight back against the physical kid. Leave them alone. Just move on. Like, you don't have to put in your 2 cents. You went all digital. If you want to make a comment, say, hey, this is gonna impact me. It sucks for you guys, but oh well. And then that's it. But these guys are like arguing against the people who are trying to at least. I mean, I think it's going to fail. I don't think there's anything you could do. I mean, there's really nothing you can be done. But like me, I had no idea cassette's a thing. But guess what? That's okay. If somebody out there listening to cassette, I'm not going to be like, oh, why are you on still cassette? You could get 10,000 songs. No, enjoy your cassette. Maybe it's the sound, like you said, the analog sound, the purity. There's something that people might just enjoy listening to a cassette rather than, you know, and stuff, you know. One guy, you know, because I seen a conversation on cassettes and records. Why would people listen to music on cassettes and record? And somebody mentioned it's because because cassettes and records allow you to actually enjoy the album. He says today's music, because you have access to 10,000 songs. When a new album comes out, you listen to one song and then you just want to skip it, and now you listen to other shit. Like, you don't get to enjoy what the artist presented. And some people are like music purists. So they want to listen. So buying a cassette, you listen to that album fully, every song, in the order that the artist presented it. Those are music aficionados, right? I guess, right? They appreciate the art, right? So when I look at that, I'm thinking this is more than just, because majority buy digital. Because then that would have happened on music and movies. I think it has to do with that plant conversion. Whatever Sony has plans, they saw if we convert this plant, we'll make more money doing this. Micro lenses, and some people saying the micro lenses are for AI. I don't know. I didn't check into why they're looking at micro lenses, but I think that's the main thing. I think it's the plant was perfect to be converted into a micro lens production facility, and that will net them so much more money than keeping as a physical production facility for disc. Because apparently that's the only plant that produces the discs. It's in Austria. I thought it was Australia. I was going to talk shit to Extreme and Valkyrie. I'm like, yo, you guys can't get nothing right. You suck at breakdancing. You can't beat American soccer. Now you can't do physical disc? but it was Austria. So
Look, if it was in
I'll leave you guys
Australia, I
alone.
would be staging people to go boycott and like stand in front of it and make them do it. Okay, if it
Oh
was in
man,
Australia,
I was gonna
but it's
start.
not.
You, you,
I know. But I
you
was gonna
bring your
start
army
talking
of
shit.
kangaroos and magpies.
Send in the magpies. Just flood that thing, you know. But especially, it's one facility. It's in Austria. That prints all the disc for the game. So this is it, and this is the only facility, right? Because I guess you don't need multiple facilities just for this. But the plant was primarily a disc producing plant, and they're repurposing it for micro lenses. At least they didn't fire the people. They're training the people into this new production, and I think that's the main reason. I think all this stuff about customer demand, 85%, I think is bullshit. Because then why doesn't it apply to movie and music, which is much worse? They're at 98%. You know, physical adoption or adoption pie paying whatever is like at 1 to 2%. So, but yet still making cassettes. That's like 0.2%, whatever. You know, being
Gotta
that
be.
low. You know, I don't think it has to do with the 85, and 15% is still a lot.
Yeah, it's still millions.
That's
and
not
millions of
no
dollars. Like, what you talking about?
15% in a multi-billion-dollar business. That's still a lot. That's
Yeah.
some, you know, 50% sales. You just cut 15% of your sales. You know, that's a lot.
Yeah.
You know,
Hey, but did you see what happened after they shut it down? You see what happened?
What?
The stock price went up.
because yeah, the
Price
stock
went up.
because
they
I
already know what's about to happen.
Yeah.
Now you control the distribution 100%. There's
Yeah.
nothing you can do. Like at least when it comes to physical games, you kind of got like an out a little bit. Like people can give them to family. You can resell them or whatever. But now, like I mean, they in full control.
Yeah.
Full control of the market. You only got one storefront. Like
But
you only got one place to go.
But I think it's because of the repurposing. I think that's what the stockholders are excited about. Whatever, I have to look up what the micro lenses do, and maybe the chat, somebody could, hey, chat, if you already know, but they repurposed the factory for micro lenses. Some people are saying it has to deal with AI, and you know that gives, you know, when a shareholder hears AI, they get a hard on. For no reason. For no reason.
Absolutely.
They just get hard on. They get rock solid. They get rock hard for fucking AI. So that's probably why the stock went up. Because they think, we're doing whatever production they're doing, and that's it. They're happy. I think that's what's going on.
My understanding is it is possibly to do with AI. It hasn't been 100% confirmed, but that factory can make lenses. Now, if you think about AI server farms, you can have copper wires, but those are too slow compared to lasers,
Optical,
right?
yeah, optical.
And optical, yeah.
So yeah. So I think that's really what this is about. All this, I think right now, you know, obviously online, on Twitter, conversation, but as I stepped away from Twitter and I'm thinking, all right, let me just look at stuff for the podcast. I think this really ain't really about 85%, 15% at all. Because then if that was the case, movies and music would have been trashed physical a long time ago, and they didn't. I think what's really happening is, and you saw how fast, I think the news already came out that they repurposed, it's already happening. They already shut down
They already
production.
knew what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Probably. I mean, just the backlash is insane, though. Like, I mean, I've seen so many. Like, I don't think I've seen this many videos for something to happen like this in a long time. I mean, this thing everywhere. Like, wow. I mean, just the backlash from it is kind of extreme.
Yeah. So
it's real big.
So I think So, but when you think about it, people are like, ain't that many people. Yeah, it is, because 15% is nothing to sneeze at.
Yeah.
When you sell hundreds of millions of games. So there's a lot of people still buying physical, and that's just the people buying new games. Never mind the secondhand market that exists. The people who buy used games, the people who trade or buy games off of Facebook Marketplace. We're not even including them. You know, Sony's just saying their portion, which is 15%. So you got that large community, that decent sized community, and then the secondhand market. Now, granted, Sony or no publisher really cares about the secondhand market because they don't get nothing out of it. But that market is pretty decent sized too. So it's across the board on the community. So yeah, you're gonna get a huge backlash. It's a decent amount of people.
I'm seeing companies who not even in gaming talking about that. I seen Domino's, man. Like,
Right.
Domino's made something about it, talking about, we going all digital.
We're going to digital with their pizza. I saw that.
It's crazy, man. Like, the backlash they got so fast, it's just like kind of insane, bro.
Yeah, but I don't think Sony could do anything because I think it's not like Sony could reverse course. It's too late for that now. They already repurposed it. They're going for bigger money and stuff like that. But let me just get your guys' opinions. We'll start. Henry, you came in here. Give me your thoughts about this.
Well, like if let's go all the way back here. Like my what if, like, and I haven't given this too much thought, but in regards to the movies and the TV shows that are more still attached to physical medium, I was wondering why maybe there's not a good, like, name brand device that stores digital media on it for your TV, like the way we need a video game console to play video games, right? So could that be hindering, or is it because the Blu-ray devices that you bought like 10 years ago still works, so people just simply aren't adopting, and whatever they don't like, they'll just watch it on Netflix, right? So that's one thought, right? So I'm not overly broken up about this digital conversion, although I do understand how big of a shift this is pushing the industry because Sony is the biggest player, right? So and for me, like I think we were saying earlier that some stuff that we want to play day one, we get them like digitally because it's right there, right? So I didn't do it in the PS4 days because PS4 is downloads or updates or like molasses with their whatever bottleneck that they have in that console. But now it's fast, right? And I don't have to go to GameStop at 9 o'clock to check in and then wait 3 more hours to pick it up at midnight, right? And then wait in line with a bunch of other people I don't really care about, right? So or whatever, right? So but those midnight launches are very cool, right? So but as the older I get, I don't really want to do that anymore.
I remember the Call of Duty launches and stuff.
I think the last time I did a midnight launch that was for Borderlands 2, so that's like 14 years ago, I think. So, yeah, but no, I did it for Destiny 1 and 2. My bad. Yeah, so I bought those physical.
Oh, really?
So,
okay.
Yeah, I do buy most of my games physical actually because I don't mind waiting because I know that I can't. I'm not the type that go, okay, I'm going to take the day off because it's launch day for the game I've been eagerly waiting for. So I don't do that. But the advantage of, besides being instantaneous gratification in regards to getting the digital games sooner and faster, I also could, my nephews, like overseas on the PlayStation, they could play the games I downloaded. So they don't have to wait till I go back to hand them the disc. And then I don't have to hand them the disc and not having the game myself. Yeah. So, but yes, but it sucks to not have something you can hold in your hands. But I also thought, if and all one day Sony goes out of business or a meteor hits Earth, whatever, right? So, and I don't think video game. I think the physical media, won't be concerned when the world is ending either, right? So, like, never mind that they're being melted, or never mind that if we live in a world like The Last of Us, zombie apocalypse, or whatever, I think electricity would be an issue. So, never mind they're playing video games. So, if it does come down to that day, if that's obviously a very, very extreme case, then physical, digital, it doesn't matter, right? So, because the world is ending, I understand their outrage though. I know I feel like I just take it. I take what life throws at me, and I told this to Doughboy yesterday. I think I take what life is thrown at me too easily, and I think M is the person that has a lot of passion. He basically makes sure he doesn't go down without a battle cry, right? So, yeah.
Okay.
So that's my take.
All right. Okay. All right. Interesting. All right. Hey, Entity. Okay. I know you were online, not happy. See, this is where the war of the machines happen. Y'all keep pissing off AI. Don't be mad when they come lash out at us. This is how it starts. Y'all keep fucking with AI. Keep fucking with them. See what happens.
And we can talk about the death of physical. We can talk about like a generation here, a generation gone. But I guess the way I wanna talk about it is that for this generation, Sony or PlayStation has been terrible at reading its market, right? Like they made Concord, they invested in Fair Games, Marathon. They could have done some things better, but for some reason during the PlayStation 4 generation, they were very good at reading their customers and understanding what their customers need and want. This generation, they are making some critical mistakes, and this is one of them, right? And I do think they knew that there is gonna be a backlash because they've just done it, 1 week before Xbox Armageddon. But still, the backlash is so major and so furious because it mismet they are misreading the market based on spreadsheets. And I hate people who make decisions just based on spreadsheet numbers, right? They're quoting, oh, the majority of it is now digital people. Well, actually, if you really look into it, the majority is digital, but the majority used to be physical, right? You and I, we used to buy physical, so we have kind of a little bit of nostalgia about it. So at the end of the day, it's a bad decision. It's too soon. I think it's generation or two too soon. If they probably made this announcement in 10 years, I think they're not going to be even getting a backlash anymore because the next generation who has been raised on digital games would have come out and said, okay, it was expected. You've seen it's reported on CNN, it's reported on ABC, it's reported on Australian media, it's reported on Jeremy Johns, who's a movie critic, right? Even movie critics and influencers are talking about it. So it's just another line of Sony's bad reading of its customers this generation. Hence the reason I'm not very, very happy about it. And the reason I'm not really happy about it is that if you're making these critical mistakes, we need to let you know as soon as possible because you need to fix it. Because if you do not fix it, you're gonna keep fucking up. So there it is.
Okay. All right. Good point. All right. Hey, Dobo, what you think about this?
Yeah, man. I mean, it's pretty bad, man. Honestly, I just feel like with all the, especially just from all the backlash and all the everything that I've seen. I mean, I watched a lot of videos. I watched MBG. I mean, it's amazing how far spread this is going, especially for something that's only like you say, what, 15%. But it just goes to show that this is a way bigger issue than just 15% of game sales market. Like this got a lot to do with ownership. A lot of people feel like they being thrown out of owning what they buy. That old adage, you will own nothing and be happy. A lot of people throwing that around with this whole situation. And it kind of feels like that. I mean, it do kind of feel like I don't know, like it got the whole market, not market, but it got the whole game industry down a little bit. And I kind of feel like, I will say this though, I'm really proud of the pushback that a lot of people are giving. I mean, I've seen people say that they canceling their PlayStation Plus. I seen one dude destroy his PlayStation, which I think is kind of stupid, but because they already got your money on that one. So
Yeah.
that wasn't smart, but you know what I mean. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of people are outraged behind this, and I can see why. Because I mean, I don't want to bring it, I don't want to bring it to a PC debate or whatever like that. But I mean, I can say this honestly, it do feel like, when it comes to PC, at least you can say you have multiple storefronts on that platform that you can kind of mitigate the overcharging somewhat. 'Cause I know P Rock, I seen the post that you made that God of War Ragnarok was like $70 on the PlayStation digital store, but it was like $25 on Amazon.
Yeah.
Like that's what physical allows you to have when you have like another option. Like if you only locked into one option, then it's like what can you do? Like you can't do nothing. Like I mean, they got you by the balls basically. You know what I mean? And like it really just got me thinking about all the way down. Because, like I say, like I mean, I enjoy physical because, like I say, I mean, I do buy some games, but sometimes I do like to do a little game fly here and there to rent a game that I may not want to buy. Like if I know it's something I'm gonna beat fairly quickly, I could just get the disc, play it, send it back, and it won't be a big hamper on the pocket. But now it's like if it's all digital, what can you do? Like you gotta buy it or whatever. And I know a lot of people will do that, and I respect that. I respect you doing it. It's your money. You spend it the way you want to. But I don't know. It just feel like I always say more options are always a good thing. Like less options ain't better. You know what I mean? Having more options is good. That's why having competition in the market is good. I mean, Xbox dying or whatever, we all can see it. But a healthy Xbox would be good to go against Nintendo and Sony. We want all these corporations fighting for our dollar, and putting up a good fight for our dollar, making us make wise decisions with our money or whatever. But I don't know. I just feel like I'm not happy about it, honestly. I mean, obviously the market not happy about it. Well, I guess the stock market is happy about it, but I mean the gaming market in general, I see a lot of people just real down about it. And I mean, like I say, I knew this was coming. I said like 10 years ago, I was like, it's going to be one day like physical discs is going to be gone. But then I said to myself, well, maybe when physical discs are gone, these games will be cheaper. I mean, I'll be goddamn. It seems like the games ain't getting no cheaper. We still paying
Mm.
80, 90, $100 for the damn game. We don't get nothing for it. I mean, at least if you do pay physical, you get something tangible in your hands, and like if PlayStation kick you off the platform because you said something bad online or whatever, and I mean, basically, what can you do? Like they own everything, and you can't do nothing about it. So I don't know, man. It's just it's a lot to break down and look into. It's a lot deeper than just 15% or just digital. I mean, just digital versus physical. But I mean, I don't know, man. It's just I don't know. It's put a whole damper on everything. Like I'm looking at it now, like damn, do I really want to go with a PS6 if it's gonna be all digital and whatnot? And I don't know. But yeah,
Your
man.
answer is yes, you do.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know because
Yes.
I mean, maybe not. I mean, like I said, I got a PS4, PS5, PS3 in my face right now over here, and I'm like, I mean, it just I don't know. It's just bad. I just look at it like this, like Sony just I don't know. Sony just put a big damper on the market right now. And it's like, why at this point when everything going so good, y'all was like top dog, and now it's just like y'all got people looking bad at you. So I don't know.
It's just a whole lot of combination of just, and like Sony's lucky they're doing all this shit like when PlayStation 5 gen is already a success in terms of 90 plus million consoles out there. They're profitable and all that stuff. But like, what does this do for the PlayStation 6 when it launches? They're taking away a lot of things that makes PlayStation 6 less attractive with every passing day. Cost and console price. Who knows if they do another PSN price increase? Now they taking away physical media. So some people that felt that was a good differentiating factor between PC and console was the ability to get games on a physical disc. That's gone. I mean, even the price technically is getting ridiculous, right? $1,000 consoles. So now like you're
Yeah.
in the $1,000 territory for hardware. Like and I'll be honest, there's going to be a tipping point for subscriptions, right? Online subscriptions, because some people are going to be like, online gameplay is free on PC. So at a certain point, I mean, it already started. People are already saying, X amount of years of, gaming online on a console. You add that plus the console price increase, you could get a better performing PC if you factor in all those factors, right? Depending how Sony handles the new, I ain't gonna say new, but PlayStation Store being the only way to get games now. There's no other way to get games in anywhere. It's just the store itself. How often do they approve price drops? How often do they do sales? Especially they also do targeted sales now. So not every customer is gonna get the same deals. Some people will get better deals than others. Depending on how all that dynamic. And while individually it doesn't seem a lot, but when you combine it all, it may not make the PlayStation 6 look attractive. A higher costing console, increases in playing online. And now the only way you could get a game is through one digital store with no competitor, to keep the prices of the product in check. You know, all those things, over time could be like, yeah, this may not be the best place to play or the most cost effective way to play when you have
Mhm.
so many disadvantages. Really, when you think about it, the two main advantages, I think the advantages left for PlayStation is exclusives. Really,
Yeah, that's what
exclusives.
yeah.
Really, because the
Yeah.
cost, the bang for the buck, little by little, that's being chipped away, right? Um, it's being chipped away bit by bit because these consoles are getting aggressively more expensive, right? And if they keep increasing the price of the online, so that whole cost benefit is getting chipped away. You don't have the physical thing
Mm-hmm.
anymore, so that's gone. So
And as
really,
far as
what you
exclusives
have
go, I
is
mean, it's just
exclusives,
taking.
right?
It's
That's
taking
all you
so
got.
long for us to get exclusives. Like, what we
Yeah.
getting? Like two,
And
three
that's
exclusives
another
per.
thing, right?
Like, it's taking so long.
Yeah, the one thing you do have, you don't do enough of it. I mean, technically
Mm-hmm.
speaking, you know, PlayStation has 2 exclusives this year, and one of them most people didn't care for. Most people didn't care about Sorrows. That
Yeah.
didn't mean nothing. So really, the only exclusive for 2026 that's impactful for PlayStation is Wolverine.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. You know, one title, one exclusive for the whole year. That's impactful and has that. Most will be like, yes, this is the big game for PlayStation. Sorrows, I enjoy Sorrows. I enjoyed it very much, but that's not a game. Housemarque is not a. They don't make games where people can be like, oh, I gotta get a PlayStation. They don't make those type of games,
Mm-hmm.
right? Next year, hopefully, we get God of War, Lawfy, and Intergalactic, and that's 2 right there.
Yeah.
You know, you see what I'm saying? But for some people, as you do bad in other areas, the good areas may not seem as good as anymore. When the
Mhm.
console prices was like $400, PSN was at a certain price, blah blah blah. Exclusives like, oh, this is great, this is great. But now you start
Yeah.
increasing the price of the console. You start increasing the price of the subscription services. You start increasing the price of the peripherals, right? And then you take away physical, and then you'll be like, is 1 or 2 games really worth it at this point? Like, does the exclusive still hold power? We'll
I'm in that
see.
boat. Yep.
Let me go over to Brain if he's on the mic. You on the mic, Brain?
Hey,
Oh,
hey,
yeah, he
my,
is.
my fault, guys. Hey,
Oh, no
can
problem.
can you hey, can you guys come back to me?
All right. Okay, my
All
man,
right.
my man handling business. He's doing something. He handling business in his household. All right, Valkyrie. We'll push it over to you. Again, I was gonna blame this on you and them because I thought the plant was in Australia,
Why?
but I was gonna. Oh man, I was gonna have a field day, but it was Austria.
Oh, I mean, we are building more data centers here, and no one likes it. So let's not go down that
It's just,
track.
of course.
um, I don't know. To me, I think you should always give the option. So they should have kept physical. Maybe if you want to increase the price, people will still buy it, right? It's the same now. I'd rather have my CDs and play my CDs, my MDs on my MD player, but I'll stream because it's convenient. And it's the same as what Henry said, right? If I want my game straight away or earlier, yeah, digital is good. And plus, I'm on a PC, so I have no choice. Everything is digital. Literally
Yeah.
zero choice whatsoever. But with my Nintendo Switch, I prefer it on the card. If I have a card option, yes, I still know I have to download it, but I still have it. It's just that's just a preference, and that's how I want it. I have DVDs that I still want to play and still want to watch those movies. And to what you said about streaming services is, yes, I love the streaming services, but do you know how many old TV shows and movies you can't find on any streaming service, even if you wanted to pay for it? So, and I still have some of those old DVDs, thank God, so I can watch them. But you will lose that because they don't retain it, even though they probably could. Um,
Mhm.
Honestly, they're going to do what they want, and it comes down to, like Entity said, it's a money thing. It's what they want to use the factory for, um, and they aren't reading the market. You're right, but I don't know that they care anymore. Companies have gotten to a point in this area where I don't think they actually care. They just make whatever choices they want. based on money, and then they go, oh shit, we're still losing money because look at Xbox. Every choice that they've made has probably been to make money, but they've still fucked that up. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think like I said before, I think it has to deal with repurposing that plant. I don't think it's so much the data. I think they're using the data because the reality is the truth doesn't sound good. You know, going out of the community, like, hey guys, we're shutting down the physical plant because we want to repurpose it and we're gonna make more money making micro lenses than making physical games. That is really bad. But they try to use data to soften the blow, like, hey, you guys, is you made this choice, so we're just doing what you guys want. Like, you know, I mean, 85%, you know, digital, I get it, but 15% is still a decent number. Now, that 15% may not be as good as what the production facility is going to do now that it's producing or is going to start producing micro lenses. That might be much bigger business. To be honest, I'd rather have Sony say that. As much as it sounds stupid, that makes more sense because it's real. You know, the whole 85, 15%, it sounds all right. It sounds like a good reason. But when you look at, like I said before earlier in the podcast, when you compare that to music and movies, they're at like 97, 98% digital adoption, and they still make physical. So I'm like, if movies and music can do it at 98%, why can't you do it at 85? You know, I would have Sony just be like, listen, we have one production facility and we're converting that to do micro lenses. This is a much bigger business opportunity for Sony as a whole than to continue with physical production. Physical production, while blah, 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 this will better align with our vision as a company. All right? Makes more money.
You know what
You're
they've
going to
also
make much more
forgotten is
billions doing physical than doing this micro lens than doing physical games. And this is the facility you can easily, instead of building a whole new facility, which will take 5 years, you could just repurpose this one, and within 6 months, you get your operation running. That's the truth. Guess what? I get it. You know, and in this case, the vision for the company comes before PlayStation, which at times that can happen, right? Sony's not going to lose out on immense billions for the sake of a few things within PlayStation. Something's got to go. I'd rather have them just say that, because then at that point, we wouldn't have this community argument. Now, you could still call Sony an asshole, call them greedy, but then I'd be like, hey, there's no fighting this. Sony's not going to miss out on God knows how much money they think they're going to make over this strategy versus keeping physical. All right? I guess. I don't know. Hey, Craig.
Hey.
What's going on?
Great show. Shout out to the panel.
Hey, you did not tell us to get ready for this. So I blame you. You never told us that physical was going away this fast, so we weren't able to get it ready.
No, I said 3 years ago. It was, I mean, for me, it went away when I went to Best Buy, and I was just telling, the Brain was just on my podcast. Shout out to him for coming up there. And J-Dub was on there. And I told them both. I said, when I went to Best Buy a few years ago to buy some movies on Black Friday, and they had no movies. And the guy was like, well, go to Target. I went to Target. They said, go to Myers. Went to Myers. They said, go to Walmart. I ended up at Walmart, and you know, they didn't hardly have anything either. And you know, I heard some young kid in there saying, yeah, physical media is pretty much over. So yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, they should have. But I'm not surprised they did it, because when you look at the data clearly tells them to do it, and I'm not surprised by the reaction. Like I said, it's just a bunch of people that weren't ready for the change. So, you know, I mean, I'm sorry that people are. I mean, I'm not here to say that people. Yeah, go ahead and be upset. Like my girlfriend was saying, she's a sociologist. She's like, yeah, people are going to be upset about it. But I remember going from albums to tapes, and tapes to CDs, and CDs to digital. So, you know, and the same thing happened. People got mad, you know, and then we had satellite radio just come out of nowhere. Forgot what it's called. Now you have everything. Spotify, iHeart, all that has put these radio businesses, you know, radio stations on the cusp of going out of business. So, and people, to me, people need to listen more and observe their surroundings more. And to me, it was right there in front of everybody. But for me personally, I pay a lot of attention to what's going on around me. But I'm older, and that's what we're going to do as we get older. Everything slows down. So But yeah, like I said, I'm sorry this is happening to people, but if you just look at the data, and obviously it was the right decision because Sony went up, their stocks went up, like 2 or 3% over the last 72 hours, and people are like, well, they need to say something, and it's like, well, say what exactly? What they've made their decision, and the people are they're socialized through social engineering to complain. And okay, complain. I mean, I'm not here to say don't. I'm not here to say not to complain, but it's just they're just going to do what they're doing. They've made their call. They've changed. If it's true, they changed what's going on in their chip factories or their pressing factories. If that is true, then it's not like they woke up and just did it. They're like, okay, we've been waiting to do this for a while. You've got a brand new team in leadership, and they're making their own mark. I think I heard somebody say something about Concord. It's like, well, Concord is already like 80% done when they finished when they bought them. So, but yeah, the game failed. I mean, still under. I understand what that person was saying, but yeah, just be a little more observant to what's going on around you, and it was predictable because I mean, it's just people. Everybody has Netflix, everybody has Hulu, everybody has Disney. I mean, I don't know anybody that doesn't. HBO Max, Peacock. They have all these streaming services, and myself included. I remember I just had Netflix. Now I've got like 5, 5 or 6. So so yeah, it's switched. And yeah, the picture isn't as good. I prefer physical, but I was literally thinking I bought Resident Evil. That was digital. I bought The Last of Us 1 and 2 digital, and I bought The Last of Us physical. But when I went to go get it, the store was closed. We got hit by a winter storm. And then 3 days later, they called and was like, well, we have it. I said, dude, I bought it digitally. So so yeah, it's there. And you have to remember articles from years ago, a decade ago, where these companies wanted to kill the secondary market. Like it was a big deal. It was like a real big deal because the secondary market will not, like GameStop, won't cut them in on any of those profits. So they killed them off. They Death Starred them. I'm like, well, that was a whole planetary explosion. It wasn't one battery like they used in Rogue One. It was like they used in Episode 4 on Alderaan. So yeah, I understand people, they can complain, but here's what I'll say: the performative reaction of some people, I think, has been entertaining. Now, maybe I'm just a sadist, but I've seen people destroying their PlayStations. They can do whatever they want to with them. They bought them, like you were saying here. But yeah, I'm more interested in 6 months from now when we have more information about the PlayStation 6 to see if the same people are not going to buy PS6, because your choice is simple. And I said this to somebody else who popped up on this podcast a few months ago. If it's hurting you that bad, get out, because everything was going to change. And, that's what you're seeing happen right now. So, yeah, I do feel bad for people. And I get it. People are upset, and go ahead and vent. I understand, because I had a bunch of CDs, and now everything's digital. And I still have CDs that I will listen to from time to time. So I understand. But I also understand that the social engineering, they're just going to complain. You're not going to put foot the ass. I mean, I guess all you can do is complain, and don't buy the PlayStation 6. I mean, that's what I would do if I was as upset as some of the people I've heard. Not everybody. I want to make this clear. The people that I've heard, the theatrics I've seen, I hope they're not. I assume they're not going to buy a PlayStation 6 based on what they're saying. Again, what they're saying. I don't want to. I personally, if I hear them saying, well, yeah, I'm going to buy a PS6, don't worry about the price. Don't worry about what it's capable of. You're not buying it, right? Because you're mad. You're upset. You have a right to be. You're a consumer. You're a customer. Nobody can tell you what to do with your money. I love it from a sense that I knew it was coming. I was Cycle Gamers here. I'm sure he saw it coming, because Cycle pays attention to what's going on around his surroundings too. So yeah. So it's if like, and J Dub, shout out to
So
J
here's
Dub.
my question.
I'm
I'm
sorry
sorry to cut you off because you're running in circles. You brought up movies and music, which I agree is dominating. In fact, movies and music is even further than gaming, because they accepted streaming. We haven't really accepted streaming as the norm. while movies and
Agreed.
music accepted streaming. Netflix is a streaming service. You know,
Yep.
HBO Max, Spotify,
Mhm.
you know, Apple Music. Those are streaming services. You're literally, you know, listening to music that's not on your physical device. Now you can, like I have the premium Spotify. I download music, you know, in case of, you know, cell phone service mess up. But for the most part, you don't have to download any music or have it on your phone. You know, so music and movies have fully adopted. The digital to physical ratio is even like smaller for movies and music. For movies, it's like 98%, 98.6% digital, only 1.4% physical, and music is like 97%. So they truly dominated the digital distribution, not just from how you purchase digital media, but even streaming. And I would even say more people stream music and movies than they download or buy digital. So I would even say like even ownership, the ownership of digital media is even like less, like or like more, everything is favored more into the streaming side for music. So they're even, I think they're like 10, 20 years ahead of gaming in terms of that, because most people don't even buy a digital album or buy a digital song anymore. They let the album drop on Spotify or Apple Music and they just listen to it. So like even that, so even just digital ownership, they're already beyond that, right? But despite all that, like to my surprise, you know, the guy, you know, Bad Bunny, you know, who did the Super Bowl, he released his album on cassette. And I was
old school.
surprised how many
Yeah.
artists still release cassettes.
Yeah,
I'm not
the
even
old
talking
school hip-hop
CD.
guy.
I'm talking cassette. Like a goddamn cassette. Like I
Yeah,
didn't
I mean,
realize when entity brought me down this rabbit hole. I didn't realize new music still gets released on cassette, let alone CDs.
Yeah.
Cassette.
A lot of old school, like KRS-One, when he was in that going back when that was beefing with Nelly. That's what KRS-One did. He didn't put nothing on the radio. He released a bunch of disc tapes on the street. He released them in St. Louis. That's where Nelly was from. And he tore Nelly a new one. Everybody's like, what happened to Nelly? I'm like, well, KRS-One happened. He got destroyed, you know. But I thought that was pretty cool that he did that.
Yeah,
I'm glad that he
So
kept
what
that
I'm saying is movies and music have no issues releasing physical media, even right down to the cassette, even DVDs.
That's
like I don't understand. And you're talking about an industry that's 98% digital, and most of those are not even ownership; it's streaming.
Can I answer that for you, Porter Rock?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's two different mediums, obviously, right? Like movies and music is passive. Games are interactive. And so if the infrastructure isn't there for us to stream games like that, then it's not going to be great. It's not going to be a good experience. And so that's the reason why that situation is the way that is. And when it comes to the ratio between,
so let me go with that. So I understand why, you know, streaming hasn't really caught up on gaming. I understand that. What I'm saying is people who listen to movie and music, they are further deep into the digital realm than we are. Most of these guys don't even care to buy music anymore. At least we still we talking our purchases. You know, most people are purchasing digital games. Movies and music people, they're so far into the digital spectrum, they don't even talk about buying stuff anymore. Like everything is just on the cloud, and they just access it, and they don't even care that it's even on their player or on their computer, or on their phone. You understand what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like the industry is like 20 years ahead of gaming in terms of digital adoption. Yeah. They are so deep into non-ownership, straight from the cloud, all digital, you know, accesses straight from the internet, on the spot. They are further ahead. So the industry, when it comes to movie and music, are so way ahead of gaming, but yet they still release physical, even though they're like 20 years ahead of us.
So that goes to my next point.
And that's why I'm like, why? Why
that
didn't
goes
they
to my next point.
What? Yeah. What's the next point?
The next point is, so Lionsgate, Paramount, and Marvel Studios, and whoever those studios are, they don't make hardware. PlayStation, Xbox, they make hardware. They have to go through the R&D of putting those things in the The consoles that we're getting, like all that stuff costs them money. And even though they're making $1 billion in revenue from disc, that doesn't account for everything that goes into the production of those games. And so where Paramount can you just give somebody a license, somebody whoever makes Blu-rays or whatever, Sony or whoever makes Blu-rays, they just give them a license. Hey, you can have my movie and you can do whatever you want to do with it. Just give me a certain amount of money back. Consoles can't do that. There's no infrastructure for that for consoles because they do all the work. So that's the reason why there's such a big difference in that. If that makes any sense to
Yeah,
you.
but how big is like printing disc is nothing. Like printing disc is not even it's
You say
pennies.
that. you say that,
It
but
is pennies.
when you're looking at a company again, let's say they make $1 billion off of it. That's revenue. That's not profit, right? So let's say they make $1 billion off because everybody I see people saying that they made $1 billion off selling them. Yeah, they made that in revenue, but when they're thinking about the whole thing, when they can just go fucking I'm sorry, I don't mean to cuss, but when they can just go digital and say, hey, instead of making $500,000 in profit, we can make $3 billion in profit by just going all digital. I think they're going to go for that, especially when it's such a low percentage of people that are buying physical. So would you rather make $5 million or potentially make $3 billion in profit?
No, but the thing is, I don't think printing disc. I think printing disc is even less than a penny.
You think?
Like
But
I'm gonna
again,
look it
you
up.
have to.
I'm gonna look it
Okay,
up
go
right
ahead.
now. How much does printing
Yep.
disc cost for gaming?
Correct. The printing process and the manufacturing process of it's cheap. The logistics is the one thing that is, currently increasing a lot and starting to eat into the profit of selling specifically not digital, physical media, right? It just takes a lot of money to take a box of, I don't know, Blu-rays or games or CDs from one place to another. The costs have increased exponentially for the past 6 years. Um, yeah. So, but you can have a look at, how much, not just to manufacture, but the whole cost of, from plant to the store and how much it costs, and then you'll understand, hey, actually the manufacturing cost a bit it's less, but the logistics is very high.
Well, how much does it cost to print a cassette?
I have no idea.
That's what I'm saying. If
That's the
it's
thing,
so,
but
I'm saying
but
so.
it's
So
not.
if a disc is
Right, right,
if a
right.
disc is a pain in the ass now, then how much is a cassette or a vinyl record?
It's probably crazy, but it's not Paramount that's paying for it. It's not whatever movie studio you're thinking of. That's not them paying for it. It's a certain third party manufacturer who feels like it's profitable for me to print these out, pay Marvel Studios, and get profit from the consumer.
Well, for 1.8% of the consumer, in my opinion, it has nothing to do with the 85%, 15%. It's what it's to me because obviously we get our information and everybody just shotgun blast the digital sales to whatever. I think it's just really whatever new venture Sony's doing with this facility because it was only one facility that was printing discs, which was in Austria.
They only had one.
They only had one. That's it. This was the only facility doing it in
Wow.
Austria. Yeah, it was one. I blew my mind. But when you think about it, do you really need 5 or 6 facilities to print Blu-ray discs? Especially if it's a
Obviously
big,
not.
yes, if it's a huge production facility in Austria, they're printing discs. Who knows by how many discs, by the thousands, 100,000, whatever. But they repurposed this facility to now make micro lenses, right? And some people say that has to deal with medical industry, AI. I think that's really what this is about. Sony's like, listen, we have one option. We could shut down, we could repurpose this one plant, and within 6 months, 6 to 8 months, we get our micro processing, micro lens production up and running, or we have to build a new facility, which takes 2 to 3 years before we start launching our micro lenses. I think that's really what it came down to. I think that's all it really is. It was really, hey, shut this plant down. We're not doing Blu-ray disc. We're gonna do because the article came out saying they already shut down the plant and they didn't fire the staff. They're training the staff on micro lens development, and I think that's really what it is. I think we are all trying to what you call it because I seen like now people are calling out Sony for falsely reporting, not falsely reporting, but not using the same metrics of sales. Like, for example, when they talk about physical sales, they only talk about the royalty. So they say, hey, this is the revenue we generate from physical sales, but they only present their 30% cut. But then when they go, oh, this is the revenue we get from digital, but it's not 30%. They use the whole dollar value. So some people caught Sony not keeping it, like for like comparison. If you're going to talk about 30%, and they could do that, right? I don't think anybody noticed it before because, like, okay, whatever. But I think in this case, people read the fine print and they're like, when it comes to physical, they only talk about their cut, 30%. But when it comes to digital, they just don't talk about their cut. They're talking about the whole $70. So that's not a fair dollar value, right? But I think it has nothing to do with that. I think right now, and that makes sense, but I don't think Sony's going to say that publicly because they just sound like assholes and they're going to catch the heat. But to me, that makes more sense. If you have this one production facility, it could keep printing disc, or in 6 to 8 months, you could start printing micro lenses, and who knows how much more insane amount of money they will make. 10, 20, 30 times
it's
over.
around it's around 5 to 10 times more revenue.
So if you can make 10 times more revenue, listen, we don't even have to have this conversation. Like the whole digital's going this way, people should let's call the bullshit. Sony found a way to make 10 times more money using the same factory, and they don't have to build a new one. So guess what? Physical media got cut. That's a Sony corporation decision, not a PlayStation decision, because clearly PlayStation don't really give a fuck about that. But if Hiroki Totoki came in, hey, we shutting this down. The physical guys, that money's not worth it. This is the priority for the company. I know I have this joke because I thought it was cool. It says, fuck them this. But he's not going to make a decision that's Sony. Like, the micro lenses has nothing to do with him. If Hiroki Toki be like, we shutting this plan down, they're going to make micro lenses because that's 10 times more profit or revenue, whatever. All right, I get that. Sorry, physical guys. You lost out on a bigger business venture for Sony. So I understand that. But the whole 85 to 15, because 15% is still a decent cut for sales. But that's what I think that's really about. I think it's just the battle of that production plant. It was the only production plant for physical. And Sony probably came up with, all right, we're going to do one or two things. We either build a new plant for micro lenses, or we could take over this plant and, I don't know, whatever their timetable was, much shorter than building a new plant, 6 to 8 months, a year, whatever. Get it going. Boom. We'll start making more money quickly. That makes sense to me.
It's just like Micron getting rid of the Crucial brand.
Exactly.
It's the same thing.
Same thing. They're like, they made some money, but you know what? They can put that energy towards supplying AI. Gotta go. Bye. But at least they were honest about it. Micron didn't fuck around. They said it. They said, hell, we barely, like, the consumer thing is the smallest part of our company, so you guys had to go. Call them assholes, but at least they were upfront about it. And there's really no argument, when a company's upfront. I think Sony should have just said it. I think Sony should have just been real. Hey, in the company interest of Sony, the business of micro lenses is more profitable, more of something venture, whatever, over printing physical discs due to the nature, whatever. So we're repurposing our facility to micro lenses. We will no longer be producing physical discs because that's the whatever, you know what I'm saying? They'll corporate speak it. Yeah. At that point, who can argue? At that point, so it's not about 85% versus 15%. It's about one business strategy versus another, and this one wins out.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll say this. I agree with Craig, honestly. Like a lot of the backlash we're seeing. I mean, some of it is timid. Some of it is pretty outrageous, but at the end of the day, like you said, I want to see in these coming months, like, are y'all going to, put your money where your mouth is and just say, if y'all really saying fuck Sony right now, y'all going to be saying fuck Sony in 6 months and not buy that PS6, fuck this PS6. If I don't get a disc drive, I'm not buying the PS6. Let's see.
That's going to be interesting. Yeah.
That's
2027. That's going to be the
all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying is that there's a lot of theatrics going on.
And at the end
but we've seen it before, though. I know we all like to, joke and people are full of shit, but no, we seen motherfuckers stick their middle finger. Like, we literally saw it. PlayStation 3. That was the gen people said, fuck you. Yep. It happened. Like, people said fuck you to Sony before. It's not like
maybe left the snow on.
Yeah, it's not like they lost half their customer base. Like that. I mean, Psycho Gamer, you saw it. Motherfucker
I
said,
saw it. I
"Fuck
definitely
you,"
saw it.
because it took it took little individual things to just piss people off. You take away Rumble, you launch the sale $600. You have the nerve to tell people to work 2 jobs, right? They're like, "What the fuck, man?" You know what I'm saying? It's like you're just additional, right? Like this gen, PlayStation is fine because they started out the gate really good. You got 90 million selling consoles sold. A lot of games are selling. Most of the third parties being sold on PlayStation anyway, because Xbox didn't really provide good competition this gen. They just fucked up this gen as well. Nintendo's doing their own thing. So PlayStation has this safe space this gen that just worked out for them. Their console sold good. They came out at the right price points, 400 and 500. Everything was just moving great. By the time this fuck shit is happening, they're already at 90 plus million. So they're safe. It's the
I
PlayStation
will.
6. That's the console that's gonna
Next
be like,
generation
you
gonna be interesting to
motherfucker.
see. Yeah.
PlayStation 6
Well,
is like, you mother. It's like
It's my
PlayStation
turn
6, the
now.
Gen Z of consoles, looking at the boomers. Like, you
Oh
motherfuckers. Like Gen Z right now is like, you motherfuckers carrying a bootstrap in a goddamn house costs $1.2 million and minimum wage is $7. Fuck you. So PlayStation 6 is gonna be the Gen Z console. That motherfucker's gonna be like, you guys had it good. Look at this shit I gotta deal with. Got no disc. I cost $1,000.
$1,000.
You guys, PlayStation 3 is like, well, I did fine. Bitch, Naughty Dog gave you 4 games. Naughty Dog might not even make a game for me. Fuck is you talking about? I get one Naughty Dog. PlayStation 6 is gonna be. If PlayStation 6 could talk, that motherfucker be like, I'm $1,000. I get 1 game from my studios, and I ain't even got a physical drive. Fuck you.
I'm gonna be one of those people. I'm gonna be.
Well,
I'm gonna be.
yeah.
I'm gonna be one of those people. I'm gonna be consistent. I'm gonna be one of those people. As I said on Craig's podcast, I'm gonna take my money where my mouth is. I'm gonna complain, but I'm also take action. I'm not buying the PlayStation 6.
Which I think is fine, and I agree with Doughboy here when he was saying that. I that's what I want to see. If you're this mad, and again, like my friend, she said, hey, look, these people are mad, so. Yeah, you better not buy a PS6. That's all I can really say. I don't want to see you in the conversation. I don't want to hear you talking about it. Just move on. I mean, like I said before, but if it's hurting you that bad, just move on and go do something else. Go outside and touch grass, whatever. You got plenty of options. You can buy a PC, whatever. I put another 5070 in my cart because I'm able to get it on a nice little deal. So it looks like I'm going to be pulling the trigger on that. But overall, yeah, just I'm not, and again, I'm not telling people to be quiet and shut up and all that stuff. I understand being upset. You're a consumer, you'll be upset. But now, like Brain is saying, put your money where your mouth is. This is just me personally. What I'm looking for is the hypocrisy. Will they stick by their words?
Yeah, but can I?
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I just shed a little bit of light on the reason for the backlash, right? So, maybe they'll they'll come back and say, "Oh, sorry, we made a mistake, and the physical is gonna be supported until 2030, whatever it is, right?" But the most important bit of it is they need to hear us complain, and the reason being is, let's say they were not. They were talking about, should we introduce like Blu-ray, game reader for PlayStation 6? And the decision was kind of 50-50. Now, the decision is not 50-50, right? There's a chance that they will make sure that PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4 games on the PlayStation 6, the physical games are supported, right? So maybe they'll release, a Blu-ray reader. The other thing they could do is, okay, we heard you. You want more rights in your digital purchases. We're gonna give you 2-hour windows, where you can return your game if you don't like it, or something like that if you play it. The other bit of it they can do is, how about we introduce physical to digital, right? So if you have your favorite games on PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, we'll introduce a program that will allow you to convert your physical games into digital games. So I know some part of the revolt, the current revolt against PlayStation is performative. But if it results in more rights for us, the better, right? So
I agree.
yeah, that's, and I think
What?
that shouldn't be lost in the
Well, no,
whole
look, I
discussion.
agree.
Yeah.
No, I agree with you. I'm not saying not to be upset. I mean, if I didn't see it coming, but I saw it coming. But if
Long time ago.
I would probably be. Yeah, I understand. I am not saying not to be upset. I'm not saying not to yell from the hilltop. Go ahead and do that. Scream. I'm just simply saying for the people that are screaming, I'm done. For those people, which isn't everybody, as far as talk about the next PlayStation or the handheld, whichever one you were entertaining, I don't want to hear about it. That's just me. That's what I'm looking for. Is
I'll say this: it's already happening, though. It already
That's
happened.
fine,
No,
and
no.
I want them to follow through.
No, I think it already happened to a certain extent.
I'm gonna dip out. Craig already said everything I'm gonna say in here anyway, so I'm about to dip out.
All right,
good
brother.
show.
All right. I would say it already happened to a certain extent because all this gen, there's some people that just not happy with PlayStation for one reason or another.
Yeah.
And it happened all the time. So looking at Sony's data, 65 months into the generation based on Sony's data, PlayStation 5 is 2.2 million behind PlayStation 4 time aligned. So less people are buying PS4 as compared to PS5 as compared to the PS4 gen. So PlayStation 5 is behind the PS4. And given the fact that, and this is before the massive drop in console sales, so I think that gap's going to get bigger. I don't think PlayStation 5 is going to catch up to the PS4. I think it's going to get worse. I don't think it's going to even reach PlayStation 4 numbers at all. If PlayStation 5 was already behind by 2 million before the price hike, this recent
not at these price points.
Yeah, the price hike just caused PlayStation 5 in America to sell its lowest numbers since 2000, right? March 2000. Now, what people don't understand is the reason why PlayStation, it was the PS1 primarily, but the reason why the PS1 dropped in sales so bad was because of the PlayStation 2 hype. Everybody was ready
waiting for the PS2.
Yeah, so those numbers was pretty much dead. PlayStation was already pretty much done. That's how bad PlayStation 5 sales were for the month of May. I said March, but for the month of May. That's how bad. It's PlayStation 1. It's like PlayStation 1 dying because the PlayStation 2 is coming type sales, which is really bad. So that time of line is gonna get worse. So you technically, like the talk of, well, I'm not getting a PlayStation. Well, technically you're seeing that because PlayStation 5 is behind PlayStation 4. So there are people that said, I'm just not getting a PlayStation. Now, wherever they went to, I don't know. Maybe they did went to PC. Maybe they just stuck with their Switch. Maybe some of these are PC plus PlayStation type owners. But now, since Sony put their games on PC, they're like, I don't need to get a PlayStation. It could be a number of factor things. But technically speaking, there are people who are not buying PlayStations because PlayStation 5 is behind. And I think with these price increases, that's only going to get bigger. Because there's some people that's just not going to buy a console at $650. Some people are just going to skip this gen. I think they're just going to skip this gen, or they're just going to.
You mean this gen now?
A thousand for next generation. Woo, man, that's gonna be
that's
real
a lot of
telling.
That's a lot of chicken wings.
Yeah, and that's the thing. PlayStation's encroaching. Like I said, PlayStation 6 is gonna have a rough gen. It's gonna have a rough gen because it's not gonna have a lot of advantages the previous consoles. But let me get it over to Will to get his thoughts on this. Right, my man. You better hope Veronica comes out before 2028,
brother. Oh,
right? When's Veronica? When's Cody Veronica coming out?
27.
Oh, you better hope they don't delay that shit.
Yeah, but what hurt, dog?
You better email Capcom, dog.
So low key, bro, that shit didn't hit me until the next day when I reposted on my Twitter. Someone said, "Damn, Code Veronica is gonna be our last physical Resident Evil game," and then it straight hit me. I was like, "Fuck, dude," because I love God of War.
And you get all your
I love God of War as well too, and I'm like, damn, I'm not gonna get the Greek trilogy.
Yo, I might buy Wolverine physical because that might be the last.
I'm for sure buying. Dog, I just put in an order for Halo physically because like that
might be the last. That might be the last Wolverine physical. That might be the last Marvel game physically.
Insomniac game.
Insomniac game physical.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm
Unless the rumors
I'm gonna
are-
buy some of the physical games that I already own, but in digital because them price is gonna go up. Them
Fuck
shits
yeah,
is
they
gonna
are,
go
dog.
up. Physical editions,
I
that
need-
shit's gonna be collectors.
I need 2 retro games that physically too, and I saw the prices of those. I was like, motherfuckers, dog. One was Deadpool and Scarface. I was like, oh, you motherfucking
I think
cocksuckers.
I'm gonna go after Spider-Man. I'm gonna get the Spider-Man. Miles Morales,
They're
Spider-Man
cheap,
2.
bro. You better
I
go.
know.
Hey,
I'm just gonna
yeah,
get
they're
it,
cheap
leave
right
it in a
now.
wrapper. And
Yep.
then 10 years later, $10,000, G. Nah, I'm playing.
I got a homie that I watch on YouTube. I've been watching him for years, man, and like he been almost like a Nostradamus. Like he done seen almost anything. Like whenever GPU prices was going up, like he was the first one to say, "Yo, these prices going up. Y'all better look out." He did that, and then like he left YouTube to start doing selling physical games and whatnot. I was like, "Yo, you was ahead of the curve, my man." Like I'm telling you. That shit is crazy.
Yeah, we just had a super chat that said it right now. If all the rumors are true that Insomniac has Venom lined up for next year, that would be Insomniac's last physical version.
Oh,
Well,
yeah.
I mean, people gotta remember
If
what
it's-
did they say? They simply said that they're not. My understanding is they're not going to force their publishers to do physical. They're not going to say you can't do it. They're just going to.
Well, everything goes
not-
through Sony. Everything goes through Sony when it comes to
Yeah.
them printing physical.
Yeah, but I
discs.
think Moore's Law. I had to re-listen to Moore's Laws. He did like a 30-minute upload, and he was talking about other stuff as well. But that came up, and I think people were saying that they're still going to. They can still request physical copies, but Sony isn't going to mandate them to do it. So I think that's what he said. But I have to listen to it again because I was doing some other things, and it was like 90 degrees outside today, and I about was just dying.
Sorry.
It was
What it sounds like they already moved all their line workers to those lenses, like Puerto Rico
Yeah,
saying.
they shut
They
down.
have-
They did.
No, they
Yeah,
didn't
they
shut
did.
it down. They didn't shut it down, but they have
Well,
3
they shut
facilities.
down
They have-
like doing the disc,
they have-
so they're moving
they
on
have
to the
one-
lenses.
Yeah, they moved them to the lenses. They have one in Austria, one in Czech
Yeah.
Republic, and one out here in Indiana. And it sounds like in the ones in Indiana, they already moved to the lens manufacturing, which is weird if you moved them already because you guys are supposed to be doing this until January 2028. It's like, wait, what? Because they still print 600,000 discs a month. It's like, wait,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah, and the all the Marvel games I still think get hard printed because Marvel is in on those. I don't. That's a totally separate property. So I would say that
They'll have
Capcom will
physical.
probably, Capcom will
They'll
have
have
physical. I just think it's pertaining to Sony's physical games. And that's just the way I read it. But
Exclusives. I was like, well, if it's going to be exclusives, Sony not doing exclusives physically. I was like, okay, that kind of makes sense. But I mean, the way they talking, it's like no game going to be physical. Like none. No,
It's all of them,
yeah,
dog.
I wouldn't read
Yeah,
it.
it sounds like after
Capcom.
January 2028, because the factory that prints the disc is done. So
Yeah.
unless third party gets another factory to do it for them, I think it's a wrap.
Yeah, because
But
it's all
Puerto
coming
Rico,
through the publisher, or not the publisher, the platform holder. Because third parties don't have factories that print discs for them. It's all coming from PlayStation.
Yeah.
But also, this is a very interesting, again, discussion point. Is now, with this news, pretty much PlayStation 6 is confirmed for end of 2027 or 2028.
I think it's Q4 2028 now.
So here's the thing, because that conversation came up, right? It makes sense to me for PlayStation 6 to come out after the January date. Because if you release the PlayStation 6 in November, that means you have to release physical games. So why would you release the PlayStation 6 and at launch you have to provide physical games for that console? Because remember, anything before January, Sony said this doesn't impact physical games, new physical games before the date. So that means if you launch a PlayStation 6 in 2027, November, December, even just for 2 months, well, guess what? There better be some physical games because your deadline isn't until January. So why would they do
But
that to
those
themselves?
games will be for PlayStation 5,
What? They just said
which still has the capability.
Well, they just said they just shutting down physical media in January. So November 2027, there's still physical media, and you launched the PlayStation 6. So what's the physical media for PlayStation 6? You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying, well, we're not getting a PlayStation 6 in 2027. It just doesn't make sense at that point. You know, PlayStation 6 right out the gate will be the first PlayStation
All
with
digital
no
console.
physical, truly an all digital console. Now they might still
So
release a disc as an option for the backwards
I think they'll
compatibility
have an
for the
optional
PC.
because
The backwards
yeah.
compatibility of
Yep, you
PlayStation
hit all
4
the.
Yeah.
and
Because remember
PlayStation
those
5
were
games.
reports earlier the year, and we were making fun of it. They're like, oh, PS6 is going to be PS4 and PS5 backwards compatible. We're like, no shit, dick. You know, a lot of people barely started building their digital libraries in the PS4 gen.
Yeah.
Mm.
So I could see.
There's
Yeah,
still a
so,
lot of people with physical. You know, I didn't
Yeah.
start building a physical or a digital until like 2017.
I'm one of those people. To this day, all my PlayStation 5 games are, or excuse me, the vast majority of them are still physical.
Right.
And well, I'm not too sure if you're done because I know Rock. I asked Rock to come back to me a little later once I was done with.
Oh, yeah,
whatever
of
I had
course.
to do.
Do your thing, brother. Do your thing. Do your
Yeah, go
thing.
ahead, Brian. Go ahead, Brian.
No, I appreciate that. So, as I was saying, hey, I'm gonna put my money where my mouth is. I won't be getting the PlayStation 6. And the one thing I haven't heard anybody say is that, all right, if the PlayStation 6 is going to cost $1,000 or whatever it's going to cost, we're still in the memory crisis. So you mean to tell me that if whatever the PlayStation 6 is,
No, you're right. Absolutely right.
Yeah.
We're in the memory
Yeah.
crisis and storage
So-
crisis. The SSDs are super
and
expensive.
memory and storage, mostly storage, and that's where I was going. Thank you, Will. So you mean to tell me that if $1,000 PlayStation 6 is going to come out, whatever it's going to be, 1 terabyte or 2 terabyte, well, if you tend to to invest into the ecosystem as we did with the 4 and 5, well, I don't how much more money is one going to have to come out with to support that. I mean, if I'm not too sure how much SSDs are costing right now, because I'm not in the market of one right now because
Expensive, dog.
it's really
Super expensive. Let my fault. I don't mean to cut you off, but let me just put it into perspective. I got my 8 terabyte last year on Prime Day for $650. As a matter of fact, I still got the box right here. 8 terabyte, fucking for $650 last year, and it's 3,500, I think, right now.
Get the fuck out of here.
That's a bro. Well, I'll double check, but it's expensive, bro.
$3,500.
Yeah,
that's much more than the system itself.
Yeah,
that price people out by itself. Like, come on, really? Come on, guys. Like, this is not us or guys or y'all or us. Literally. But come on, man. Like, that's just prohibitively expensive, man. Like, who can really afford that, or who would want to afford that? And that's just buying the components so that you can have more games. Like, so no, I mean, to me, it's just. I'm gonna wrap it up really quickly. Like, to me, it is unless this memory and the storage is going to, this crisis is going to go down and it's going to come back to, to more reasonable prices. This is unsustainable. That's unsustainable. That to me that is not. That's unacceptable.
A ScanDix 4 terabyte NVMe drive is $1,200.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a lot of chicken wings.
Yeah. It's ridiculous, man. Yeah.
I couldn't do it.
Get the
Can't
fuck
do it.
out of here.
I mean, I've been saying forever I wanted to upgrade my system to 64 gigabytes of RAM, but you know how much that stuff costs? I could have bought it for $200 back in November. Yo, that shit costs $1,000 now.
I should have just bought it just to fucking be a plug. If I,
I
wish I had the foresight. I would have bought up all the RAM and stacked that shit in my room, and then be like, "Yo, people, I'm your plug. What you need? This shit's more profitable than selling cocaine."
You can retire off RAM.
I'll be the Tony Montana of memory up in this motherfucker. Tony Montana. Fuck keys. I'm peddling memory. Fuck you mean?
Right.
Oh shit.
RAMs just laying around my house. I gotta find them so I can sell them.
Yeah, man.
On eBay.
Yeah. I'm about to stick up electronics boutique up in this motherfucker. Fuck the cash. They be like they're trying to open up the register. Bitch, I don't want the register. Open up the cabinets. Give me them goddamn RAMs. Put the RAM in the bag. Put the RAM in the bag. Put them SSDs. Put them SSDs. Them SSDs. Put them now. Fuck your wedding ring. I don't want that bullshit. Give me them SSDs. I'm sticking up electronic stores.
At Costco, yo, they stopped putting the memory in. They got the PCs on the display, right? They stopped putting the memory in there because people were stealing them.
Yeah.
People were stealing the RAM out of those computers.
And sticking on electronic stores, they be like, I don't have the combo to the safe. Man, fuck your safe. Give me them RAM chips. Right off with that stupid ass lock. Take that
Crazy.
stupid ass lock. Give me them RAM
Hey,
chips.
you know what was fucked up about all this though? They announced all this shit the same day that they announced that they're closing down their
Yes, they
PS3
do.
store. I was like,
It's
wow.
Yeah, a double whammy, right?
That's, I'm
Like,
telling
bro,
you.
how are we?
If we-
How as a consumer are we supposed to put trust in this all digital future when you guys
if-
just shut down your first digital storefront?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Let me do some viewer activity, man. We got the community
Do
up
your
in
thing,
here.
brother.
We're gonna kick it off
Hey,
with
they
Super
live,
Super
bro.
West. Man, they're live, they're lit. Let's see what they got going on there. Super West, thank you so much. Did PlayStation tell Rockstar not to bring physical discs or ass? I don't. No, I think that's a
It
Rockstar.
honestly
thing. I think
feels that
Rockstar.
way, bro.
I think it
I
feels.
think
It
they
just,
did. I
the
talked about
timing.
this-
I
The
talked this
timing
the
is
other
just
day.
like
Yeah.
all weird, right?
Right.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
word. I think they did.
But I think
Yeah, I
Rockstar,
just think, and I've heard other people said it too, that they were, because they're treating this game like a first party game. I don't. It's just like
They are.
literally the stuff that I'm seeing
They
in
are.
the stores.
Yeah.
It's like this is they don't even hardly mention. You have to search for it for Xbox. But yeah, I think that they have said something because it's just too, like Chill was just saying, it's too, but it's too big of a coincidence, you know.
and I don't think
They're
Rockstar has
probably like,
any
yo,
problem
we're
with it.
gonna stop. They're probably like, yo, I don't think any of the third parties have a
Because-
problem with it because
yeah.
they're all saving
Because
money on
because
manufacturing
because-
and
yeah,
distribution.
like Craig said, they shut down the secondhand market. Like you
Mhm.
can't
they-
get Grand Theft Auto 6 on a used rack.
Yeah, shit like this. If you want to get if you want to be plugged, go to GameStop and say Sony and Grand Theft Auto. They're gonna give you the nastiest looks that you've ever seen. It's just, I mean, if,
They're not
Oh,
even
I'm
gonna try to push you with that pre-order.
I'm
if you
gonna
go
go up
to
in
GameStop
GameStop.
right
Hey,
now.
can I pre-order Grand Theft? They're gonna be like, get the fuck out of here.
yeah,
Oh,
yeah, that's exactly what they're gonna say.
Because you
Fuck
know for
outta
a
here. Oh,
fact,
man.
bro.
Yo,
Hey,
I gotta
D-Rock,
say though,
shaking in their
I
boots.
gotta say, man, pour some out for GameFly, man. Damn,
Yeah,
bro,
GameFly's done.
that shit hurt,
For real.
man.
Yeah.
For real. I fuck
Pour out
with
for
that.
man, GameFly. I was there. I was a trooper for you.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they're gonna be like, "Hey, Porter Rock, GameStop." They're gonna be like, "Now's you can't leave." That's what they're
Yeah.
gonna say.
Oh,
Now
shit.
you can't
Now
leave.
you
Yeah,
can't
now
leave,
you
bro.
can't
Sonny
leave.
from Bronx
What y'all know about Bronx Tale?
Sonny from Bronx Tale, man. And shout out to GameFly. That shit hurt, man. GameFly was GameFly delivered games to Japan when I was stationed
Yeah.
there.
For real?
Yes,
Damn,
because
Japan, that's crazy.
they delivered to APO boxes. So you know what I'm saying? So when times are hard, GameFly was there for me. You know what I'm saying? Damn, GameFly.
They
I
have
feel
great
bad for you.
sales too on that
Yeah. You know, I had my GameFly, man. Listen, I used to use GameFly, man.
I'm
That's why I
rocking
used to
with
talk
Gamefly
shit.
to this day. Like shit.
Damn, GameFly. I feel so bad for them. You know. Shout out to Galaxy Fur. Vinyl is selling at 1985 levels again. Really?
shit. I know
Like,
we
it's
have
popping?
a couple vinyls
Really?
in the house.
It's popping?
Oh, nice.
Vinyls is popping?
Yeah, but the ones that we have in my crib, they're all decorative. We don't have actual like
Oh, you like it as
Like a player. Just a little set piece. Yeah, we have a couple in our living room.
I
Yeah.
seen that.
Okay.
I'm about to get the Bad Bunny one. I didn't even realize he put that on record. I'm gonna get the
Oh
cassette
no
one
shit!
too.
I didn't know that either.
Yes, that's why you didn't see
Oh,
my.
that's
It's on
actually-
Twitter. Like it's
That
crazy.
sounds like a
He has
anniversary
he
gift
has
for
a
the wife.
cassette. He has a cassette of DTMF.
What?
I'm like
I
cassette
didn't. Does he have a
Yes.
vinyl print?
and vinyl.
What? That sounds like an anniversary gift for the wife.
Yo, I'm gonna get me that. I'm gonna cop me and I'm gonna get the cassette. My wife's gonna be like, "Why
That's
the hell
sick.
you bought this?" Like, you know what? Shit, if he has it on 8-track, I'm gonna buy that too. Oh, shout out to Amin Masa. Thank you for the super chat. He said, "Does it play?" So that's the Twitter account. Did their own research, and they have an article on their page that is debunking the physical versus digital numbers. Sony is straight up lying to us. Oh yeah, that's what I was
Yeah, I've seen that rumor
Shout out
that
to
they're
Nib.
like
Nib broke it
inflating
down.
that they're like inflating their DLC purchases to go with the digital
Yes.
purchases. I don't know how true that is. I'm not a mathematician like
it's
that.
a couple
but
of things. It's a couple of things. Nibs broke it down and he showed like the data. So when they talk physical, they only talk about their 30% cut. But when they talk digital, they talk everything. All the numbers. Even the cut that they don't get. So the digital number is going to be much higher because you're not talking about strictly the 30% you get out of it. You're talking about all of it. But then when you talk about the physical, you're only talking about the 30% royalty number, not the whole actual physical, revenue that comes in. I mean, they could present their numbers the way they want to shareholders, but that you're right. When you compare when you compare digital to physical, it's not like for like numbers. You know, I think Nib did the breakdown. Like he said, well, since Sony is doing full for digital, he did the 30% cut and whatever, and the numbers are different. Galaxy Fur. I knew PlayStation 6 wasn't going to likely offer physical, just the way they went about it. I didn't expect. I thought we will all find out when PS6 was unveiled. I kind of
Real
thought it would
shit.
be. I kind of thought that it would happen. Like I knew one day physical was probably not going to be the thing, but I thought they would do that when they
Like mid
presented the
2030s.
new
That's what I
hardware.
was expecting.
When they presented the new hardware, like the current customers, right? You sold two consoles, all digital and the physical model, and then when you did the Slim, you provided the option for physical. I would have thought, when the day came to cut physical, it would be done with the new generation. So that way, hey, this is how the generation started. We're letting you know now, PlayStation 6 is not won't be offering physical content. I didn't think they were going to do it with the PS5, when this generation started out with physical stuff. But yeah, it's pretty crazy. We got Mally. Thank you so much for the super chat. Sony went digital before Sean gets a 4K TV. Shaking my head. Oh man.
Oh jeez.
Oh man. Man, we got rid of physical and Sean still fucking with 1080p. Oh man.
It's the same thing.
Oh man. Shout out to Sean, man. And he got his account back, man. Shout out to Sean. He got his account back.
He did get his account back. Shout out to Sean.
Yeah, man.
Congrats to Sean.
Yeah,
so yeah, dude. I thought that shit was gone, bro.
Yeah, man. Yo, I thought so too, man. I felt bad for him, man. I'm like, that's like 8 years of shit. And over 100,000, 100K subscribers, that's I would be mad as fuck. I will find that dude. I don't give a fuck if they're in the Kremlin in Russia. I will go, oh my God. But shout out to them. Oh shit, what happened to my browser? Hold on. Oh boy. Hold on. Let me close this window, refresh it, so I could get back into the stream. Hold on.
I kind of arrived a little late though, but while you're doing that, is this affecting any of your guys' decision to get the PS6?
Listen, it's let me put it this way. It's questioning, for me personally, it's questioning how PlayStation. Please let me put it this way. I already went through the shit show of PlayStation 3. I already went through that. I said fuck it, PlayStation whatever, and I bought the PlayStation 3 because I came back from Iraq February 2007. So that was like my gift. My wife bought it. She had it ready for me. So it launched November 2006. Bought it February 2007. But if you're a PlayStation 3 owner and you bought it launch day, you realize how Sony fucked up. Like, it personally impacted you from a perspective of being a gamer. Like, not a cuck or a corporate shill, just as a gamer. You saw all the games that you were like, oh yeah, I bought a PlayStation for the exclusives. Well, all those games went to 360 anyway. Grand Theft Auto, Devil May Cry, Final Fantasy. And then to come find out they actually run and play better on Final Fantasy. When I bought Madden, that shit was at 30 frames. The controller didn't have Rumble. There was just a lot of shit show to the PlayStation 3. It was just a lot of shit show for the first couple of years. It was just a terrible experience on the platform. They didn't have the killer apps. Like, the one big, really true big first game for me was Metal Gear Solid 4, and that was June of 2008. And I had the console in February 2007. I was like, man, this console really fucked up. Over time, the games got better. But overall, you could tell PlayStation 3 was a downgraded experience compared to PlayStation 2 when you just had it. Like, you were a king. You on a PlayStation 2, you had it all. The top games, insane amount of exclusives. I mean, that shit was just, peak. And then you go to PlayStation 3. So I'm like, I don't know. I might hold off. Let me put it this way. I'm not jumping the gun and buying a PlayStation 6 at launch. I'm going to be like, you know what? I'm going to do what I did with PlayStation 4. Because PlayStation 4 I didn't buy at launch. I bought it in 2015 when Bloodborne came out. So I didn't have a PlayStation 4 in all of 2014. I left that shit alone because they didn't have really good exclusives. I'm like, okay, we'll see how this plays out. And I'll make a decision when the time comes. So I bought it in February 2015. I'm about to do the same thing with PlayStation 6. I'm going to let the first year rock, let it cook. see what they do, see how it goes, because that shit could end up in the shitter. Who knows? The physical part is unfortunate, but I enjoy the physical. You know, I used it as an opportunity to when available to get games at better pricing. You know,
Yes.
so I enjoyed that. I enjoyed that aspect. But it's not a deal breaker
Yeah.
because it's where I'm gonna go.
Yeah, I
There's,
think
there's
for me,
there's no more
it
physical
sucks
anyway.
that we're no longer getting physical, but the only thing that is probably keeping me still on the PlayStation platform is the actual Sony exclusives. Like, I do want to play the next Spider-Man. I do want to play X-Men. I want to play the next mainline God of War.
The
Shit
thing
like that.
is,
Because
like,
I am truly,
yeah, and then what
but
sucks about it, they don't release a lot of exclusives. That's the
they
question.
don't.
Like when you look at
Like
this
1 or 2
year,
years.
like I enjoy Star Wars, and we all did, but that's
Yeah.
not a system selling game. Really, the
Oh, not
big,
at all.
the
Not at all.
big, the big exclusive is Wolverine, and that's one game. So the question is like, if PlayStation 6 is $1,000, is those exclusives worth it? It might be still, might not. I don't know. It depends on what. It depends on how much more bad news comes. Like how
Right.
much more? Like how much more can you possibly get?
Damn, P. Right, you saying everything I want to say.
Oh, that's it. But you see what I'm saying? Like
Oh, you
how
can
much
tell
more
my
can you
bro's
get?
done his. You can tell fucking P-Rock
What
did
if
his
what
research
if
before
what if
Twitch.
PlayStation 6 it's $900 or $1,000 and they just say, oh, and the games are $80, and they raise the price of PSN
And
and
they're not physical.
controllers are $90
And they're not physical.
Yeah.
and controllers are $90.
Mm-hmm.
Like how much more would you
Can
you
the
know how
buyer
much
take?
like yeah how much would you take, or like at a certain point PlayStation's gonna look attractive. Like wait a minute, $1,000 games are $80. It's only available in one store. The controller's $90.
Oh, we'll hit
PSN is $100 a year. You're like fuck.
We'll hit
Damn.
6 years.
Just to play Spider-Man
this-
3? They'd be like fuck
We'll hit-
that.
We'll hit 6 years this November, right? And they're barely gonna launch Call of Duty as a PS5 exclusive. Yeah, there's gonna be a long cross gen. So even if you got the
I'ma tell-
PS5 or PS5 Pro right
I'm
now,
enjoy, yeah,
I
I'm
think you're
enjoy my
good.
Pro for a long time.
Yeah.
I'm
They're
enjoy
not
that
gonna
Pro
send
for a long
Spider-Man 3 off to die. With
Oh yeah,
just
Spider-Man
being a
3
PS6 exclusive.
Spider-Man 3 is
you know
gonna
what
be
I
on my Pro, and I'm gonna enjoy it on my Pro. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
I'm gonna enjoy that
But-
sucker on my Pro, because that shit's coming
To me
out on my Pro.
personally,
Hell, that whole
it's a
gen,
multi-
every game might come out on the Pro, because depending on
Literally.
PlayStation 6 sells,
Yes,
if
true.
that shit don't sell good, nothing. There will be no exclusive for that sucker. They have to keep it on the PS5. They don't have a
Yep.
choice.
I think for me it's multi-layered. Like I mean, it's the price, it's the no more
Mhm.
digital. It's everything. Like I mean, because for me personally, like since I kind of migrated over to PC a little bit more as my primary platform, and am I gonna
Yo,
buy a
you
PS6
lucked out,
just for
bro.
the?
You
Yeah, hey,
fucking
did,
lucked
at the
out,
time.
bro.
Fuck yeah, he
At
did,
the
dude.
time
Right
you got
before
that
everything went up.
5080,
Right.
I should have just jumped the gun, man. When I saw I could have gotten a 5090, and I said I'll just wait. My dumb ass. I should have not waited, man. I should have just bought it, man. I should have just gotten that
tell you.
motherfucker. Damn, I should have gotten it before this shit went crazy, bro.
As a person who's gonna be buying PlayStation 6 or the handheld or both systems day one, right? You
Both?
know, to be honest,
Both?
the main
No, I'm asking
you
you.
go.
Are you really buying both? Day
Yeah,
one?
absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Cool. Check.
You know, I'm
feel you,
I
man.
love my hardware, right? I'm
Yeah, you do.
very yeah.
I feel you.
I'm
I
very
wouldn't even
happy
tell- I wouldn't
that
even tell them that. Now go ahead. I'm sorry. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
No. I'm very happy that they're, doing the innovations in relation to machine learning, ray tracing, or path tracing, and also the compression, right? The tech in PlayStation 6 is gonna be exceptionally well made. So from that angle, I think they're gonna do good. Gonna buy day one. To be honest, for myself of it, it doesn't matter if it's physical, non-physical. The main, again, I just have to come back to this question again and again, is that their leadership is coasting on the success of PlayStation 4 and some of the success of PlayStation 5. They are making mistake after mistake after mistake, and all of those goodwill they had. And Portorock, you said it right. During the PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2, They built a lot of goodwill, and in PlayStation 3, it was almost all gone, right? They had to claw their way back. And if that is the case, so be it. But it's just, man, they're making so many mistakes, and it's self-owned mistakes, right? It's same as Xbox. It's like, what are you doing? Type of mistakes. And I'm not really particularly happy with their inability to effectively communicate with the fan base. So again, that's what I said. It's like, from a technology side of point of view, I have no doubt it's going to be amazing. From a game perspective, the tentpole games and the Astrobots and what's going to come out of Naughty Dog, I have no question that it's going to be good. It's just that leadership is just making the wrong calls for the past maybe 3 to 4 years. With live service, with getting rid of physical too early, and yeah, that's where I'm at. So.
I personally, there's no disrespect to you into the weather. I just disagree with that strategy, brother. I'm not gonna tell them that I'm buying the PS6 or buying whatever they make day one. I'm not gonna tell them that, because I mean, if you letting them know right now before the thing even come out that you're gonna buy it, it's like, well, why do they even have to improve? You letting them know off rip that you giving your money up. You just put your money out there just to dangle it in front of them and just let them know that they getting it. I don't know. I disagree. I wouldn't let them, even if I knew in my heart of hearts that I was gonna buy the PlayStation 6. I wouldn't tell them that, because then you're giving them the power. At the end of the day, your power as a consumer is your dollar. I wouldn't let them know. Just like going into a dealership and buying a car. Like, why would I go into a dealership and let the dealership know I'm buying this car no matter what? Like, no.
Oh no. It's like, let me be very clear, right? I have my red line. With Xbox, if they close machine games, I will square off everything Xbox, right? I'm never gonna touch their anything, right? Like,
I kind of feel the same way about id.
Yeah,
that's how I feel.
Yeah,
the same way.
But my red line with Sony is if they suddenly stop making their AAA story-driven games. I need one of those or two of those each year. And let's say they come out with the PlayStation 6 announcement, and they do a show, and let's say there's zero tentpole story-driven games. Of course, that's my red line. I'm not gonna buy PlayStation 6. And I was like, what are you doing, right? So don't get it twisted. I do have my red lines, but at the end of the day, what Mark Cerny is doing with AMD looks exceptionally well designed. So,
let me do some more super chats. We got Super West. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm ready for Herman Holtz and Hideki Nishino need to go. Man, we want our heads. That's one thing I'll say about PlayStation. We roll heads over here. Send them all to North Korea.
I love Nishino the Machino.
Oh, shit. Yeah. We got Glassdoor Gamer. Shout out Glassdoor. Says, I love evil Sony. Start money heading games from PC next. Oh, shit. Feel bad for the physical guys, but as a digital guy, Apple TV is good, Henry. I'm good. All right. Shout out to Glassdoor. Says, Greedy Gabe has a price parity rule that stops other PC storefronts. Cannot sell it for less, or he will pull your games off Steam. It's an illusion. Okay. I mean, if he's doing some fuck shit like that, But I think Glassdoor's gamer, because one thing I'm noticing, I think some people, oh man, it's just, I'll be honest, man. Some people suck at reading and communication, like really bad, right? So some people are saying, well, since Sony's dropping physical, I just go to PC. And some people
that's
take
like
it
the
as
most performative one on the internet.
Well, no, but the thing is, it's not really performative. Well, it depends.
Well, actually, my fault. Let me take that back.
It can
the one that I think is the funniest is someone was like, I sold my PS5 Pro, and he pulled up an all-white Xbox digital. I was like,
that doesn't make sense. That's just being an idiot.
Yeah, that's being performative.
Yeah, that's not even performative. That's being stupid. You bought the Xbox digital. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
That's literally like when someone went on your Twitter and was like, "Well, it's supposed to be cheaper when
Oh
the
yeah,
Series X
like you got
was
it backwards.
more expensive."
Yeah.
They're like, "Are you fucking dumb?"
Like, are you like it is digital?
I was like, "Who's gonna tell him?"
Like, yeah, everybody was looking at him like, what the fuck? This guy don't know what he's talking about. Like, that I could understand if you're a physical gamer and now you're told, hey, your days of physical ownership is over with, and now they're like, I'm going to PC then, and people are responding to that like, so you're gonna go to another platform that's also all digital, like, it's not about physical no more. Oh, those are pretty cool drawings.
That Raven?
It's
Yeah,
Raven and Trigon. I'm
Trigon?
working on the
Oh,
commission,
nice.
Nice.
That is dope.
and I was showing T-Rock
From
Oh yeah,
this.
you were showing me that one.
I can't. There's
It is
I'm not
blurry.
Teen
focused.
Titans?
There you go. That's,
Yeah. Well, that
Indiana
was Teen
Jones.
Titans. This is
What is that? I can't
Yeah.
see.
Yeah,
it's
that
like
was
a token,
There you
blurry.
go.
but there we go.
Hey,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a bird. Pelican, pelican, fly, pelican.
Hi, Pelican.
So
Anyway,
with that, so like the guys who are saying that, people are thinking about, okay, so you're gonna leave to a platform that's all digital. That doesn't make sense. It's not about physical no more then at that point, right? If the platform you were on and you were on it because it was physical is no longer physical, then it's now about being on a platform who does digital, or in your opinion, or in one's opinion, which platform does
Who has the
digital
best
library the
digital
best?
ownership?
That might be PC, you know.
Yeah.
I personally think in a straight digital footprint, I think PC is the better platform. And I will say this, right? Now, this may things will get ethical, right? The ethical moral thing might get into question. But I think, at a minimum, you have multiple stores, right? And sure, there may be some navigations between stores. I mean, Glassdoor brought up that some games can't be sold less as compared to Steam, parity. That might be a thing. But there's one thing we all can agree. If a corporation truly fucks you over, then just pirate the motherfucker. Like, fuck me? Nah, fuck you. And only you could do that on PC. There's only one platform you could say fuck you to a company. There is only one. You can't say fuck you to a company, but other than like leaving the console brand. Other than leaving the console brand, there is no fuck you to these companies. PC, you could tell them fuck you. You could just fucking pirate their shit. That's why, they got free online. That's why PC has free online, because if you Microsoft tried it. Microsoft tried to bring Xbox Live over to PC. PC gamers just created their own servers and they created their own whatever. They're like, nah, motherfucker, we could do this shit ourselves. So you see what I'm saying? Because PC's so open, you can tell companies fuck you. Oh, you closed down my account. Like right now, if somebody false reported you and Sony shut down your account, you're fucked. You're going to have to fight your way back to get your account. And if you don't win, you lost everything.
Yeah, we literally just went through the Colin Moriarty thing.
Yeah, Colin Moriarty, right?
Exactly.
Luckily, he got hacked, though. I ain't going to say luckily, but luckily it's a hack. But what if somebody false reported him because he said some stupid shit on PlayStation? Even if it's like a simple curse word. A simple, maybe an inappropriate statement, something. And somebody said, hey, this person said this on the PlayStation over, and PlayStation are core on that one. Hey, this does not align with our, conduct of PlayStation. Your account is shut down. You lost everything. What do? You're going to have to rebuy everything, either on PlayStation or whatever. On PC, if like somebody does that to you, they shut down your account and they're going to give you access to games. You can be like, fuck that. I'm going to just re-download them through the piracy market. And you probably won't feel bad about it because you paid for the game. You're just trying to make sure a company don't fuck you over. You see? So PC, you could be like, oh, you shutting my shit down that I bought? Fuck you. I'm going to get my shit back. I'm going to get it this way. And I'll still have access to my games. You see what I'm saying? So now all digital market, PC has its advantages over a dedicated console that, whatchamacallit, And the backwards compatibility, that shit spans decades. That shit's just in the long haul. It's just insane, So I can understand where a physical gamer goes, hey, I'm on console because it's physical. I can have my games on disc. And then the company goes, well, nope, not anymore. And now they're like, all right, since my only reason for being on console was physical, it may not be exclusive. Not everybody's reason to be on console exclusives. It could be other reasons, right? But
Yeah,
if
that's
one of
true.
those reasons was physical, now you take that away, then they're gonna be like, well, then I'm on PC then. If I want to go all digital, I might as well just do it on that platform. Why would I
Right.
do anywhere else? And that's it.
That's fair. That's
Yeah.
fair. I know a lot of
That,
people are upset
you know?
about people saying that, but I mean, hey, that's a fair point. Like you say, I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of people talk about Steam, but Steam not the only storefront on there. You got GOG, you got Epic Games, you got itch.io. I mean, it's a lot of different storefronts on PC. You know what I mean? And not make it a console war versus PC thing, but like you said, if we going all digital, I mean, hell, you got a good chance going digital on PC where you got
Yeah.
more options. So yeah.
I mean, there's so many
Will
reasons
will
people are on a
Sony
console. Oh, go ahead, Henry. I'm sorry.
will Sony be forced to accept other launchers if they
No.
become like
No,
the sole
you
provider?
Unless they get
you
I don't know.
sued.
got
Like
options.
what
Yeah, I don't know. I
law?
doubt it.
Yeah, like legally
Oh,
speaking, are
Yeah.
can somebody come at him and go, hey, they sue, force him to open up the platform, So
I mean, you got options. I mean, like on PC, you do got multiple options. So you can buy it on Steam,
hmm
you can buy it on
Yeah.
GOG, you can buy it on Epic Games. I mean, Xbox, you can buy games on Xbox. People don't usually do it, but I mean, you got the option there. The main thing is options. I mean, like when it comes to PlayStation,
hmm
like you just lock to that ecosystem. You know what I mean? And, well, which is fine because if PlayStation is your primary form of playing games, then I mean, you really don't got no other reason or no other option, I mean, which is fine. But I don't
And
know. I think that openness is good.
another scummy thing is they did the variable pricing this year too.
Oh yes. Targeted
Mm.
So it's like
pricing.
my sale's not gonna look like
No.
most people's. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
hmm
Yeah.
Yeah. That's another thing
You
that's
know, if
coming.
someone doesn't buy that many games, like say there's a gamer that buys just they're ball and gun gamers and they just buy 1 to 2 games a year compared to the
They're
9
gonna
that
get
I already
cheaper
bought,
deals
they're gonna
than
get the
we are.
better deals. Yep.
Than we
Wow,
do.
that's
Than the
crazy.
That's
guys
been
like
like a
us who
proven
buy a
thing.
lot of games.
People were proving that out earlier this year. It's like, fuck.
You see?
Mhm.
I mean, everybody has their own reasons. There's no one universal reason to buy a PlayStation, right? Because exclusive is not the universal reason for everybody. That's clear, right? The
Not for
PlayStation
everybody.
exclusives don't sell 50, 60 million, right?
Yeah.
So it's clearly most people don't buy exclusives. Some people could just be where their friends are at. That's a huge factor. But if
Yep.
a few friends are be like, I'm not buying $1,000 PlayStation, I might as well just go on PC if I'm gonna spend that money. Then you're gonna be like, well, fuck. If my friends are leaving, I guess I'll leave too. The Fortnite gamers, they're not gonna spend $1,000. They'll just stay on the platform they're on, and they're gonna stay on it until the wheels falls off. Because all they do is play Fortnite and Warzone anyway. So you know what I'm saying? So there's lots of reasons why certain people are on hardware and stuff like that. But the more Sony does things to take away or make the console look less attractive, there's gonna be like I always see as a new console generation is always a restart. Sure, there's gonna be some hardcore that are not gonna leave because they spent thousands and thousands of dollars on their digital library, right? But I will say there's probably more people who didn't spend $1,000 on the digital library than they are. I would say the majority have not fully invested in PlayStation in the sense of, man, I got 500 games. They don't. They don't have. All they do is buy Call of Duty, 2K, and a few big titles here and
Yep.
there. They don't have.
Take someone like
there's a lot of people.
take someone like Sean, where all his review codes are digital. Most of the indies are only digital print. Like he's not going nowhere. And he might not go to the PS6 anytime soon because of the price point. But he's like he's kind of if he's 5,000 games, bro, he's not leaving that.
Yeah,
He's
so
not leaving
there's
that
people
library
with big
behind.
libraries that ain't moving.
Right.
I get it. It doesn't even make sense to move. You spend way too much money, so you'll be getting rid of $2, $3, $4, $5,000 worth of stuff that you own. Okay, I get that. This is really it's like me with Apple and iPhone. I don't even bother to look at specs on phones. There's no point. You expect me to go to get a Samsung phone? I got nothing on there. All my shit is on here. Everything. It's like, so I don't even bother. Like, when the next iPhone, I don't buy an iPhone every year, but when it's time for me, like right now I'm still on the iPhone, like my wife, we were both on the iPhone 13, but she wanted to upgrade. So I got her the iPhone 16. When I'm ready to upgrade, whether it be the 17, 18, or 19, then I'll upgrade. But it's going to be an iPhone. I don't care about the specs. It's just what it is, right? So I get that, right? But there's a lot of people that don't have big, huge libraries. They don't. There's a lot of people who don't, right? So they could easily leave. They could easily just move on to something else, right? And again, it's not like Sony's producing 3, 4, 5 exclusives a year. That will get people to be like, but damn, if I leave PlayStation, man, they be pushing out mad games every year. It's like one game a year or something like that, or one big game a year, and maybe a throw off or whatever. Who knows? But PlayStation 6 is gonna be different. That shit's gonna be an interesting gen. It's gonna be a very interesting gen
Very interesting.
on how they finagle that. Thank you for the super chat, Glassdoor. We got Mock with Ninja. Member for 2 months. Man, appreciate you sticking around. He says that 85% versus 15% represented all digital sales. Wait, hold on. Oh man, this thing jumped ahead.
All digital sales, so like DLC and map
Yeah.
packs
Oh
and
yeah.
shit like that.
All digital content like the DLC.
Okay.
And that's crazy, right? Because some
That's
of
what
those
people were saying that
DLC,
they're like fluffing their numbers.
yeah, because some of those DLCs and digital like content MTX, they're based off the physical. Because like say if you bought Destiny physically, okay, you bought it physically, but all the
Yeah.
the MTX stuff is digital.
Expansions. Yeah.
Yeah, but they're not crediting those expansions and stuff to the physical game. They're crediting it all to the digital, which I get what they're saying. Because if I bought the game physical and now I'm buying all your digital content because there's no physical version of that, they're not putting that towards the physical sale. They're putting that towards the digital sale. So I get that. I get the whole the whole spin.
Hey,
Right?
real quick, I gotta turn off my camera. My shit's about to die, but I'm gonna still be here, right? So just a little heads up.
All right, brother. Here we go. Let's see. We move on to the next one. We got Glassdoor Gamer. Big publishers love it. They get more money too. Yeah. But what do
Yeah.
we get out of it?
We're not getting cheaper games.
We're not getting the games aren't going to be cheaper. They're not going to pass off that increased profit over to us. Like I said, I will say this. I don't know why the digital gamers are happy or excited. Like this doesn't do anything for you. Like I could understand if Sony said, "Hey, this move will help us, navigate the cost of hardware." Well, now because they reduced their financials on this side, they can now put it towards, we could drop the price on the PS5. We could take off $50. Okay, got it. Trade off. You're reducing your whatever for physical, whatever, and what that does is you're gonna use that to offset and decrease the price on consoles. That's what's gonna get you back to lowering. Now you're back down to 600 or 550, whatever. Okay, so trade off. Hey, we have to get physical because we have to focus on our hardware. We have to get prices down on our hardware, and this is the best way to do it. I won't even argue. In fact, I'll be like, sorry, physical, you guys got to go. We got to get these consoles cheaper. We got to get them in through. I'll be the first one to cheer it on and fight. I'd be like, listen, if this is what it takes to get cost reductions on consoles, someone's got to die. Someone's got to be sacrificed. You know what I'm saying? Put that motherfucker on the altar. Henry, here's the knife. Stab that motherfucker. Let the blood flow, to the console price gods. If this is what we got to sacrifice to get those prices down, hey, you getting burned at the stake. I don't know what to tell you. But we get nothing out of this. Like, nothing out of this. In fact, I personally lose because, again, I look at games like I said. Listen, like I said earlier. This was $8. Henry got this for $4. PSN would never sold this game for $8. You understand? Now I don't know if this is on PS Plus Extra, right? It might be on PS Plus Extra. Yeah, but I don't got PS Plus Extra.
I think they added it like a couple months.
Yeah, I don't got PS Plus Extra. This was one of the, like I said earlier, this was one of the games I bought at launch because Target had 2 games for $3 during the week of PlayStation 5 launch, or like Christmas or something. It was during that time, so I bought this, Godfall, and one more game.
Assassin's Creed Valhalla.
You see? But you see what I'm saying? So those deals, and last gen, when Amazon had that, almost every new game was like 15% off or 20% off, like $10. It was like $12 off. I bought all the new games off Amazon because they were like $51. So I bought maybe 20 games until they shut the program down. You see what I'm saying? Now those things are over. There's no more Target deals. There's no more 2 for $3 deals. All that shit's
There's no
gone.
more stores trying to clear out their inventory.
I know
so
there's
Yeah.
no more
you got,
inventory clearance or overstock.com,
No
whatever.
more,
Yep.
no more GameFly.
Man.
You know, and for the people that buy physical, and the reason why they buy physical is so that way they play the game, and after they beat it, they sell it back. Maybe they get 30, 40 bucks back, and they put that 30, 40 bucks towards the next game. That's gone.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? You ain't doing that digitally, so that's gone. So those people that recycle, you know, they buy, resell, buy, sell to fund their gaming habits, that's gone. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of things that are gone that's going to impact certain gamers, but none of that impacts the all digital gamers. Like the all digital gamers, like nothing changed for you. That's what's weird about this whole argument. Shout out to East. Thank you so much for the super chat. Microsoft never competed with Sony or ever was close to their level. We shouldn't want Xbox to exist. F racist Microsoft and their racist fan base. Oh shit.
Damn.
Yo. Oh shit, my man went Malcolm X on Xbox. Yo. Oh shit.
Oh,
We got
shit.
Algeron. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. 26 months as a member. Thank you so much for rocking out with the crew
Long time,
and the
fam.
channel.
Shout out to you.
Yeah. Sony is in too many lawsuits as they will not win. You know what, man? Sony needs to take some L's, man. But yeah, we'll see.
Now they do.
Mike Daisy, what's going on, brother? Says, out of your last 10 games, how many are physical? I think all 10 are physical. What was the last physical game? Some
For
physical
me,
games.
probably
Yeah.
like 8 out of 10.
Yeah. Like I said, most of brand new games I buy digital. Physical games I buy when I see sales, you know.
Yeah.
Do exclusives matter without physical disc? I mean, it's still exclusive, even without a physical disc.
You know how many people are going to play Grand Theft Auto this year? You know what I mean?
Yeah, like, you know, I mean,
There's going to be a lot of people playing Grand Theft Auto.
yeah, you know, let's see. Glassdoor Gamer. PC is mega expensive. No chance the average consumer is going there. You're talking about a 4K device easily to get PS6 performance. I mean, I would say this, though. It's true, like Glassdoor Gamer. But I would say this. PlayStation strength has never been power. There is no gen where power dictated PlayStation success. That's just not what
It was
the thing
always
is in
games.
console. It's always been games and console sales.
Your killer
PlayStation-
apps determines
Yeah,
it.
killer apps and console sales. That's what the strength of PlayStation has always been. You know, some gamers are not going to be interested on a very expensive PlayStation 6. The hardcore will, but the casuals are not. You know, in my opinion, once you break the $1,000 plane, that's going to introduce people to be like, look elsewhere for gaming. You know, they might even look for streaming. This might artificially force people to now start considering streaming as an option. You know, like Amazon Luna and all that stuff.
Mhm.
You know, you'll stay on your PS5 console, but once that thing goes to shit, you know, eventually it's gonna whatever. Where do you go? You're not gonna buy a $1,200 console, $1,500 console. Can't buy a $3,000 PC. So where do you go? You might now start being pushed towards cloud because you're forced to. People might now be like, you know what? This cloud streaming shit ain't that bad after all. I don't have to pay $1,500 hardware. I don't have to buy a 3,000 PC. I'm good. Internet's better now, so it's not like internet's in the shit as it used to be. I mean, shit, I got 2 terabyte service, you know, from T-Mobile fiber. More and more people got better internet. This might force people to now to consider cloud streaming only because what's the other option? $1,000 consoles, $4,000 PCs. They might be like, fuck it. And then you just might settle. You understand what I'm saying? But then here's the real question. What happens where that becomes the norm? More and more people start adopting cloud because it's a cheaper option. And now cloud adoption is at 5%, 10%, 40%, 60%, 85%. Then what happens to hardware? Are y'all going to cheer companies saying, hey, we're not making hardware no more because the consumer habit changed? We now stream everything. Now what? We're going to accept, you know?
Google Stadia makes a comeback.
You see what I'm saying? Then what happened? Right? You know, be careful what you argue for. You'd be like, oh, it's the percentages, all right? Don't let this shit happen with cloud streaming, dog. Don't let that shit happen. Because I think, these $1,000 overpriced consoles might have people now, because they're going to want to play games, but they're going to start looking at what options are out there, what cheap options are out there. People could be like, hey, have you looked at cloud streaming? All right, let me check it out now, because I used to buy a $500 console. Now the PlayStation 6 $1,200 or whatever. Let me try this. Oh, you know what? This is not that bad. I can fuck with this. Fuck consoles. I'll just play cloud streaming. And what happens when more and more people start doing that? You see what I'm saying? This could negatively cause something that wasn't meant to happen for a long time, but it sped up the timeline. Let's see. Mock says, thank you for the super chat. P-Rock, that 85 versus 15% was fake. Digitals include sales of all DLC, in-game money, cosmetics, etc. Game sales alone would have been much closer. Yeah, I would love to see, and maybe does it, but I would like to see just raw physical sales of digital games at 30% cut or full dollar value, whatever metric you use, but it has to be both. Digital sales, just digital sales versus physical sales of the games. That's it. No DLC, none of that shit. Whatever metric you use. If you just use the 30% cut, then use the 30% cut. If you're using full dollar sales, use full dollar sales. And see the money on how that is. And it will probably be maybe closer. But again, I don't think it was, like I said before, I don't think it's 85-15%. I honestly don't. I think it's the plan. I think that's really what it is. It's all about that production plan. Cloud Strife with the super chat. P-Rock, supposedly they will put codes in boxes similar to GTA at retailers. It's the same like digital BS. It's on site with Herman Hulse. All throwing disk drives at Mark Cerny as well. Oh, shit. Cases come with a digital code. Like, that's pointless. I hate that. That's like, you're just putting more work for yourself. Like, instead of buying a game directly digitally, you buy the disc case. The case comes with a card.
You wait for it.
You have to scratch the card.
Yeah, you wait for it, and then you wait for the download.
Then you wait for it. Then you have to scratch the card, get the code, input the code, and now you have to download the game anyway. It's like, for that, you did all that work just to do the same exact thing. Glenzer with the super chat. All digital PS6, okay. But for those with years of PS5 disc who bought disc-based PS5s, only digital for them is a dirty deal. PS5 disc should stay.
Mm-hmm.
At a minimum,
pretty much M.
Yeah, the PlayStation 6 needs to come with a disc, or at least the option to buy it for those that have PS5 disc games and PS4 disc games. Because there's a lot. Yeah. There's a lot of disc games out there. You gotta have it for them. Because then your backwards compatibility sucks at that point.
Yep. You're starting over again, like PS3 to PS4.
Yeah, if your PlayStation 6 is like all digital, and they're like, nah, you ain't playing any disc on this. Like, shit. Like, at that point, you can't
PlayStation 4 Division 2, right? Jeez.
Yeah, you can't trust nothing from Sony when it comes to, preservation or your library. That's like, whoa. No, that would be crazy. That would be crazy. Let's see. We got Galaxy first. Sony is going digital most likely no matter what. Yeah. What people need to start fighting for now is consumer rights when it comes to digital content. Yeah, I think right now,
yeah,
it's now demanding certain things from Sony, like better consumer protections. Like if somebody does something online, then just ban them online. Don't shut down the whole account. That shit don't make sense, right? Like, have the punishment fit the crime, not just outright. Okay. Also, if someone accuses you, you have the opportunity to appeal, because Sony doesn't even do that. Like, so if somebody reports, then out the blue, your account's banned. And you're like, what the fuck? They just send you a message. You've been reported, you're banned. Like, whoa! Let's have an appeal system or something, right? Don't just go right in there and take somebody's word for it, some random on the internet, Things like that. Game gifting, a better refund system. Definitely that. A much better refund system. Because their refund system is garbage. It's terrible.
I've
Things like that.
seen this floating around too. Do you think they got this news out of the way because of the shit show that's about to hit the other platform?
Oh, you mean Xbox?
Yeah,
No, probably, maybe.
it's
Maybe,
just something I've seen thrown
you know,
around. I was like,
I
I
mean,
don't know.
but it's something.
yeah.
Even if Xbox did get bad news, how does that help the physical gamers on PlayStation? Some things don't really matter.
Right.
Like,
That's
oh,
why I saw.
yeah,
It's just a weird thing I saw being floated around. That's why I
yeah.
was
I mean,
asking.
some people say, "Oh, Sony's doing this because Xbox," but I mean, the physical gamers on PlayStation are not gonna care. Like,
Oh
how
no,
is
they're definitely not
yeah,
doing this because of
like
Xbox. But
yeah.
no.
But you know what you're thinking about it? Like, all right, so a physical game on PlayStation here's compulsion games got shut down. So what? That doesn't help them with their current situation or what they're going through. It's just weird, man. Uh, let's see what else. We got Bobo Country. Shout out for the super chat. He says, "What angered me is that I can understand if it was African people or Pacific Islander complaining about this, but European Americans, shut the fuck up. If you like gaming, you'll still play." I mean,
Yeah, but European are the ones that are primarily buying physicals.
I mean, yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, if you like games, like if you're gonna have people who are on consoles because it's a physical medium. That's why they're not on PC or whatever. They're like physical medium. But you take that away, now they're like. I mean, I'm not gonna complain on people's reasons on why they play on a platform. You know.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So if people don't like this because they want their physical, they prefer to buy the disc. They prefer to have their disc in hand. And now they can't have it. They're gonna have to make a choice now in an all digital world where they're gonna play on. Thank you so much, Bobo. We got TGD. Thank you for the super chat. Doubters may want to believe physical matters and the numbers are misleading. Sony knows the numbers. Believe that. They aren't gonna make a move like this on misleading numbers. I agree, but I think it's about the plan. I like just reading into it. I don't think it's even really so much about the data between physical and digital. They want that plan. That's what it was. I think they only spent 30 million to convert it either. That's nothing. That's what's like euro 30
Really,
million
to
euro.
convert all the factory lines? Really?
Yep, 30 million euros.
Wow.
That's it. That's like 40 million American dollars or something like that, or 35 million
Fuck,
American dollars.
dude, I didn't know that.
It's nothing.
I know that they already. I know that they
nothing.
moved all the workers. Like none of the workers lost their jobs.
No.
But I didn't think it was that little.
30
dude.
million
That's
to
crazy.
convert and train. That's nothing.
That's crazy.
30
dude.
million
that
ain't shit. That ain't shit to convert and train. As compared to building a new facility, which would be billions, I think that's what it is. 30 million to convert a facility to make micro lenses, which is probably going to be, I think Entity said, what, 10 times more revenue than a physical plant production for discs?
Right.
Shit. Yeah. So I think that's really what this is about. Glenzer, most people watch movies at home, so end theaters. The numbers show movies have dropped. Numbers show it's only those rare big blockbuster that draws in people like Spider-Man. Brand New Day is gonna draw a big crowd, but I mean, like He-Man flopped, Supergirl flopped. There's a lot of movies that just flopped.
Or something like Odyssey that's on IMAX, but it's specifically filmed for a different
shit, what up, Valkyrie?
screen. Different, yeah. Hi.
Yeah. Like
Hello.
there's only a few movies that people will actually go out now. Like everything changed. There's not a lot of movies people go out to go to.
Our TVs are big. It's comfortable, like you said. Unless you specifically, it's filmed for a reason where you want to. Then why not?
Yeah.
Why would you?
I enjoy the movies. Again, I enjoy the movies because it's just a good way to get out the house and just go out. Have to like me and my wife. That's our good date night. We'll go somewhere to eat, then we'll watch a movie.
Yeah.
And sometimes depending on the movie, it's a great environment with the crowd. Like whatchamacallit, Endgame or Avengers: Infinity War. Oh my God, being with the crowd, that shit was amazing. Because the energy in the crowd of that one, bro, especially Endgame. When everybody came back, that was huge. So some things, and some movies can
everybody clapped and cheered when Cap caught the hammer. Yeah.
One of my most favorite movies was, and my daughter still reminds me of it. The movie was absolutely shitty. It was me, my wife, and my daughter. We all went to see a movie called Fear.com. That movie sucks so bad. Oh my god! I think
I've
it's
never
probably
even heard of that.
it's called Fear. It's called Fear.com. It was like during the .com boom, and Fear.com is absolutely the worst movie I think I ever seen in a movie theater ever to this day. But the reason why it's so memorable, because at the end of the movie, a guy yelled in the theater, and this was New York. He said, "This movie fucking sucks. Refund.com," and everybody just busted out laughing because we all agreed, like everybody, this movie was terrible. And this dude just yelled out of anger. He's like, "This fucking movie sucked. Refund.com." And to this day, that's like, I still remember that day. It was hilarious. But the movie was bad. It's terrible, bro. Oh my god. But movies wasn't that expensive back then either. But that motherfucker yelled out refund.com. Bro, that shit was bad. But you know, sometimes movies has a great environment for some movies. Like, you know, it's like the whole ambiance. You know, I like the 40X movies. Y'all ever done a 40X? Do they have that in Australia? It's called 40X here in America.
What's 40X?
So 40X is
like sprays water, blows air.
Yeah, the chair.
Oh
with the
no,
movie.
but
and
I was
you could turn off
theme
water.
park that
You
did
could
that.
turn off water. Like even it gives you the option. Do you want the water on? Because like if movies like splash, the water will splash on you.
Mhm.
So, and that motherfucker, like
No.
my wife, there was seatbelts on the chair. So I'm like, okay, the seatbelt. I'm the type of dude that be like, you don't have to explain something for me to know it's there for a reason. So I'm gonna use it. You can explain it to me later. So I sat down. I'm like, wait a minute. I'm like, what the fuck is on my ass? I'm like, oh shit, it's a seatbelt. I'm like, it's here for a reason. So I clipped and I buckled down. I'm like, babe, put your seatbelt on. She's like, I'm not putting my seatbelt on. We went to watch. What movie did we watch? Fuck, I gotta ask her. But her ass was like this. She's like, oh shit, I'm falling. Like that chair was like this, moving. I was like, oh, like it moved with the scene. I'm like, it was pretty cool.
Yeah.
But her ass was like, shit, I gotta put my seatbelt on. And then we saw like the option for water. Like, yeah, I'm turning that off. I don't know what that shit is. Like, it ask you, do you want the water option on or off? I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be off. But we saw, and there was water scenes, and we saw other people like mist. They were just getting mist on them. I mean, like it brings the physical interaction of the movie, so it's pretty cool. I enjoyed it.
So there's actual theaters that have it.
It's called 4DX.
Yeah,
yeah, you can look it up.
It started in Korea.
We don't have that here.
Because
I think people here would probably flip out. Australians are a bit chicken.
Well, no, listen. When you become the 51st state, we will bring 4DX to you. This is what we mean by freedom. Listen, when you come to when you become the 51st state, and you go to a restaurant, you know, you order a drink. Wait, do you guys have free refills at restaurants? I don't want to assume, because like a lot of European countries don't do that. Like free refills.
Only if it's tap water.
No.
Yes. If
Soda.
it's anything else, no.
Soda.
Hell no. No.
So don't worry. When we invade Australia and you become the 51st state and you sit down at a restaurant, right?
Everybody gets fat.
What's your favorite drink? Usually it's sodas, not juice. They usually don't do this for juice. They usually do it for like sodas.
Sparkling water?
Oh, sparkling water. Yeah, I mean, yeah, you'll get that. Yeah, you get a refill for that.
Oh, you're a serial killer.
But like she's a psycho. Let's pretend diet soda. Let's just think of a soda. You don't drink soda at all? Maybe you don't.
Okay, 7-Up.
Okay, 7-Up, cool. Okay. 7-Up. You order 7-Up. So you drink it. You put the glass down. The waitress will go, oh, would you like more 7-Up? And it's free of charge. She just brings it to you. Here you go.
Oh yeah. I remember when I was there and I went to Cheesecake Factory.
So don't worry.
Just keep refilling it out back. It was great.
Yeah, and then with that little plate you get, the plate will like triple in size. So it's like even more food. You're like, what the hell? I'm gonna do all this food. We're just gonna triple your plate. We're just gonna put more food, just for no reason.
So I'm gonna run 40 miles instead of.
Oh yeah, you got a lot of calories to burn. More soda, more food. That's what America brings. That's why we're so fat.
Wasteful and fat.
Like, yes, but you're gonna be fat and happy. The only bad part is we're taking your free healthcare. That's gotta go. That's not freedom. You gotta suffer. You just gotta be broke if you want health. I'm just kidding.
I'm okay.
Okay.
I'm okay with that. It's
but
right.
yeah, that's Glinzer, all this from a movie theater. All right, we got East member for 3 months. He said, "Psycho RDR 2 sucked, so GTA 6 may be a letdown." Man, don't do that to me, bro.
Whoa.
Like, relax. Listen. Oh my god, that shit's gonna pain me because, like, I'll be honest, I bought RDR2 at launch. It's probably better now when they did the updates, but I'll be honest, I was not a happy camper with Red Dead Redemption 2. I'm like, I was one of the few that be like, this game sucks, and only because of the controls. Oh my god, the controls were so bad. It was just so bad. I'm like, what the fuck? Like the controls are bad, and I felt there was just like a lot of useless stuff that didn't need to be in the game. Like it was just I didn't enjoy my time with RDR2. I beat it, I did it, I deleted that. I said that shit was done. I didn't enjoy it at all. I didn't enjoy RDR2. I didn't. And I had videos, podcasts. People looked at me as crazy. I'm like, bro, them controls were bad. Like, yo, it was terrible, terrible. And then also like the AI, like people, like for example, there's this one part towards the end of the game where you have your crew and you're going up the mountain, in a gun blazing. But if the character dies, the mission ends where you have to start all over. So they kept dying. I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with these guys? So now, after like 5 or 6 attempts, I said, all right, when this mission starts, I'm just gonna run up and I'm gonna absorb all the bullets. And that's what I did. I ran straight up and I'm taking all the bullets, protecting the NPCs because they kept dying and ending the mission. I'm like, these guys gotta live. I'm like, fuck, this game sucks. Like these stupid ass NPCs dying, fucking up my mission. So I just, as soon as the mission started, I ran in front of them. And I'm like taking the bullets, rehealing, but I was able to, I'm like, this fucking game, bro. Fuck this game. I'll be honest, I was one of the games that, like, I don't ever want to play RDR2 again. Like, I don't care what remake, remaster, 60 frames, I don't care. I wrote that shit off. I'm like, that pissed me off. That was I would say the one Rockstar game that I was not happy with. That's just me. I was not happy with that game at all. Glassdoor Gamer, thank you for the super chat. Says a lot of people went digital 4K UHD on devices for movies when Disney stopped Blu-rays. Best Buy doesn't support Blu-ray. It's much Xbox now. Well, Sony prints Disney movies on Blu-ray. It does. They print it. But Disney doesn't do it themselves. Sony does it now for them. Oddly enough, Sony prints Blu-ray movies for Disney, but they won't do their own games. This is weird. But I'm gonna say this. Where you at? You can say what you want, though. This is absolutely the best
The
way.
trilogy?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Trilogy?
The best way, baby. Streaming ain't got shit on this. The best way to see it. Like, listen, I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. If you have that one favorite movie that is your all-time favorite, or that one favorite TV show, probably be more expensive because it's all the episodes, but definitely movie. If you have that one favorite movie, you owe yourself to get that on disc, 4K Blu-ray, Ultra. You need to get on disc because it will be the best way to watch your favorite movie. Just do it for that one movie, man. You deserve it. Treat your favorite movie right. TGD, thank you for the super chat. Oh no, wait, Bobor. I got Bobor. Bobor Country, my brother.
Shout out Bobor.
He says PS releases a game. They are anti-consumer. PS farts. They cause global financial meltdown. Fuck off. You guys criticize them for anything they do. I mean, bro, but this is pretty bad. It's not like
this is pretty bad though.
Like physical, you know what I'm saying? It's pretty bad. We're talking about a whole medium that they're taking away. Like imagine if they would have done that on PS4. I wouldn't have gotten this for $8. I would have been asked out. I would have been SOL. That's
so
pretty
they're
bad.
giving up on the Blu-ray medium, right? Even though they make money every time somebody, because they own the licensing rights, right? So every time something is made in Blu-ray, they make the money.
They get a little licensing fee.
Yeah, including when Xbox, have to install Blu-ray disc player into their Xboxes.
No,
they make money off that. But I guess they're just letting it go.
It says TGD. The question is not why is PS pulling away from disc, is why are gamers buying digital in such overwhelming numbers? Convenience. It is convenient. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah. It is convenient.
Especially if you're like a streamer, you want to play that as soon as the game goes live. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that convenience. It's really convenient. And then also, here's another thing. Like, a lot of yous want that PlayStation handheld, right? So, or I ain't gonna know, but people are excited at the thought of a PlayStation handheld that plays PS5 games. That handheld's not gonna run on a disc. It's all digital. You understand what I'm saying? So that's another factor, right? I know some Xbox guys are talking. I don't even pay attention to those guys because they hype nothing but a digital world, and not directly, but indirectly they hype digital. And what I mean by that is Game Pass.
Game
It's
Pass and
digital.
like 60% of their user base is all digital with the
Yeah.
Series S. Like, come on, shut up.
But not just that, the other stuff that they like. Oh, I like Play Anywhere. Play Anywhere is not a
That's a
disc-based
digital
system. That's a
thing.
digital
Yeah,
system.
yeah,
Oh,
exactly.
I like to play on a device I want to play on. Well, that's digital. So all the things Xbox guys been hyping, play wherever they want to play, whether it's a handheld, PC, or console, that's digital. Play anywhere entitlements. You buy one copy, you can play it on PC and console. That's digital. Game Pass, that's digital. That's all digital. That's none of that's physical. There's nothing physical about any of the things they've been hyping for the last 2 years or so. So they're not the purveyors of physical either. And so that's a wrap. 78 Inc. with the super chat says putting music on cassettes can range from $3 to $6. Games can run about $4 to $8, and Switch almost $15 to $18. Well, I looked at the Blu-ray. It said around $2 to $2.50 for Blu-ray. Bobo Country, thank you for the super chat. It's like people who say they like gaming but without any fucking proof jump to the worst conclusions every fucking time. Why do you hate PS so much? Oh, maybe he's talking about M because M said fuck Sony. He went hard on them.
M said, "Suck my hot dog."
Yeah, he did. My man, yeah, M went hard at that. For me personally, I'm looking at like this gen. I'll be honest. As much as some of the crazy shit, it doesn't impact probably most of us because we already bought the console. Like I bought my PlayStation Pro at $700, so the $900 price hike is unfortunate, but it doesn't impact me. I bought PSN, PS Plus Essential, like decades ago. I stacked that shit all the way out to 2030. I don't have it. I never auto renewed because I was, my shit stacked to 2030. So I bought that shit when it was like $50. And I mean like the base price. Like I stacked my shit when it was before the $60 increase. I bought it when during November when
CDK was selling it for $26.
Yes, yeah. $26.
Yeah.
So I bought like 5, 6, 7 of them shits a pop. Before the $60, before PSN went to $60, I already had that shit stacked. Like this was back in 2018, 2017, and I told everybody in 2017, 2018, listen, this shit is $26. Sony's gonna increase the price. This shit stacks. Buy 10 of these shits, and you're good to like 2028. I stack my shit out to like 2030. I told people this. My shit is so stacked out that when PS Plus Extra first came out and they say you can convert to Essential to Gold or Extra, in order for me to convert, I first have to pay like $400 because that's all the deals and savings. Then my shit gets reduced from like 10, 12 years to like 4 or 5 years of service. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I'm not going to pay $400 and then lose years of service for this library that most games I'm not even going to play. I'm like, I'm good. I'm not doing this. So my shit's, I'm not lying. I'll screenshot it. I'll take a picture. My shit's, I'm a member to like 2030. And I bought my shit like at $26. So Sony's pissed off at me. They're making no money off me. If anything, they're losing money on me because of inflation and the price hikes over time. That shit doesn't impact me. I have my shit set. 2018 was the last time I paid for a PSN. And I bought like 5 or 6, 7. Like a ridiculous amount. And I'm at 2030. And once 2030 comes, which is what? Damn, 4 more years. Oh shit.
4 years, yeah.
Yeah, 4 more years. May of 2030. I think is my last month. After that, it's over because I'm not renewing. I hardly play multiplayer, so that'll be done. Shout out to Borbor. Let's see. Borbor, you're not a real gamer if this is why you mad. About physical? I don't understand what Borbor. You're gonna have to come on a podcast because I don't know where you're coming from. You're gonna have to come on a podcast. You want a link? Because I don't know where you're coming from. If a gamer is pissed off on how they want to play, let me put it this way. Let's say Sony released a PlayStation 6. Let's say they do some fuck shit. And Sony releases a handheld that you could play on a TV. They pretty much copy Nintendo. That's what they're gonna do. And it's a weak handheld or whatever, or it's not that much more powerful than the PS5 Pro. But they wanna capture the Switch market because, you know, that's their way of getting back Japan, and they see the popularity of the Switch. So now PlayStation 6 is pretty much just a copy. It's not an actual dedicated console. I would be pissed as fuck. I would be pissed off. I'll be like, oh, hell no. I'm not buying no goddamn handheld as a primary console because I don't want a handheld. That's not what I do. And if Sony releases the same strategy as Nintendo, I'm out. I'm not buying no goddamn handheld that you could connect to the TV. Fuck that. I'll tell you that right now. That's instant. Done. Like, get out of here. Like, that's an L. I'm not buying no goddamn handheld from Sony that you could connect to the TV. That shit. I'll tell you that right now. I don't give a shit about the library. I'm not doing that. Hell nah. I'll find me another main platform, most likely PC, because Xbox is dog shit. So really, the only other place to do is PC, and then I'll just learn and deal with it, deal with all the issues. But you're not gonna make me buy a handheld that connects to the TV. That shit ain't happening, Sony. Don't even think. Don't even go there. Don't do it with the PS7. Don't do it with the PS8, because I am out at that moment. Gone. I'm not buying a handheld, and that's my primary way to connect TV. Don't. That's not even a debate. I don't fuck with handhelds. I just don't. You see what I'm saying? So it depends on your limit. Is the digital thing pissing me off? Like, oh fuck Sony, I'm not playing this. No, most of my games are digital. I don't like it. It's unfortunate, but that's not one of the deal breakers. But a handheld Switch bullshit strategy, oh yeah, that's instant deal breaker. I'm not even gonna entertain this shit. I won't even entertain the conversation. That's just a deal breaker. It's a wrap. That right there will signal the end. Instant. That's an instant drop zone for me. Super West with the super chat. Venom game might be the last physical. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oof. Major Claridge, new member. Welcome back to the family, brother. And Chillwell gifted a membership. Shout out to you.
Yeah, shout out Major.
Yeah.
Shout out Major.
Help. Salute. And to Chillwell, hey, follow his streams. Subscribe to his channel, and also follow him on Twitter.
Appreciate y'all.
And also Major Claridge gifted two memberships. So if you receive memberships from Major Claridge, give him a shout out. Follow him on Twitter. Shout out to you, brother. And Borbo with another super chat. What is this BS? Nib knows more than Sony accountants. Listen, Nib goes deep in the numbers, he goes deep in the numbers. But I don't even really think it's about the digital stuff. 1B, what is it?
Well, he owns a restaurant, so he has to probably do the
numbers here.
The filing and everything, right? Yeah. Nib owns a restaurant.
Oh, what food he specializes in?
I want to say Indian.
Indian, okay.
I think, yeah, it's South Asian. I think. I don't know. I don't know for sure.
All right. 18 anime member for 4 months. PSP 3 day one for me, as long as it's under $1,000. That's a good number. At least you're being realistic. Instead of $1,000. Like if you would have said $600, like some people saying the handle's gonna be $400. I'm like, man, you know what? You guys are a lost cause, boy. You think a handheld that can play PS5 games is gonna be $400? Okay, all right.
Fuck no.
Good, yeah. So at least you're realistic with the $1,000 threshold. At least you're being a realist with that one. Where we at now? Holy shit. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Hopefully, you get what you want. Anybody? If anybody here interested on the new handheld, if Sony decides to release it, because that might be a thing too. That might. Who knows?
Nah,
What's up?
Yeah, can I add a few things in regards to that?
Okay, go ahead.
So, okay, one of the benefits of PS Portal and Switch 2. I'm just gonna get out of this room. It's very active. One of the benefits, it's very light, right? It's easy to use. It's a good gift idea, right? You can, at the end of the day, a grandma can go into Target, ask for the person who's selling, hey, I want to buy something for my, grandson's birthday. What do you suggest? Hey, how about a Switch? Bang, 199, and it sells how many, 150 million units. Specifically with the PlayStation 6 handheld or whatever they're doing, I'm a little bit worried about the form factor and how heavy or light it is going to be. Because if they are going to go after the Japanese market with the handheld, they need to get that balance right. Because I don't think the Japanese people will be interested in carrying around something like not the Steam Deck. The Steam Deck is reasonable, but Rogue Ally, right? Those things are heavy, right? And you have to be a very dedicated gamer to carry something that bulky and that heavy around.
Have
So-
you been to Japan as of recent?
Yes.
Yeah, those motherfuckers don't care, dog. They'll fucking wear fanny packs to carry that shit. They just
Okay.
like the
I'm
convenience
just
of portable.
saying, it's just
Maybe
maybe
size and weight is an issue, mostly for ergonomics, right? Because
yeah.
they have to fit their hands, right? Can't be too weighty, especially for younger players, right? I think
Younger
that part I
audience,
agree.
and that
Right,
yeah, and that's what I mean is that hey, Sony, Nishino, the Machino, whatever you want, you can go for that Japanese market or the Asian market with that handheld, but you gotta get that form factor and weight balance absolutely right, because if it's too heavy, too bulky, Switch 2 is gonna win, 5 out of time, 4 out of times 1, comparatively. But other than that, I wish that it's not going to hold back the next generation. Probably it will. Not Steam, Series S has proven that again, time and again. But I'm hoping that Mark Cerny knows what he's doing. That's pretty much my opinion. In terms of price, I think they can price it around 700, 6 to 700, and I think it will be a reasonable price for the current market. Of course, the pricing can go down. Yeah.
I think as long as they don't do parity with the PlayStation 6, that was the Series S's. I mean, obviously, you made the Series S and Series X, so you have to have parity. You force yourself into that because there's 2 consoles and you're providing 2 options for consoles. So yeah, they're gonna have parity. The handheld, as long as Sony doesn't mandate that all PlayStation 6 games must work on the handheld, I think it'll be fine. Because there's going to be some indies, maybe some smaller titles that could, let me put it this way. If the game runs on the PS5, it's going to run on the handheld. And to be honest, I don't think that's even going to be a thing, like the whole games being held back. Because if there is a product that's going to hold back PlayStation 6 games, that product is called the PS5. Let's be honest. You're not getting PS6 exclusives for maybe, I would say at least, hell, the first 4 or 5 years, you're not getting PlayStation 6 built exclusives. It's all going to be PS5 games with ports, taking advantage of PlayStation 6 hardware. But they're all going to be games built with PlayStation 5 in mind for a long time. So right now, I think PS5 is going to be the game to hold it back.
Yeah, we might get the Astrobot Playroom 2, maybe. That is a potential. We might get that. But I think that the tentpole next Astrobot, I think that the next Astrobot is going to be probably cross-gen because how successful it was on the PlayStation 5, right? 4.5 million copies, 5 million copies sold.
Good.
That is a massive success. Yeah.
But I think the biggest factor is going to be PlayStation 6 sales. Like if the sales time line are much slower than even the PS5, they're going to be like, hey, this console's not, because of the price point, is not on pace with even the PS5 at launch or whatever. They're just not going to miss out on PS5 sales, especially when they saw the benefit. They saw the benefit.
No third party's going to miss out on that.
But they saw the benefit of cross-gen sales. Like, that's the reason why they got profit so much so fast, like because they were still selling PS4. They were making a lot of money on PS4, so cross-gen strategy was very lucrative. So they're gonna double down on that with the PS5, PlayStation 6. Don't be surprised if there's games PS4, 5, and 6 across all three platforms still kicking it. That shit would be
That'd
hilarious.
be crazy.
That would be hilarious. I would laugh my ass
That's
off
nuts. Yeah.
if there's a game that works on the PS4, 5, and 6.
Well, there will be, but well, at the end of the day, with the next generation that is coming, right? With the not .com bubble, with the AI bubble, or maybe not bubble, it can go in three different directions, right? PlayStation releases its hardware, I don't know, $700, $800, $900, and the bubble is a bubble, right? It bursts, and there's an influx of RAM, SSD. The price will probably start to plummet, right? Companies will struggle, and there's a good outcome potentially out of that is that the next generation of consoles are going to be cheaper, or it just continues as is. Nothing happens at the end of the day, and the price just remains at around the 800, 700, or the 900 mark. And I think at that rate, there will be an influx of purchase. Pretty much, maybe the first 5 to 10 million it's going to be gone like that, right? Because there are, I think, enough enthusiasts that will be interested in playing GTA 6 at a better fidelity, or intergalactic with a full-on path tracing. I think that will be the case. Now, if the .com, well, not again, I keep saying the .com, the AI bubble is not a bubble, right? And it turns out that it is a legitimate innovation, and then the humankind is going to reach the moon by 2050, and AI is going to assist us. I think that the cloud streaming is going to go very big, because companies will start offering potentially excess capacity at the AI, what do you call it, server farms, to be able to play games. And I think that will be one part of an avenue that people can use those server farms around the world, and pay, I don't know, $20 a month, $30 a month to stream your games. So at the end of the day, which feature do you want is the most important question.
All right. Let me go the super chat. We got Gordo P23 says, it's crazy that we now live in a world where the only way to own your game is to steal it. Basically making true ownership a crime. That is wild. That is absolutely wild. I think I mentioned it on a podcast here in one of the episodes about, the whole pirating movies versus buying movies, and how like pirating movie was a better experience. Like if you bought a movie, like you had to see the FBI warning, then they force you to watch commercials, then they do all this stuff, and like you can't just skip and press play. Like what the fuck? And like you watching all this shit, and now you're finally watching a movie. And then if you pirate the movie, boom, you just watch the movie. And it's like, why is buying a movie a worse experience than stealing it? You know what I'm saying? That is crazy.
Can I just say, pirating is not ownership; it's possession. It's like the one thing that just drives me crazy with the PC fanboys is like, oh, piracy is ownership. Technically, it is not ownership. You have the possession of that item, right? If you steal it, you don't own it. You have the possession. It's just, I know it's being a little bit, how to say it, petty in terms of wording bit, but technically you do not own anything.
But I think what they're trying to say is, if you pirate a game, who's going to take it away from you? If you buy the game legitly through a service, they could take it away from you over some stupid reason. And I think that's why.
No, but hence the reason I'm saying it's possession. It's not ownership.
I think, but but even then, do you own something? Somebody could take it away from you, or are you really an owner of that? If somebody could come and take it for you.
Yes. Yes. Let's say tomorrow your car gets stolen, right? You don't have the possession of that car, but you still have the ownership.
No, but that's stolen. If I buy a car from Ford
Yes.
and I gave Ford my money and I take it home and Ford comes back now, we're taking your car. Did I ever own it? Did I ever own it from Ford? No, I didn't.
No, they can't do that because ownership transfer already has happened.
Yeah, Ford can't do that because you actually own the car. That's why they can't do it.
Yeah.
You bought it from them, you took it, and now you own it. That Ford can't get it back. Ford can't get it back. That's ownership. But if you buy a digital game and Sony just shuts down your account, and now you don't have that game, that means you never really owned it.
No, that's not ownership. That's just a digital license.
Yeah, So you see, and that's why, and I think that's the whole thing, right? So yeah. So that's
but then doesn't that come down? Yeah, that to what Will's saying. Doesn't that come down to the licensing cost, your agreement when you buy it, right, with them and you, Sony and you? So whether it's digital or physical, that it's how the contract's worded. If I exchange money with you for $100 for this GTA game, I bought the game for you, regardless of whether it's in a digital format or a physical format. Sorry, Will, I talked over your apologies.
But do you think?
So I don't know.
But yeah, do you know what I'm trying to say?
So I'll use this, right? And I don't know the full things, but from my understanding, I license this physical thing. I license. Now my restriction is I can't duplicate this and sell it, right? And then technically something like I can't do a public showing, like I can't go to the park and show this movie for like 50 million people. That's it, right? But this company can't come and be like, hey, I'll be like, hey, what's up? Hey, that 4K Blu-ray, yeah, you need to give it back to me. For what? Oh, because we just want it back. Get the fuck out of here. Like, I didn't break the rules. And even then, they can't take the movie. All they could do is fine me. Like, if I show Batman in a public park, they could just fine me or whatever, and stuff like that. But this physical is in my hands forever. But digitally, they could just shut me down and prevent me from having access from that digital copy ever again. And that's why some people,
because the laws haven't caught up.
Yeah, and we don't have good consumer laws.
Make it a lot harder. What happened,
the laws haven't caught up to this yet.
Like, look at, in fact, this is a perfect example. There's like 500 movies gone from PlayStation. They're gone. This happened recently. I didn't look into it because I don't do movies, but 500 movies got delisted and now they don't have access to it. The people who bought it. Like, you bought content and now you don't have access to it no more.
And that's where they're wrong. They've now moved to what streaming does, right? We pay less for streaming, and you're right, because Netflix can go, watch this, because in 10 days it's being removed. You're right, that's it. So Sony's now in this limbo of its kind of...
Hey, Doughboy, your mic is cracking. Like,
you know what I mean?
Your mic is messed up.
Yeah.
Now, the streaming,
now they've put themselves in this place. Yeah, but Sony's put themselves in this position.
Yeah, but this is different. If somebody went and bought the movie, that means they own it. But apparently not. That got delisted. So what you is gone. You know, same thing can happen for gaming also. Borbor, he says every company does targeted pricing. Shut the fuck up. Yo, Borbor. While true, because I know Amazon does it, right? But I think the difference between the PlayStation Store and other things, they take, for example, I'm gonna buy a TV. I look at Best Buy. Obviously, they do targeted pricing. I got the price from Best Buy. I go look up the TV on Amazon. They're going to targeted price me. I look at, all right, whatever price they give me, whatever. Then I go to Walmart. I'm a Walmart Plus member. I see the same TV. And Walmart has the cheapest price compared to Amazon Best Buy. I'm going to buy the TV from Walmart. I can go to other stores. Sure, all the stores are targeted pricing. But because each of the stores are competition, I'm going to pick the store that has the cheapest price, and I'm going to get it there. You ain't doing that on PlayStation, dog. Now that physical is gone, you're just going to the PlayStation Store and whatever price they have, that's it, dog. That's it. There's no conversation. You ain't going nowhere. There's no other store. And you can't even say, well, let me look at the physical. Let me go to Amazon or Best Buy or Walmart to see how much the game costs physically. Yeah, that's done. You're not doing that either. This is the price of the store. This is what you're paying. You either pay or you don't play the game. That's it. No other options. Done. It is what it is.
And one of the most downsides of targeted pricing because at the end of the day, everyone wants targeted pricing, but at the cheapest price, right? I want to pay the most cheapest price compared to everyone else. But the problem with digital targeted pricing is the more you buy, actually, the more you pay.
Yeah.
It's so it's so backwards,
They
right?
reward the people who hardly buy
Yeah.
anything because they want them to start buying
Literally,
stuff.
I brought that up earlier
Yeah.
about the variable
So,
pricing.
like for example, Doughboy may not give a shit about Resident Evil or whatever, and they'd be like, "Hey, you got Resident Evil Requiem for $24, or Code Veronica. Hey, we'll give you a day one pricing of $60 because we know you're not gonna buy the game. So instead of paying $70, have $61. But Chill Will, he's paying the full $70. They're not gonna give him a price drop because they know he's gonna buy it. They know he's gonna buy it.
These
so
motherfuckers took away my double dip, dog.
what I'm
Fucking
saying?
remember when Requiem came out? I was like, I got 3 copies.
Here's the
One
crazy
fucking
part,
fell
right?
through.
Because some people own the PS5 as a side console for the exclusives, like PC gamers. They own a PC, they own a PS5. So they go see a multiplayer. Let's say like First Light, whatever. They see a third party title. And now that there's no physical, it doesn't matter to them. They're on PC. They're probably all digital on PlayStation. So the physical thing don't matter to them. But the thing is, they see a game on PlayStation, they'd be like, wait a minute, this game is $50 on PSN. On Steam, it's $19. I'm gonna play the Steam version. Some of them are gonna play the PC version anyway because it's superior hardware. But I would imagine if, let's say, a game's on Steam is like $40-$50, and let's say it so happened PS5 had a sale and the game's like $15-$20, they'll probably buy the cheaper version because they can. You see what I'm saying? So if you're a multi-console owner, you'll still kind of, or at least a multi-platform owner where you have a PC and the PS5, you're going to be buying most of your games on PC because that's where you're going to get the cheaper price. And really the only games you're going to buy on PlayStation is probably the exclusives. That's not on PC. Glinzer, wait till game companies say we have to change the digital character or level or ending because so-and-so complained. Where physical can do that. Like, didn't they do that to a game or something? Where they changed the ending? Now that he
Mass
said
Effect?
that. Mass Effect, yes.
The third one?
The third one, they changed the ending. Or they added a new ending because people didn't like the original ending.
They did it with Until Dawn, too.
That's funny. Glinzer's hilarious. Shout out to you.
Glinzer's fucking been killing me in the comments, bro.
Yo,
God damn.
Armin, thank you for the super chat. He says, yo, chat, there are over 200 of us on here. So why are there only 79 likes?
Hey.
What are we doing here? Hit the like button. That's just how it is, man. I appreciate it. While you're here, please hit the like button. But when somebody in the chat notices, like, hold on here, you got 200 people and 79 likes. What are we doing here? So shout out to you, Armin. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Here we go. We got Pat Maya. Thank you so much for the super chat. It says Sony can now control the digital market. But hey, doesn't matter since Sony's making more profit than ever. As long as they're making profit, all good. Since they're making all this profit, can y'all drop the price of the consoles down, please? Get more members in. I want more people on PlayStation. Get them all in there. Because that's, get them all up in here. Have them all join the team.
I need all the Resident Evils to get remade, fam. I need more people buying them.
Yes. Glassdoor Gaber, thank you for the super chat. What happened? Doughboy, go ahead.
What do you think?
Oh, no, can you hear me? My bad. I was out here driving. No, I was just saying, shoot, what my thing is, if they're going to get rid of the raw materials and no more physical, why ain't the games getting cheaper? Why the hell is the game still $80 and whatnot? Shouldn't the games be going down some? Since you don't got to pay for distribution and raw materials and all that?
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. You just said something. Hold on. You just said something. Let's see. Hold on. Let me look for it up real quick.
Or even running the factory, like the overhead cost.
See, again, like my whole thing is I'm not too hung up on the physical because I knew it was going to happen eventually, right? I mean, we all knew it was going to happen, but we thought it was going to be a little bit dead on down the line. But I mean, shit, shouldn't I just wonder why the games ain't getting cheaper? Why we still paying these, absorbent prices if we, get rid of the physical, the physical raw materials and whatnot? That's my thing.
No, that's a good point, right? It costs
Yeah,
them
like,
less,
why is
but
the benefit?
they're not passing it on to us. You're right.
Yeah, why is the cost cutting not being passed to the consumer? It seemed like they trying to pocket all the the savings for themselves.
Yeah, that's exactly what they want. And they cut off the middleman, like the retailers, right? So,
Mhm.
that's not going to sit well with
So now third party only have
users.
to share a split with
Yeah.
PlayStation, instead of sharing
Yeah.
it with Target, Game Pass,
Mhm.
GameStop along with PlayStation. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Wasn't there some game retailer that decided to not stock or sell GTA 6? Or did I just make that up and it was a fake thing?
It was being thrown around, but I don't think nothing was confirmed yet.
There was,
Okay.
but I think it's not a big retailer. It's just a
Okay.
small.
Yeah, I think it's like a smaller retailer. Yeah.
All right. So not enough to hit them in the hip pocket, unfortunately.
No, absolutely not. GTA is going to be, I don't know, over or under 3 billion on day one. That's going to be massive. And the funny thing is, PlayStation is going to make close to 200 to 300, 400 million just on that. Because of the, 20 to 30% they're going to be getting out of GTA 6.
I low-key
Yeah.
hate them for that.
All right. So, okay. I mean, granted, Sean Layden is not there no more. But I remember this quote from him when he was in an interview. And Sean Layden said that, and it even says current leadership have repeatedly emphasized that physical retailers are essential for the ecosystem and that undercutting them would be self-destructive to the physical retailers. So that's the reason why digital games aren't dramatically cheaper consistently than physical games, because they made statements that it would be bad for the physical retailers, because if you're constantly undercutting them, let's say they release games at $70, but you constantly release at $60 or $50, no one's ever going to buy a physical game. So to protect the retailer system, they never consistently drop prices just because they can. Okay. But now that you cut out the
Yes.
retailers, retailers are gone. You're not doing physical games no more. So we can see these prices drop now because you don't have no retailer industry to worry about. Right? I feel like the Star Wars memes. Padme. I feel like Padme right now. Right? Right?
Right?
I feel like her now. There's no retailer. So you're not destroying the retail industry. In fact, you kind of did by not doing physical no more. But now that you completely destroyed it, we should see cheaper games, right? Better deals, right?
Portorock, but Portorock, it's what, $5, right? The cost from manufacturing to get it into store, all of that just adds $5.
Yeah, $5 per game.
It's not much.
$5 per game.
Yes.
So now that's all money. So sell the game $5 cheaper. Drop the price from $70 to $65. Something. Give us something.
Shit. Even at this point, I would have took the Nintendo route. I think their next game, Fire Emblem, is going to be $70 digitally and $80 physically. Like, I would have even took that. That's just me, though. I know not everyone's going to see it, though.
Oh, man, that would be, who knows? They would be like, hey, we have to raise the price of physical to $80. Ooh, I wouldn't even know. Yo.
That's kind of the early signs that Nintendo's going that way.
Yeah.
But
ooh,
damn.
That would have been like, oh, man.
Sony is so eager to beat Nintendo, decide to go, you know what? You're going to raise your price? We'll raise ours first.
They'd be like, you know what, Nintendo? We're not even going to deal with this bullshit. We'll just get rid of it. All right. Glassdoor Gaber says cloud will be subscription based. They will raise prices all the time like streaming. There's no guarantee there either. It'll be cheaper than buying $1,000 consoles. And then you don't have to buy games. It's just, man, the gaming industry is just so, and it almost seems like you don't need to do this. Like, especially when you have the most profitable gen during the time when you made the most stupidest decision going live service, yet you still made a lot of money. Like, just keep it simple. Make the games, release the console, decent price, and the games will show up and enjoy it. That's it. Oh, we got Extreme.
Whoa, M's here.
Yeah.
Let them
Oh
cook.
yeah, you
Let
thought
'em
the
go.
you thought the show was over? Oh no, just add another 3 hours
I'm
to
about
the
to make
show.
a name for myself.
Oh, it's on. But hey, extreme,
Real quick.
you are so
I
lucky.
was like, yo, Extreme straight up was like, suck my fucking hot dog.
Oh yeah, extreme, you are lucky.
Yeah,
You
I
are
am.
lucky because I don't know the reason why I say
I
you're
am.
lucky because I explained this to Valkyrie. The plant that they're shutting down, or not shutting down, but they're converting, is in Austria. But I read it quickly. Like in my excitement, I thought it said Australia. So I was gonna come at you. But luckily I reread it again. It's Austria.
Yeah.
But I thought it was Australia. I'd be because I was gonna come on this podcast. I'd be like, you guys suck at breakdancing. You can't be America in soccer. And now you're getting rid of physical disc. What good are you?
I'm telling you.
But
I'm
you're
telling
safe. You're safe. It wasn't you
Yeah,
guys.
apparently
It's
the
a common
three-
mistake.
It was
We're basically
Australia,
neighbors.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's the
clarify
os part. It's the os
We're
part.
vocabulary neighbor.
It's the first three letters. You know, we don't read the rest of the whole word. Os. You know, it's the same thing.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah,
I wonder if they call
clarify,
themselves
though.
Aussies true.
Yeah, you
I
know what
wonder
I'm
if they
saying?
do that. They're like, no, we're the Aussies.
We're the Aussies. We're Aussies. No, you know, it's like the Spider-Man meme. You're pointing at each other. Who's the Aussie?
Yeah,
Let
there
me
we
do
go.
these super chats because I definitely want to give the mic to you. You know.
Take the mic with you.
Super West, thank you for the super chat. Says Nintendo would never do this. The fan will go crazy. You know, eventually gonna go there. Because I think even right now Nintendo is still physically dominated, but it's growing. They're just slower to the punch.
Mm-hmm.
But I hope Nintendo stays physical, but you never know. Super West, thank you for the super chat. RDR2 is boring game compared to GTA. I agree. That's gonna catch a lot of hate from me, but I agree. Glenzer, Sony Digital before PR takes off Nick's hat. Damn. Oh man. This shit is
Yeah,
staying.
never taking that off.
You know what I'm saying? Well, no, I'm gonna put my Yankees back on soon. You know, after you know, they gotta rep my Yankees. Here we go. What else we got? Damn, it seems like the super chat's not ending. Oh, here we go. Galaxy Fur. Switch 3 will most likely be all digital too. I mean, they released the Switch last year in 2025. So 27 years is 2032, 2033. So it might. A new Switch in 2032, 33 might be all digital. Who knows? Could be. That's potential. Glenzer gifted a membership. So if you received a membership from Glenzer, please give him a shout out and thank him.
Yeah, shout out
Appreciate it,
Glenzer.
brother.
Shut up,
War.
Linzer.
Oh, here we go, War. It says the fact that even
Shut up,
IGN
War.
and others are parting this bullshit PS6 production stat in a couple of months. The hardware was finalized 2 years ago. That's when they reserved the parts for the first 2 years. Oh, I think he's talking about the production. I don't know. Like, it's gonna be interesting. That Borbo, man. I hope we we got that back going. Woo! It's gonna be interesting. Shout out to Borbo. He says, "Oh yeah, Canal took their movies, but it's PS fault." Canal, is that the name of the company?
That's the name of the company. Yeah.
That's the name of the company that took
That's
their
the
names.
channel,
I mean, but you lost your movies on the PlayStation thing, so I don't know.
It is Sony's fault.
Yeah, it is. It is Sony's fault because that's who you bought it from. The distributor on the side is, all you know is you
They
log
should
on
pay for the
PlayStation.
license.
Yeah, all you know is you log on PlayStation. The movies you bought, you can't access it no more. Now, my thing was, why would you buy a movie on PlayStation, dog? Like, that's crazy. If you were gonna buy a movie,
Yeah,
a digital
for real.
movie, that's the last place I would buy it on.
Yeah, for
I would have
real.
bought it on Amazon.
The question
like,
is, why would you buy a digital movie?
that's a good point. I wouldn't buy a digital movie.
Because none of them actually keep the license. YouTube did the same thing before. Amazon has done the same thing before. I think even Apple, like through Apple TV Plus, sometimes you can buy certain things from there. They've done the same thing before. Unless it's their own content, like Disney Plus, and you buy a Disney movie from them, that'd be the only time that you should partake in something like that. And even then, you shouldn't.
Like, there's no reason to buy a digital movie because you're paying like $20, whatever, some stupid price, right? And then you could potentially lose access to it. Chances are the movie's on a streaming service that you already have access to, so you can watch it anytime. right?
I mean, sometimes they gatekeep it behind the like you. For example, on Amazon, you remember on Amazon Prime, it's not everything that you see there that you technically have access to your
So you pay
subscription.
$3 to
Yeah,
rent it if you want to watch it that one time. Some of the rentals like
yeah.
$2.
I would say
Just pay the $2.
renting it is the best way. Yeah.
If you want to buy it, there's only one way to buy a movie, and that's physical. That's the way to do it.
That's physical,
And you get
baby.
the best
That's the only
quality
way you
too.
own it.
And you get the best quality. It actually looks 4K.
Yep.
You don't get that trash ass
Yep.
digital shit. You get
In
the
fact,
actual
1080p Blu-ray is better than 4K streaming for most cases.
Yeah. So if you buy
don't tell
movies,
Sean that.
Oh nah. It's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
It's the same
man.
thing.
Valkyrie gifted a membership, so please give a shout out to Valkyrie and follow her, and she streams as well. Borbor, shout out to you, brother. He says, to the guy moaning about prices, why don't you take the same pay in 2006? If you're willing to go back to 2006 paychecks, then I'll join you in $60 games. Eh?
I guess that's directed at me. First off, fuck you. You seem to have you seem to have a problem with me. I mean,
Whoa.
it seems like all his comments directed at me. First off, fuck you. If you got something to say, come up to the pod. We can do that. It's nothing. We can have a Sean and M moment. I don't give a fuck. Like I just look at
What
it
the
like
fuck?
this. Like
I was
I'm speaking,
innocent in
it
that
feel like
moment.
I'm speaking on more behalf of the consumer, and you speaking on more behalf of the company. You fucking corporate dick sucker. That's exactly what it sounds like. You sucking that corporate dick, ain't you, boy? You can't wait to pay
Damn, Sean, what are you
$1,000 for
doing
that
here?
PS6, can you? Yeah, good for you, fucking piece of shit.
Okay,
Anyway,
what happened on this podcast? Because I haven't been watching. I didn't know it was
Shit.
hostile
Yo,
environment.
I didn't even I didn't even put, I didn't even
Do I
put
need
Yeah, I
to-
didn't know
two.
Sean was
do I
here.
need to
I'll
watch
be honest.
Alpha?
I didn't even put
What?
two and two together. I just realized,
Yeah.
yo, he's doing drive-bys on you, Doughboy. Doughboy had enough. He's like, you know what? Fuck this shit.
bro, look, I peep sneak this is better than anybody. I peep the sneak this. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck what you talking about. Like I said, at the end of the day, hey, I'm pro consumer. It's all about the consumer in my mind. If you want to be pro corporate, then go ahead, do you. That's fine. Hey, I
You
got no
know,
problem with that. But don't worry about what I'm doing over here. Hey, at the
as
end
a
of the day, hey,
responsible
if
and
you
mature person, I want you to know this kind of behavior I condone heartily. I need you on my team to fight Sony with this.
hey, man. Like,
Oh
dog, I just
shit!
seen those.
My
Never seen
man,
somebody suck corporate
Doughboy
dick
say,
so
I'm
hard.
tired of you throwing shots at me. I see what you're doing with these. He's like, oh shit, yo, that's crazy. Oh, shout out to you, boy.
Don't take it too
shit.
personally, Doughboy. We love you here, man.
Yeah, I'm taking the verse. I mean, I peep the shots though. They look, you know what I mean. It's all fun and games till you hit back, but it's all good.
But I will say this: have we all not been complaining? I mean, the world not complaining with rising prices in food, gas. I always say this. You know what? This I always say this for years. Why do gamers treat gaming different than every other industry? Like, what I mean by that? Oh man, the secondhand market. You know, developers or publishers don't get a cut, so we got to shut that down. But I'm like, but we don't do that in other mediums, like the used car sales market. You know, when you go buy a new car, the first thing they ask, hey, is there a car you want to trade in? Because they want that car. Because they'll give you a little 5,000 off, 2,000 off. They'll come, they'll fix it, and then they resell it. And 100% of the money goes to the used dealership. None of it goes back to whoever the manufacturer is. And no one gives a fuck. No one cares if somebody sells a used Nissan and Nissan doesn't get a cut of a used car sale. No one complains. It all goes 100%
That is a
to
beautiful
the.
drawing.
In fact,
Beautiful.
yeah, it is gorgeous. In fact,
I fucking hate that you have so much talent.
and we don't, right? It feels like we're like,
I'm just
like
like,
something's
holy
wrong
shit,
with
what the
us.
fuck?
Like all I do is talk shit on a
hold
podcast.
Look at this
like,
shit.
that
I have a
shit-
pencil too. Why can't I do that?
Like it doesn't work. The pencil's broken. The pencil's broken.
It's Australian pencils don't fucking work. That's why.
But I always wondered.
Send me some. I'll give it a shot.
But I'm like, but I always wondered. Gaming always gets like support the developers. I hate that fucking term. Listen, I love fried apple pies from McDonald's, but ain't no fucking way I'm gonna say support McDonald's. The moment they go back to bake apple pies, fuck you. Keep my shit fried, and I will buy it. I'll buy 4 of them shits a pop and eat them all myself.
Yep.
Listen, I'll catch
That's
a heart
exactly
attack.
what we need.
But I'm not doing it because I'm supporting you. It's because them fried apple pies are delicious. I can't help it. They're like crack. I'm gobbling them shits up.
If
Yo,
you're
I'll be
gonna
honest.
be
I ate fried
unhealthy,
apple
be
pies
super
every
unhealthy.
single day. I've been eating a fried apple pie
As you
every day.
should.
Well
At least
said.
two
As you
every
should.
single day. Every single day I've been
As
eating
you
two
should.
fried
You
apple
should eat
pies.
3.
Sometimes I eat 4.
Look at me. You have a ways to go, huh?
Yo.
You can put on more. It's okay. You live.
That's it. But like, you know, but the moment they go back to baked, nope, sorry. You'll never see me buy another apple pie again.
That
I'm
sounds
sorry.
healthier. Don't do that.
No, that's
Don't do that.
disgusting.
Instant
It's just,
diet.
you know,
Instant
forget
diet.
it. You know, yeah, instant. Like 1,000 calories I lose. But you see what I'm saying? Like, you make something I want, I will buy it. You don't make anything I want, I'm not buying it. And if that causes you to lose your job, I'm sorry. You should keep making what I want. In fact, I'm
Can
gonna
I
tell
just
them
address
that.
the chat a little bit? Because there's a lot of disrespect going on in the chat.
No,
People
we're
saying that
gonna
the
finish.
Sean
We're gonna go.
versus M.
We're gonna
Okay,
go.
hold on. But it wasn't Sean versus M. It was M featuring Sean. Okay, there was no versus there. Okay.
Everybody said they went Tupac. He said everybody say
And
Sean
I got
went
the
Tupac on your
drive-by.
ass. Sean went
He
Tupac
said,
on your
Riverside,
ass.
motherfucker.
Oh shit. He said Wayne Brady, bitch. Otaku, member for 2 months, says Switch 2 allows you to send digital games to a friend. Are you serious? They got digital sharing?
Yeah, they lowered it though,
like
and
you
it's
could
only
pay?
for like a week.
What do you mean? Oh, you could let a friend
So
play
they
your
had
game
it to where
digitally.
it was like, yeah, but I think they can only hold it for like a week, and then like at a click of a button, you could take it back.
Oh, but that's still pretty cool.
But it's still dope that you could do that. You know
Some
what I
games
mean?
you could beat in a week if you
Yeah,
focus on it.
especially Nintendo games.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Star Fox is like a 3-hour game.
Yeah, you could beat that shit. That's pretty cool. Sony. Bobo Country with a super chat. He says, I just cannot take people who are fucking stupid. Don't think like they're adults or have ever worked in corporate environment. Maybe that's why you don't know. I think he's trying to say, though, boy, your ass works at McDonald's. You ain't got no damn job. I think that's what I hear. I hear he says, listen, man, just serve them fries. I'm playing. I don't know. But here's the thing. Back to what I was saying. People complain about food. We complain about gas prices. We complain about electronics getting more expensive. We complain about everything getting more expensive. So why is gaming free? Barbo, why is gaming shouldn't be part of that conversation? Everything's getting expensive, and the world doesn't like
He just
it.
don't want you to. He don't look. He don't want you to speak against his billion-dollar corporation, brother. Just don't do it. Like he loved them. You know what I mean? He got that. I can't say what I want to say, but look,
You know what?
he
You
love them.
guys settle your thing later. I have a few things to say. Let's move forward. Okay, you guys can have Bobo Country featuring.
I'm not worried about it. Thanks for the
off
super
my
chat,
mic.
bro. Thank you. He's super chatting.
Listen, gotta read the super chats. But you know what I'm saying? Like, gaming's getting expensive. People are gonna complain, and some
Ain't
people
nothing
say,
wrong
you're
with
real
that.
gamers. Like, listen, let's be honest. Some people game because it is
If you're a
affordable.
real gamer, you just take it. Just
You
bend
know,
over
some
and
people-
take
you
it. They want to take the games away, just take it. Man, shut the fuck up, stupid ass. Anyway, go ahead.
Some
Like I
people
said,
game.
I endorse this energy.
Some people game because it's
Not
affordable.
necessarily the words, but the energy.
Yeah.
I like the energy.
Some people game because it's affordable. But when it
Like
gets
that video
not
where
affordable,
homeboy punched the fucking
some people will
kangaroo.
move on to something else. When you can't be priced out of your hobby. You can easily be priced out
But
of
here's
your
the
hobby.
thing. It's more than affordability because technically anyone can afford $100 game. It's just about, is it a fair exchange for what you're getting in return?
Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like, I mean, look, we have Valkyrie on board. Some of us can afford her surfboard, but most of us can at least afford $100 game. It's okay. It doesn't take that deep a wallet, to go. But that's the thing. It's what you get in return. And in fact, even at $30, you always have to ask yourself, am I getting good value for my money? It's not about, to me, that's why the dollar amount has never shocked me or anything like that. Like I've seen products that are so outrageously expensive that you even ask yourself how anyone has the audacity to charge for this. But they exist and they are bought by people. So being like sticker shock is something that I hardly ever come by, but it's when the person is not giving you enough value, or more importantly, taking away something that was fundamental to the value proposition and then pretending like somehow they're doing you a favor, like Sony. Fuck you, Sony.
All right, so that's all the super chats. Yo, M.
Yo.
How's your day going? Yeah, I saw your
So
videos
first of
too.
all, I haven't seen any of the podcasts because I woke up late, so I don't know if I'm gonna be retreading over things
You
that people
probably
have
will,
said. I
but it'll
apologize
be
if
your
I am.
opinion. Everybody gave their opinions, so pretty much.
That's the
So,
thing.
like to hear
So the
your
very
thoughts.
first thing that I want to talk about is the lie. Because men lie, women lie, numbers do. You can absolutely lie with numbers. And the biggest lie that Sony has told or that the media has put forward there is that it's like 85% of people choose to have a digital library or whatever. Huge lie, colossal lie. Let me tell you how. Because the good thing about statistics is that they don't have to be inaccurate in order to actually tell you a lie, you know? So the very first thing is going to be the fact that when you are looking at 85% of new games being bought digitally, you don't account for a few things. Number one, you do not account at all for the second-hand market, nor for the gift market, because on PlayStation, there's no way to actually send a digital gift. So if there's ever a gift that is actually through the physical, second, if a person ever buys a game, as a second-hand game, that cannot happen on the digital front. Therefore, you are also not accounting for that sale. So there could be a customer out there that goes out and buys 10 games every single year, way more than the average, which is about two, and they never get accounted for by that particular statistics. They can get picked up by other statistics because PlayStation knows their accounts and everything like that. They can see the games they play, but they are pretending that obfuscating that behind this particular narrow branch of things that they are saying. The second thing is that people have certain incentives to buy the games digitally, even when they have bought them physically. So, for example, me, I like to buy my games physically when they come out. But like any of you, I appreciate the convenience of digital account, because if I go to another PlayStation, I don't have to carry the physical game with me. Or even simply, if I don't want to swap the disc over, I have that capacity to do that. But I typically will buy the digital version way later, like when it's at $20 or less. So, for example, if I buy like a God of War, at launch, I'll buy it physically. And then later, I will also probably purchase it digitally once it reaches like $15 or something, just to have that convenience of both not having to carry it in case I ever travel, and also who doesn't want to be lazy? You're already on your couch, laziness is what you're supposed to do. So that is another thing where it gives you that incentive. Another thing is that about 85% of PlayStation's entire library, the PlayStation 5, is digital only. There are many games, even great hit games like Hollow Knight Silksong, that hasn't had a physical release. I'm not saying that they should have a physical release, but I'm saying that they haven't. So when you do not give people any other way to, access the game but the
Go off
digital
the
route,
data.
you
Just
can't
go
then
off the
turn
data.
around, exactly,
The data's thrown off
you
now because you
completely
didn't give
skew
it.
the data one
Yeah,
way. Yeah, exactly. Because what they're trying to say is
that's
that
the point.
85% of people, they're trying to imply that 85% of people prefer to use digital, but that's not what it is saying. When you give them only that choice, then that's just what it is. But also, like I said, 85% of the entire library itself is not available physically. It's only digital. This can be short games, it can be big games, and
Indies.
everything like that. But it does massively skew the data because, there are many games that people do partake in, not just the little, those little bullshit games where they just want to like plan them again in 5 seconds. The problem with that is, with this data set, is that it counts that purchase as strongly as a Final Fantasy VII remake that a person buys physically. So if, for example, you have somebody that buys $100 bullshit games that they just want to run platinums in 15 minutes, right? And a one person buys, one like great, fantastic, like Death Stranding 2 physically, now you have a 100-to-1 ratio. And because it only cares about the quantity, not the quality or the dollar spent amount, it also makes physical look way smaller than it is. All of that to say that it is lying. Another thing is that with the PlayStation Plus Extra, the monthly games that you get as part of your account, in case you get 3 monthly games about every single month, they treat that as a purchase. It's a $0.00 purchase, so it's a free purchase, quote unquote, but it is treated as a purchase. And now you have to ask yourself, are you guys also counting that as a digital purchase, even though it is tied to the subscription? And then finally, my pièce de résistance, courtesy of Nib on Twitter, he's the one that went back through the Insomniac leaks, and actually in those leaks, they told you the split percentage between physical and digital games. So you can see from PlayStation's own first party, which are, their big blockbuster, once every year or once every blue moon kind of a game, what the actual split were. And I think to me, this is the most relevant data. So for example, Sackboy, a big adventure, right? 77% digital. Sorry, 77% physical, 23% digital. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, 76% physical. Ghost of Tsushima, Director's Cut was 71% physical. Demon Souls, 70% physical. Miles Morales, 66% physical. Spider-Man, 66%. Returnal, 61% physical. The Last of Us 2, 61% physical. Ghost of Tsushima, 51% physical. And then MLB The Show was 39% physical. So you can see there, just from that split alone, that a lot of the majority of PlayStation's own first-party games are still preferred to be bought physically. So this whole 75, 85 is a complete lie. It's a complete obfuscation by just stacking the deck against the physical purchases as much as possible, pretending that they are insignificant, when it's like for your most significant games, they are actually really, truly relevant. People prefer to actually go physically rather than digitally, you know? And he also has some other stats later. Couldn't find that particular tweet, but it was for more recent games. And I think one of them was Astrobot, which is one of our most recent example. And that one was about 55% physical. And that was 2024. So in case people are saying, like, oh, this is back in 2020. No, it's like this just happened a moment ago. This is a complete fabrication by Sony to basically pit us gamers versus one another and make us feel like there's just a minority screaming into the dark when we are actually irrelevant, but it's like we're not. The majority of us still prefer to buy games physically for the games that truly matter, and those are the ones because we don't care about like duck jump simulator, that you are counting as part of your digital cell to skew the data and make like this is the most disingenuous thing because they're making it seem like it's a favor to you when literally proper data proves it's not. It's all about money, it's all about greed, it's all about the capacity to make more money from controlling the entire storefront and everything like that. So that is the first case. The biggest argument against the physical movement is 85% of games are bought digitally, but it's completely specious. It has no substance behind it. As soon as you peek behind the curtains, you see it's all smoke and mirrors and lies anyway. So please, people, do not buy into that number because it is completely fabricated, it is completely made up. And like I said, numbers can lie because depending on how you cherry pick the data, you can get data to say anything you want it to say. And this one is definitely one of those things. So that's the first case. So this complete thing, it has no legitimacy behind it. That's the first thing I want to say. The second thing I want to say is just a word of caution for people that are digital only gamers. Listen, a lot of people online have been saying that if you're a digital only gamer and you don't support physical media, you're somehow selfish. I think you're not selfish. I think you're not selfish at all. I think you're just foolish. Okay? Selfishness is doing what is best for your own self-interest. Okay? For example, for me, listen, I do not skateboard ever. But if the local council around me wanted to remove the skateboard park, I would stand up for those people and I would say, no, you should not remove this because I understand that public infrastructure makes my life better, even though I have no plan to ever go and use that park ever at all. That is the most selfish thing that I can do. It is my own best self-interest. I understand that it makes the city better and therefore I do it. Physical games make the digital purchasing experience better because physical games act as an anchor to the price. Okay, the fact that retailers have to compete amongst themselves and with the PlayStation Store means that at a certain point, the PlayStation Store cannot go way too far out of left field because it still will just, as you can see, people always prefer physical anyway. But if they went way too far with the product, with the prices out of left field, the physical stores would just get the lion's share of the purchases. It would just be 90% physical rather than that. Oh, one more thing that I forgot to say. Back when the PlayStation 5s were first announced, the digital and the physical edition, 80% of the consoles sold were physical. 80% of people prefer to have access, at least, to physical disc than people that just wanted to be digital only. And even to this day, there are some reports out there that still, to this day, about 82% of consoles sold were physical. Or people choose to then buy the disc after and attach it, right? So again, it is one of those things where, and I'm sure Sony will try to play the game. They'll be like, oh, look, our people prefer to buy digital consoles without counting how many of them then subsequently choose to add the physical, the actual disc later, because that's another way that they can skew the data. But back in the day, when it was just, hey, you choose either digital or physical, and you have to make your choice at the beginning, 80% of people went the physical route. What does that mean? That means that there were probably a lot of digital PlayStations that were just sitting there, that people were just like, no, I'll wait for a physical one. Again, that is the thing. And then the final lie is that 85% of people's library being digital does not at all talk about whether people prefer physical or digital. Because again, that statistic shows you when they have to choose a preference, they choose physical. People would rather have at least the access to the physical console, even if they do not think that they themselves are going to use it. Okay. Now back to what I was saying before. As a digital only gamer, they act as a price anchor. When sales happen and they happen faster on the physical side, because obviously there's many more retailers and competition to be had, or sometimes certain retailers just have to clear stock. They just have to get rid of things. You also see PlayStation have to react more frequently. We have had far more PlayStation sales this generation than I think any other generation before. And I think that is in large part because there's just a lot of competition because physical products exist. When those are taken away, as they are wont to do, you will have a situation where PlayStation will control the pricing, it will control the policies, it will control your account access to any of these things, and it will control the future direction of the platform. And for me, what I see as the most dangerous isn't what is happening today or what will happen in 2028. It's what happens 5 years after that when they start implementing super aggressive dynamic pricing. Because once they start saying, like, hey, chill, Will, listen, you're basically a whale. We know that you're going to pay for the games no matter what. And even if we have a sale, we're going to give you a 10% discount versus somebody that else that can get a 30% discount. When that becomes, they're already doing it now. They're already trialed it now. So we know that that's what they want to do. But now, when they are the only storefront and there's no physical recourse to be had, they're going to do that en masse, and that is going to be completely abhorrent. Another one is that eventually they will just tell you, like, wait, why are we making a digital only local play hardware when we could just make everybody just have streaming only? That's what I think they're going to try to do next. They're going to try to be like, hey, PlayStation 7, does that need to be a physical box that plays games natively? Or since these people are already connected to the internet because they have to be to download our games, why don't we just make it a streaming box and then they have to rent our servers at the subscription based model? Because of course that will be a subscription. And then finally, the ultimate part of this is that you will not be able to even purchase the games anymore, and all of it, both the hardware and the software, will be a subscription. And then that is the kind of end goal that they have, because the entire point of live service games is that it brings in that consistent revenue, and they don't have to deal with these big fluctuations where one thing is a massive hit, brings in a lot of cash, and then they kind of go dry for like a number of months, and then they have another massive hit which took a huge hit, a huge risk. What they want to do is make your hardware based on subscription, make your software based on subscription, so that they will always have that constant flow of money day in, day out, no matter what it is that they are serving up to you. So this whole thing is a farce. It is just a way to make rich people even richer. And they figured out that it is easier for them to take away your rights than it is for them to actually provide you the kind of value that will substantiate a huge growth in revenue and profit. So there we go. That is my first foray into all of this.
Okay.
Yeah, well said. We were talking about dynamic
Uh,
pricing earlier.
yeah. Two more super chats came in. We got Mally. Um, says, if anyone can scoot data, why should we believe you?
Because I have nothing to gain from it. That's it. Like I don't have no financial incentive to lie to you. I'm pointing at that. It's a bit like if you're like, oh, if anyone can skew what the truth is, why should we believe journalists? Well, because they have nothing to gain other than sharing what the truth is. You know, that's the thing. Corporations lie because they want to make profit. If corporations could make more money by telling you the truth, they would. At a certain point, they just figure out that the lie is more profitable. That's it.
Glinzer. Thank you for super says Sony probably used GTA 6 to boost their numbers. Man, I know you mentioned
I
we
mean, GTA
you
6,
mentioned
which
GTA
is the
6 will be a
next thing,
catalyst, but
is the
not this
spearhead.
fast.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I knew it was going to be the catalyst for just the worst shit to happen in the industry.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was a spearhead of things that they had already been planning. I didn't know it was just a spear tip, you know? And this is why I say to people, by the way, cancel your pre-orders.
Yeah,
Not cancel the
M.
game,
Shout out
just
to
your
M. He
pre-order.
called it. He really did call that shit. I still was trying to like, no, they're probably gonna do a physical print later. Nah, fuck no.
No.
M was standing on business on that one. He called it. Yep, he was absolutely right.
That's
So
interesting.
I
Go ahead.
invite everybody, if you care about this, just cancel your pre-order. I'm not saying cancel the game. I'm not saying boycott GTA 6. You can, pre-order it on November 12th again. That's the day that you get to preload it anyway. So it will make no difference to your experience. Symbolically, it might actually move something in the right direction, let you stand on the right side of history. But I think that if people were to actually send a strong, because people are canceling PS Plus, and I'm like, why are you canceling PS Plus? PS Plus isn't the thing that spearheaded this movement. Sometimes, in order to kind of disable the attacker, maybe disable the weapon that he's currently using, not the backup that he has somewhere else down the line. It's GTA 6 you want to cancel your pre-order to. When I say that to people, they're like, nope. And I don't even understand that. What do you lose by canceling your pre-order? I don't get it. Like, you get it back anyway. I'm not saying boycott the game. I'm not even saying don't play it on day one. I'm literally saying just pre-order it on November 12th, where you can actually preload it just because it will send a message. That's all you have to do. So that's my appeal to gamers in case you care about this. In case you don't, it's fine.
Um, so Zuby quoted, I guess Sean Layden talked about it. So this is from former CEO of Sony Interactive. Hold on. Got this up here. I'll read it. It says former president and CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment America, Sean Layden, on PlayStation ending physical disc production. I've been asked this question every year for the last 20 years. When are you guys going to just give up on the disc drive? My feeling with that was always, well, when I get to a place where I'm comfortable enough to believe that worldwide broadband throughput is good enough to support that download experience, good enough to reach the majority of customers. I had no idea it was going to happen. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I didn't work in the business anymore.
I
Maybe
don't
is
work.
maybe it's just too prohibitively expensive to stamp out discs. If you look at any decision to discontinue a product or a feature or a model or what have you, largely it's a straight spreadsheet decision. What are disc sales compared to digital sales? And I'm old enough to remember when digital sales were like 10%. I'm old enough to remember when digital sales were 0% because we didn't have a digital market. And that number just grew over time. Majority does not mean entirety. So there is a point, a tipping point, where if I have 80% of the opportunity, which represents 95% of the revenue source, what's my incentive to keep the lights on for the other 20% if it's effectively only 5% of the business? See what I'm saying? At some point, it just becomes obvious that we can't keep this whole thing running just for this very small slice of opportunity. Unlike Xbox, PlayStation had a wider global fan base, and not just in the numbers, but in the reach, because Sony Corp had reach all over the world. The idea that they could still buy a PlayStation 4 game, throw it in a machine, and play was important. You don't want to leave those people behind. I don't know what went on in those conversations, but it's a fairly dramatic decision. Interesting. Interesting. I think, and I mentioned this, you weren't here, because the news report came out that it was one facility that was printing disc, and it's in Austria. So all the Blu-ray discs for the games was supported on this one not power plant, but production plant. The news report is that they already shut down production of disc and already converting the staff to train on and begin work on producing micro lenses. So that's what this is all about. And that's already in play. And apparently the dollar amount came to about 30 million euros to get that going. So Sony only spent 30 million euros to convert this plant from Blu-ray printing disc plant to a micro LED production plant, and it didn't say when it was going to be up and running, but I would imagine maybe 6 to 8 months, maybe 12 months at the most, depending on the training, how long the training is, the machines, things like that. So I see it as this: you have a production plant that's printing disc, and you want to get into the micro lens business, which most likely is going to be much more lucrative than printing discs, much more money. So I'm looking at this as a Sony strategy, not a PlayStation strategy. From Sony perspective, if they want to get into producing micro lenses, that is crazy. You know, if they want to get into producing micro lenses, they have two options. They could take over this plant and convert this plant for $30 million, $40 million, whatever, or they have to build a new facility. And I think you even said when you build a new facility, you're talking maybe 3 to 5 years. The location, where's the location going to be at? The government.
Yeah, he brought it up
throughput,
last week.
the materials. It's going to be $1 billion venture to create this. Or you could spend $30 million, $40 million and just convert, and you already have the people there. You just got to train them. I don't even think this is. I think the whole 85% is corporate speak to make it seem like it's about gaming, when in reality, I think it's just Sony saying, I'd rather spend 30 million euros converting this facility, and we're going to make much more money doing micro lenses than to keep printing disc. And I think that's 100%. What it is. And I'll be honest.
That's exactly what it is.
And I'll be honest. I think it would have been better if Sony would have just said that. Don't come with this bullshit.
I don't think it would have been better, but
because don't come with this bullshit about 85%. Because everybody's digging into the data and it just doesn't make sense. Yeah. Even if it is 85%, let's say if it was 85% legit. Let's say they're not lying. Let's say that 15% is true and they made the decision based on 85% 15. Then explain to me why music and movies discs are still being printed. I learned that cassettes are still being made with new music.
Yeah, they are.
Cassettes. The movie industry is 98.6% digital. 98.6. Yet they still make Blu-ray movies and DVDs. So if it's really about the percentage, why are they still making physical for them? If it's about the percentages. That's when I realized it can't be
about the business opportunities.
It can't be the percentages. It's got to be something else. And once that article came out about they already converted the plant and it only costed 30 million euros, I'm like, oh, okay. They repurposed a plant that's already built for a multi-billion-dollar venture, and they only needed to invest. They only needed to do two things: shut down physical, invest $30 million, $40 million.
And more importantly than even the micro lens thing, it's about getting complete ownership of the digital gaming market, because gaming is going to be much bigger than, because gaming is bigger than all other forms of entertainment media combined. Like
and
bigger
than
movies, bigger than sports, bigger than
American sports.
You know, that's
combined.
The thing. Yeah, exactly.
Movies,
so it's
music,
like combined,
and American sports,
you know,
combined.
And
that's
they
crazy.
want to have complete monopoly on that. You know, because to me that is much more. Even the micro lens thing is just to better use the plant and not have to shut it down. Right? That's just like, hey, we're just gonna move it to a more profitable business. But the true profit, the true reason for this is we want to be the kingpin of, you know, digital gaming on PlayStation and have to answer to nobody else. And obviously those are the things, you know. And you know, I see people in the chat and they're just you know, they're on the wrong side of history, basically, when it comes to this thing. But I'm like, this will cost you. This absolutely will cost you. This will make gaming worse for everybody. Just like when a city removes like train tracks and everything, even if you do not ever use public transport, you want your city to have robust public transport. If only for the selfish reason that every single person that uses public transport is one less car on the road, so you can enjoy it better. That's one less bit of traffic on the road. So again, it's like, be selfish and go for your own self-interest, but understand that your self-interest just happens to align with everybody else's interest, as long as everybody else is not a corporation. Like Doughboy was saying, as long as you're not gobbling corporate dick, you will realize that, holy shit, standing with the people is the way to go, you know? So that's the thing. If that's just the thing for me, I'm like, be more selfish and literally do the thing that will make gaming better for you, you know? That's the way to go. So, like I said, cancel the GTA 6 pre-order, people. Just one simple thing. Takes nothing away from you. You're fine. Podok, you gonna cancel that pre-order?
Fuck no.
You see, standing on the one side of history.
No, but
But
the
tell
thing
me
is,
why.
but I'm gonna tell you why. Because it's not gonna do anything. The damage is done. The plant that does the disc.
But okay, cancel it and then get it back.
Okay.
That doesn't do anything.
Three of those
do that,
plants,
yeah.
though. There's one
I
in
can cancel
Indiana,
it.
there's
do
one in
that.
Czech
Do that for me
Republic, and
as a
there's one
personal
in
favor.
Austria.
But
To
that
your second
provides
favorite
work
Aussie.
because then I have to send a message to PlayStation. Then I have to deal with the auto thing,
No, cancel it.
and then I have to
Cancel
just
it.
do it again.
No, it's cancelled. It's just one click.
Wait, no, it's not. Is it one click?
It is one click.
If
Yeah.
it's one click, I'll do it for you. If it's one click. If
Thank
it's
you,
one
my
click.
friend. See, look at that. That's a real patriot right there.
If it's one click, and I'll take a
And
screenshot of it.
Yeah.
It's not gonna do anything
The
because the plant's
question
already
is,
shut down.
do you use?
The
No,
plant's
no,
already
it's
shut
shut
down.
down yet.
So
They haven't even put it. They
Not
haven't
shut
put it
down.
on the thing yet. This,
What?
we'll get
Three
it
of
to
them,
you,
not
bro.
shut down. It's already
We're gonna
converted.
win. We're gonna win this decision.
I
I'm
don't
telling
think
you
it's-
now.
How?
We're gonna physical is going to survive this. 100%.
They're gonna build a new plant to do it? They're not building a new plant.
They're gonna have to do whatever they have to do.
They're
But
not
let me
gonna
tell
do
you
it.
this: the damage to the PlayStation brand is way bigger than this $30 million loss that they would take on this plant or whatever, or to even reconvert it back. Because let me tell you, PlayStation is now the laughing stock of like every industry. You seen the KFC and Domino's pizzas like create saying that, oh, we're gonna stop physical production of our chicken and you can download the PNG
Well, that was
for our
funny.
things.
They're gonna digitally
That
download
That
shit's
is
it.
funny, but that is
Hell,
literally
even
that
the
is literally
DeLorean
what
says
happens to Xbox. This is usually the kind of embarrassment that Xbox suffers, and even Xbox has never had this level of bad. You know,
even
so
the
listen.
DeLorean came out and they said some shit like that. Don't even make the motherfucker snowboard.
You see, everybody, this is worse than the Ferrari Luce in terms of like it hit you to a brand name. This is insane. And listen, if they want to keep this brand around, they are going to have to make sure that they reverse this decision. If they don't, think about it. They're going to come with PlayStation 6. That is $1,000 or more. You know, that's insane. They're going to say, oh, yeah, no digital disc drive. By the way, your backwards compatibility, and you know, and then, oh, yeah, remember how we told you no more physical disc production? None of that. It's going to make the TV moment for Xbox look like a good day. Like, they're going to be like, holy shit. Like, the PS3 will have nothing on this. So,
You're lying
again,
to me.
I do not believe that they're going to sustain this decision.
You're lying to me.
Okay. When do you think that they're gonna reverse it?
Where's the one click for cancel? Because I'll
It's on
do
the
it for you.
PS app, the PlayStation app.
It's on the app. I gotta do it.
Well, just go
Not
find
on the
it.
not
It's
on the.
go find it.
No, not on the actual PlayStation. It's on the PlayStation app.
Because why would you do it on the console, right? God forbid you
Right.
you got the feature on the console.
No. They will never want you to take money away from them on the console. That's insane.
So the question
No,
is,
but-
when do you think they're gonna reverse it, if they will?
I think they're going to revert. Okay, within a month, 30 days.
Okay.
And
Yep.
if they do, this is my question now for M. If they do in a month, do you think that'll bring any goodwill back, or do you think the damage is already done?
It will bring a massive amount of goodwill back, but I think that they have also done just such irreversible damage that there are going to be some people that are like, I'm going to take my distance away from you until you earn that trust back. Because
No matter what,
you know,
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but because no matter what, now we know what your intentions are. You know what I mean? That's always gonna
exactly.
be
We've
implanted in
seen
back of
behind the
someone's head.
curtain, and we've seen that you don't actually value us, you know, everything like that. So people have been talking about people that are like, I never post about these things, but I've been on PlayStation for 25 years, especially people from Europe, where PlayStation was always the dominant platform, you know, at least it has been for their lifetimes. And they're like, I'm not doing this, you know. And here's the thing, here's the stupidest thing about this thing. If you're going to force people to go digital, they'll just go to Steam. Steam is a much better digital platform to be on. And as much as I hate gaming on PC because I think it's absolute misery, you know, a Steam Machine 2, a Steam Machine 3 could finally hit that mark where it is powerful enough to give people the hardware power that they want from a console, and it will have a much better digital ecosystem, including the fact that Steam actually allows for other people to sell keys and licenses
It
that
really
they would then
sucks. That Steam
support.
machine sucks ass.
You know?
I don't see
It
the
really
cancel
sucks.
button.
Like I said, the
already got a
future
red light?
iterations.
Where's the cancel button?
Yeah,
at?
the red line of death.
I'm on the
The
app.
red line of death already?
I
Wait,
I
what?
think
Someone tried to-
I think somebody said I think
Hardware
somebody said that was like because you could customize the line. And
Yeah,
I
you
think
can.
somebody's fucking with us. Because you could
I don't know.
customize that
No,
line.
it's real. It's real.
Into a
I
red
think
thing.
that was real, dog.
Okay.
It'll show you everything that's like. So if it's something wrong with the CPU, it got like a certain line on it. If it's something wrong with
Show
the
you when
RAM,
it's
it got like a certain
downloading.
animation. Yeah,
Yeah.
it'll show you different stuff.
But
So
hey, I
like
don't
I
see
guess the
where's the
report was
cancel button on
someone's
the
trying to
app?
run.
Where's the cancel button on the app?
Wait, I don't
Can't find
know.
it.
I don't pre-order
I don't
shit from the
know.
app.
So hold the fuck up. You told me it's on the app, and now y'all say, well, I don't know. Then why'd you just
No,
say it was
he
on the
said
app
it was
for?
on the app. I said it was one button. Just go find it.
But there's no button.
You know, I'm gonna look it up. You know, it's fine. How to cancel
These motherfuckers, I'm trying to help
PlayStation
you out.
pre-order.
Help
Hold
me
on.
help you.
P-Rock trying to join the calls, but he can't even join the calls.
Wait, hold on. PlayStation Store refunds can for pre-order content as long as the request is made before the release date or within 14 days.
Yeah, you have to
It's
go on the
all
you have to
within.
go in the chat.
I was going to say.
You have to go to
Hold
PlayStation
on, you can
support.
cancel through your console, it says, or by contacting support. What?
How you do it through
Okay,
your
let's look at the console. Navigate to your account's purchase history or services list via PS4 or PS5 settings, select the pre-order game, and choose cancel pre-order option.
Yo,
So you just
listen.
have to navigate to
You
the
know,
right place.
listen. Hold
All
on.
right, don't cancel that. That's too much work.
Listen. You're not making this activist right friendly. Like, you know how consumer friendly procedures.
I'm not the one who created the system. The
you told. Listen, I agreed one button. This is a lot more than one button.
Go
this
find
is a lot
it.
of work. This is a lot of work.
You know, I'm going.
Listen, this is a lot of work for something that's not going to work anyway. This shit is done.
No.
Austria
it's
failed
work.
us. Austria failed us.
Hold on. Here's the thing. If it doesn't work within if we don't cancel this thing, if you cancel this, I guarantee you they'll reverse course within 30 days.
No, they're not. They're not. Really?
Definitely.
So let me put it this way. So
Definitely.
I'm the guy. So if I don't do it, that's
Your
it. I fucked
personal
up the
cancellation.
whole. I'm the linchpin.
That's all I needed. You're the last one I need.
That's it. I'm
You're
the
the
linchpin.
last person I need.
I'm the dude.
Yeah,
I'm
you're the last one.
Or
Your only
you know
friend
what
is
you can
YouTube
do, Puerto Rock?
streams. What?
Puerto Rock,
Yep.
you know what you can do?
What I could
You
do?
could cancel Blaze's pre-order.
No, I sent them
No, I'm just
cash.
playing.
I sent them cash.
I know, I'm
You
just
send
fucking
the
around.
money.
No, it was a
Oh,
stupid
that
joke.
should be
Stupid
funny. I'll be like, yo, Blaze, I'm what you call it? I'm boycotting GTA 6, so I can't send you your copy until Sony brings back physical. Sorry, my bro. Sorry, bro. That shit will be hilarious. He'll be like, what the fuck? Oh shit.
Yo, P-Rock, man, look, you gotta understand, boycotting and making change is never easy. You think it was easy to walk through the streets of Selma back in the day?
Yeah,
Exactly. I need you to channel your
It's
inner
never easy,
melanin.
brother.
Listen. I'm
You
gonna tell
got
you.
to sacrifice.
If I
You gotta
listen,
sacrifice, brother.
listen, I rode the back of the bus anyway, so that's nothing to me. I was there anyway. So I never liked the front of the bus. I liked the back of the classroom, the back of the bus, the back of the trains. The front was never for me. If they told me, hey, the only place in the back, I was going there anyway. So you just made it easier. In fact, you just made sure I had more seats. I'm playing.
So you had no problem either.
There's just more seats for me. Just play.
Like,
Oh,
like, Rosa, what's wrong, Rosa? It's fine back here.
shit, ain't nobody be up there. That's a lot of shit.
Oh shit. PlayStation has been found to be deleting posts that prove that the 85% sales is a lie
No.
on Reddit.
Oh
Yeah,
man.
that is.
Oh man. Hey, get
oh,
him.
man.
Listen, get him.
I'm telling you, within 30 days. I just need you to cancel your pre-order.
Listen,
I hope so,
That's
dude.
all I need.
because
Last
I
thing.
need you. I need
Last
you to
thing
make
I
it
need.
one button. Okay, I'll look for it.
I really,
I'll cancel it. I will. do
I
it.
really
'Cause
hope
I'm just
it happens.
because
Thank you.
what is it? We're in
Because
July.
that shit didn't hit me.
After 30 days,
really hope it
I'm
happens.
pre-ordering it again.
Man,
Okay,
I really
easy,
hope it
done.
happens, dog, because
Perfectly
that
fine.
shit didn't
The
hit me
money's
until
gonna
the
stay in the
next day
account
where I was
anyway.
like,
They'll just refund my PSN credit.
Yeah, if
So
it doesn't work within 30 days, you tried.
all right,
I'll be there.
Yeah.
with you.
I'll do that. For
Yeah.
you. I'll do that. For you.
Canceled the
All right,
only thing I
so-
can because I don't usually pre-order games. So my PlayStation Plus Premium is expiring in August, and yeah, I canceled that. So I hope it
Hold on,
works.
Entity. Now, Entity, in order to really send a message, I need you to pre-order it and then cancel it.
Oh my god. Fight this guy. Yo, SPR, no, Ricky Brown still haven't paid me my $100. I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna pull him out or whatever. He owes me $100. So
Wait, was that the dude who said that GTA 6 was gonna be on Game Pass?
they're day one Game Pass.
Oh
You
my
can't,
god!
you can't make this shit up. You know.
Get
Shout
that
out
money,
to
P-Rock.
yo. Shout out to. I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna have to draw him out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
High on Life. Thank you for the super chat. Says just to add on Astrobot along with Spider-Man 2 were bundled digitally with PS5 consoles that sold well, they still had more physical copies sold. All right. And Galaxy Fur. Thank you for super chat. Breaking news. I haven't pre-ordered GTA 6. Apparently, as of this moment, Rockstar is filing for Chapter 11 bankruptcy as a result of the result now. Thanks to me. Okay. Listen, I'll cancel it.
As you should, Galaxy
And I'll wait
first.
30 days. I'll wait till August.
Yep.
And then I'll be like, yo, see?
You'll
Ain't
see.
shit happen. But if, let's say, they do reverse course, hey, I'll be proud. I'll be proud to say that I hope
That
that's
everyone
That I
stood
was
up
right
for that
again.
shit.
Yeah.
That's basically it.
You know, see? It's cool.
Wait, so
For all
L,
that,
you still standing firm on that point? You're not getting the PS6?
Oh,
hell no,
oh,
he
with
ain't.
this? Are you kidding? Definitely not.
Fuck no, he's
Like,
not.
honestly, fuck no. I am. Listen, to me, yeah, it's about soul. It's more than just like consumer protections and everything like that. I truly enjoy, and I mean this genuinely, giving away a game to like my little brother, which is usually my target, or like giving away to somebody else to play for a weekend or whatever. That is a huge part of the game experience for me. I got my friends to play Clear Obscure by giving them the game and be like, go play this. They played it for like a moment, they were like, take it back, we're buying it. That's the way they do it, you know. So again, to me, that is a huge part of like the moment. And also I want to talk about like the GameStop moment. When you go into like a GameStop or another gaming boutique and you talk to either the person behind the counter or another gamer that just happens to be there because you're both in a place to like celebrate and talk about games and you just organically having a magical time talking about memories, that things that you get, even if you never purchased anything. The fact that we will lose that, which by the way, if companies had any balls, companies like GameStop would have banned like participation from like a digital code thing because they would have understood that that is the end of the business. If this goes away, GameStop is dead. Like again, when I talked about being selfish, there was a person that said someone on Twitter that I don't care if millions of people lose their jobs because retail is going to die for gaming. And I'm like, well, you should care. As a selfish person, you should care. Because if millions of people lose their job because retail for gaming is gone, that's millions more people that are either going to be on, government support that you have to pay for, or they're going to be competing for jobs that you want to apply for. So it's like, again, the selfish thing is to always stand with one another, even if you do not personally benefit from the output that everybody else does. So again, it's just
I'll
one of
say
those
this right
things. So
now. Right now, I'll buy you a PS6 if I can see you do a kickflip.
what's a kickflip?
Because you brought up the skating analogy earlier.
Oh right, yeah. I'm never gonna get that PS6 even for free because trust me, skateboards and I, we do not go together. This slide, I stay, and usually I'm on the floor. you know.
Man, I hope they reverse course,
Oh,
bro, because this shit really didn't hit me until the next day, yesterday, where someone posted Resident Evil Veronica. They're like, "This is gonna be the last Resident Evil we get physically," and it immediately hit me. I was like, "Fuck, dude, I'm not gonna get the God of War Greek trilogy physically." I really hope they
dude,
do
and
reverse
it's
course.
like you lose out on every little part of the experience. Like I still
Yeah,
miss manuals. Like I never read them shits, but I love looking at them. I love
yeah.
having the little booklet in there. I still miss the map from like again, GTA 6 would not have a map, most likely, right? We don't know if it's gonna have the map in the box, but if they're not even doing the disc, I don't know why they would do the map because that means that if they were doing the map, they would have had to like consign an artist to put it together and everything like that. If you're never going to do the disc, which seems simpler to me, I don't see how you would have put all that work into doing a physical map. So I don't know if it's going to be in there, but I'm not hopeful that it will be. And it's like, again, to me, all of my gaming memories are tied to the physical platform. So that's the thing. Even games that are bought digitally because they did not come out physically, like Hollow Knight Silk Song, if they
Dude,
do
we're not
print
gonna get
it,
a
I would
PS5
like to
version of
have
this
it.
shit.
I mean, look at that. Look,
Look
look
at
at
that
this. It's just
shit, dude.
amazing.
This wasn't even the greatest hits fucking game. It was just the way God of War 3 came
Oh man,
in the red
that's
in the
excellent.
red in the red case.
Yep,
Yep.
golden.
See, even things like that, little bit of trivia like that. Look at that. There's just so yeah. No, to me, I would not get a PS6, especially not in a digital only future. Even if they give you a disk drive that you can attach, but they say it's only for backwards compatibility, I'm not getting it. Like no, I need PlayStation. to have physical media being supported. And I will not have someone tell me how to enjoy my hobby. If Sony doesn't want to move in my direction, we're going to move in opposite. We're going to go in two directions. That's it. I didn't budge for Helldivers 2. I'm not going to budge. I didn't budge when they were putting games on Xbox, or on PC. I'm not going to budge now, certainly not. Because to me, like, I would rather to put all of the games on Xbox than get rid of physical media. That's how much it matters to me.
I say that because I watched a video and it was a great video. I really enjoyed it. I remember I was on, like, even before I even hopped on the pod, I was watching the podcast, and I remember when King Thrash was on one time, and you and him had actually had a back and forth. And I remember him saying, I think you were saying something about if Sony do this, if Sony do that, and he was basically saying like, well, where you gonna go if you don't go on Sony, if you don't be on PlayStation, where you gonna go? I just like when I watched your video, it made me think about that situation. I was like, well, yeah.
You know what's funny? I told him then that the Steam machine could have been interesting, and this was months and months before the Steam machine was announced because I had already seen the place in the market for a console from Steam coming. Obviously, it was a disappointing effort and everything like that, but we're going to see. Hopefully, the next effort is better. They are not good at making
What you
hardware.
always said,
Obviously,
3? It comes with 3s?
exactly. Exactly. Always buy the third version. So they already had the first version, that was a failure. This second version is dead. So maybe number 3 will be the one. But at the same time, we all know that Valve is terrified of the number 3. So it might never come.
Yeah. That's true.
All right. All right, I guess let's see. That's it. I guess we pretty much hit the main topic. Thank God there's only one topic, but I think we're gonna wrap this up. I'm kind of hungry. I'm about to get me some fried apple pies. And as long
I think
as
I might go do that too.
I'm gonna get me some fried apple pies. Add to my cholesterol level. But anyway, we're gonna do some outros real quick. We're gonna hit up with Chill Will.
Hey man, appreciate y'all for having me. I'm sorry I was a little late, but I hope you guys all enjoy your 4th of July. I unfortunately got to work tomorrow, but man, I hope you guys have a good weekend. Thank you guys for having me. Hit that like button, but yeah, peace.
All right. M.
Yo, people, this is one of those defining moments. There are so many people now that still say that gamers should have stood up for the PlayStation Plus requirement for internet, right? And they say like, oh, the reason that you guys pay for internet on console is because you didn't stand up enough. Listen, this is much worse, much worse. This is orders of magnitude above that. Stand on the right side of history. Do everything that you can or everything that you choose, and please do not make this a gamer versus gamer thing. I do not want to take away people's enthusiasm for GTA 6. I don't want to take away people's enthusiasm for PlayStation as a brand. I don't even want to go after people that are digital only gamers. That is not what I want this to be. This is just about having the best experience, and we deserve as gamers to have the best experience for the hobby that we enjoy. Like Podorok said before, books, movies, TV shows, music, every other audiovisual kind of media is still being produced in a way that supports physical media that you can take home. Even some streaming, only movies eventually get some kind of physical media release. Like you can buy Stranger Things on Blu-ray, and that came from Netflix. So it's like, again, please do not make this a gamer versus gamer thing. Do not put down all the gamers for their personal choices, but do understand that even if you are a digital only gamer, you do have a stake in this. And the right side is the side that supports all gamers having the most access to, ownership, true ownership as possible. So there it is. Also, I uploaded a video accidentally during this podcast because I didn't know that the podcast was on. So there's a new video on my channel, and it basically explains how PlayStation is fudging around the numbers to make you feel like somehow digital is way more dominant than it actually is, because in reality, the inverse is true.
Great way. Great plug-in. Henry, I know you've been busy making that beautiful work of art. I mean, why don't you just use AI? It's so much faster.
I know.
I'm just messing with him.
My resident AI artist. It's just so much easier. Why create art when we can just AI?
You would have been done like
yeah.
3 hours ago.
I know. It would have been done like a snap of finger, and then I wouldn't be able to tell whether it was good or not. Yeah.
Like Thanos snap.
Yeah. So I just put a wash of watercolor on it and just letting it dry, and then I'm gonna apply alcohol to finalize it. That's all.
Fuck off.
Like
Skills.
I feel so inadequate right now. Like all that
I know.
talent.
I know.
Like I just feel like what the fuck I've been doing with my life. Like he's creating
But I
art.
started. I started.
Like when Henry said about the Lion King, the box art. I'm like, I probably had that because my daughter loves the Lion King, so I probably bought the DVD case. Like you had created something that's gonna like be here long after you're dead.
Yeah,
And
you
it's
look at-
physical.
And what did I do?
And it's
Nothing.
physical.
I got nothing. I'm just gonna have a bunch of YouTube videos that says your mama knows, and like most people don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. But that
Did
is
you also buy-
amazing.
You know what you're gonna do? Porter, do not sell yourself short. You're gonna cancel that motherfucking pre-order and you're gonna bring back physical gaming.
I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna take all the credit.
Same game.
Oh, I'm giving you all the credit. You'll
Because of
see.
my one cancellation, Rockstar be like, "What? Porter
That was
Rock?
the one
Porter
I
Rock
wait,
canceled?
Hold on. Nah,
on.
fuck this.
No, fuck up
Go
Sony.
Go back.
Okay. Be like, but we already repurposed the plant. Build a new one. All right. But hey, Henry.
also buy
I'm
the-
sorry, Henry. Anything else?
No worries. Did you also buy the Swan Princess DVD? The Swan Princess?
No.
Yeah, it's a really shitty animated movie, but
That's
the
probably
DVD
why I didn't
cover,
buy
that
it.
art, I'm actually very certain the artist is mine.
Okay. All right. I'm just gonna buy it to support the artist.
No, don't worry about it. Don't do it. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You didn't do the Fear.com cover, did you? Because that was a terrible movie.
No, I did not. Yeah. But speaking of .com, Kim.com actually follows me on Twitter.
Who?
Kim.com. I think he's the founder of Mega Uploads back in the day, and he sued like New Zealand or something or Australia and won. He sued the government and won, so he had a lot. He has a lot of money. So he apparently he paid one of the guys I did the artwork for to carry him through Destiny missions. I think to take him right, and then somehow affiliated. He decided to give me a follow, which I appreciate. Thanks, guy. Right. So, but anyway, I hope you all like. There's a lot of things I don't like about this country was doing, but I think the founding ideals of this country is great. So I hope everybody that's in the United States have a good 4th of July.
Oh yeah. Happy 4th of July, 250 years.
America.
And fuck them follows. Don't follow me. Yeah. I mean, you do, but
follow,
I'm
follow.
not gonna. I'm just not gonna.
Fuck them follows, but don't follow me. But please do follow me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Underscore
Follow
Graham
him in
Henry
spite.
underscore on Instagram.
Follow him in spite.
You can see more beautiful.
Once this dries, I'm just gonna fill it up with much better detail. Yeah.
Better.
And by the way, I start on it. It's this page was completely blank when we start the podcast. I'm just saying.
But if you would have done an AI, it would have been done. See, look at that.
It would have been done also in the beginning of the podcast, like with 5 versions maybe.
All right. Okay.
All with broken hands.
Entity.
Oh, the best thing I would say is revolt, Porter Rock, cancel GTA 6 pre-order. If you have a stick drift on your DualSense, don't buy a DualSense for the time being, because if they reverse this decision, I'll be a very, 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 very happy chap. Because at the end of the day, the core of it, the moral of the story is, gifting that physical game to your son, right, or to your nephew. I think that is the catalyst that we need to fight against in terms of going all digital. Because there's something special gifting someone something physical at the end of the day, and given that gaming is very special to each one of us, keeping that ability to gift what you like to someone that you care for is a very important title tradition. So there we go.
Just to make you guys
if
happy.
I may add on that stick drift.
Because I don't want to be the one for the movement to fail. I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah. So for the stick drift issue, you could replace your analog stick with this brand called TMR, right? And then it's like really sturdy, good materials apparently.
Really? TMR.
Like,
Can you send me the link to that? Because I do have a controller with stick drift.
Okay.
Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
Yeah.
Because I do.
Okay. Let me find it. Yeah. Let me.
I got one of my burgundy one has stick drift. It's the only one I got that has stick drift. It's annoying. Appreciate you, brother.
Sorry. Yeah, man. Yeah. So for the DualSense Edge, it's just like a kit. It's just popping open and popping it.
Yeah,
but
yes,
for
I
the
got
regular
that, yeah.
DualSense, Yeah, for regular DualSense, then you gotta do some work, right? So
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that bad on the regular DualSense. So
okay. But anyway, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead next.
All right. Awesome. All right. Entity?
No, that was it.
That's it? Okay.
From my
That's
side.
it?
Doughboy.
All right. And then finally Doughboy. Doughboy went ham. Like we got some
Yeah,
violent
you know what?
motherfuckers on this
I'm gonna
podcast.
say, emotions got a little high earlier. You know what I mean? Well, I ain't gonna apologize, but I'm gonna just say, my bad about that. But yeah, but yeah, man. First, I want to say, P. Rock, thank you for letting us come up on a Friday. I know you
Yeah.
usually, solo. You was a solo mission on Friday, so thank you for sharing the
But this
platform
topic
with
was
us
too big for
again.
me. I couldn't do this by myself. I just couldn't. This was too big, and I can't wait till Tuesday either, because then I can't start the movement. I gotta start the movement sooner or
Yep.
later.
I mean, and the
Well,
way the wave's
apparently,
coming, I mean, who knows what's gonna happen tomorrow? Crazy.
Phone's about to hit the fan on Monday.
Oh yeah, yeah. Podcasting on Tuesday is gonna be really interesting because apparently, the layoffs for Microsoft begins Monday. So stay
Man,
tuned for that
that
one.
sucks. That sucks for all those
Yeah,
people.
man, it's a
Jeez.
lot of
Do you know what?
shit.
Do you know what
Bad,
Xbox
man.
should do? You know what Xbox should do? Just as a commitment, be like, we promise, no matter what happens, no matter how many studios we close, no matter how many people we fire, we're always gonna keep them physical media going, people. Always gonna keep them discs. We're gonna be slinging them discs, empty as they are. At least you get a disc.
No data on it, but we slinging disc up in here.
Yeah, at least
Oh,
you get
man.
the disc.
Oh man, that's funny. Yo.
SSD.
Oh man, that's
SSD,
funny.
sling
That
them-
is
sling them
hilarious. But
discs.
anyway, shout out to everybody.
But,
Shout out to the people.
but,
Shout out to the chat.
But yeah,
Oh, go ahead, Doughboy. My bad.
I don't know. I was gonna say, I was gonna end it off just saying, look, man. At the end of the day, more options are better than fewer options, man. Like if they get rid of physical, we got one less option to get our games and be in ownership of our games. So I mean, if y'all can fight back, just like M said, don't make it a gamer versus gamer thing. We on the same side. At the end of the day, I mean, I know some of y'all love the corporation more than others, but at the end of the day, we should be in it for ourselves. We all want the best product for the best price for the best experience. So I mean, this is not a good thing, and I really do hope it does get reversed. If anything can happen to get it reversed or whatever, but yeah, man, I mean, I just hope everything just work out for the best. This was a pretty dark time, and I just hope it gets better. So that's it.
All right, people. Hey, so to everybody who enjoyed the show, I think this was a great show. Thank you so much for rocking out with us. I appreciate all the activities and stuff like that. If you're new to the channel, hey, I hope you stick around. I hope you enjoyed the show. We have a podcast on Tuesdays with the crew, and there's even more people in the crew. So that goes Tuesdays 8:30 p.m. Eastern time. And everything else, hey, really appreciate it. Your only friend is YouTube Streets Porter Rock 77. Also, don't forget to hit the like button. And hey, you guys enjoy your weekends. For those in America, happy 4th of July. It's an annual reminder that we beat the
4th.
shit out of England, every year. And we will always remind you of that. You guys take care. Peace.